Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Game production system Jobin City, the night is dark. In a corner of the city under the dim light of a rental house, a handsome young man with black hair was staring intently at a folder named Colorful Eevee Candy Crush on the computer screen in front of him. It must succeed this time, he took a deep breath. Dragged the folder to the upload area of a website with his mouse. And clicked the OK button, but the next moment, a big red cross popped up along with a prompt box. And the folder on the desktop disappeared instantly. Unknown error 404, the file is corrupted, fuck again. The young man cursed angrily and slammed the table. His name is Ling Feng and he traveled to this world a week ago. Good news, this is a Pokémon world that he loves and is familiar with. The bad news is that he traveled through time as an orphan boy with no money and no status. He rented a temporary house on the outskirts of Viridian City and barely made ends meet by doing odd jobs every day. When he came to this world, Ling Feng had no intention of becoming a trainer. As long as he could become partners with one or two Pokémon and live together for the rest of his life, he would be satisfied. But the reality is even more cruel than he imagined. He is now extremely poor and can't even support himself. If he tries to capture another Pokémon, he will probably have to go to the street. Put a bowl in front of you. Ling Feng is responsible for crying, and Pokémon is responsible for shouting. In order to change this situation, Ling Feng, who was a top game producer in his previous life, learned about the entertainment situation of this world through the internet on the first day of his time travel. The result was beyond his expectations. Although everyone in this world has a mobile phone and a computer, and the internet is quite smooth and developed, the entertainment industry is completely blank. Whether it is movies, TV series, novels, or games, they are all at a very primitive and low-level stage. For example, the first one on the official popular list of League of Legends games is priced at 99 yuan and is called Angry Stone. This is actually a racing game in which you play as Geodude, rolling on the road, and it's a single-player game, without even any online functionality. If you are lucky enough to reach the later levels, Geodude will evolve into Rhydon and transform into a fully protected 100-ton semi-truck on the road, letting passersby experience what it means to live hard. This situation made Ling Feng suddenly happy. With his ability in a world lacking gaming culture, he could make a living even by simply copying a few masterpieces from his previous lives. But the problem arose when Ling Feng spent 2 days making a simple game of Pac-Man and uploaded it. He found that the game upload failed and the folder disappeared. At first he thought that his computer had malfunctioned. So he remade the game and took the USB drive to the internet cafe downstairs to try again. But the same situation occurred. He didn't believe it and created a new game called Lucario Gold Miner, but encountered the same thing again. Including the last one, this is the 5th game he has made. The upload failed and disappeared again. This made Ling Feng feel a little overwhelmed. How to do this? Next week is the rent payment date for the room. But I've been playing games lately, and all the money I have is not enough to even buy a bottle of Moo Moo milk at the supermarket downstairs. Just as he was thinking and struggling with his conscience, a golden panel suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Then came an electronic voice. The 7-day grace period has ended. The blocking function is operating normally, ding. Congratulations to the host. The strongest Pokémon Game Creation System has been activated. This system can provide you with efficient game production technology, helping the host become the strongest Pokémon game maker. The Newbie Reward Technology module has been activated. Please go to the panel to view it. After reading the information in front of him at a glance, Ling Feng's gaze fell on the first row of text. So the problems with the game I made this week are all due to this system. The electronic voice sounded again with a hint of pride. Ding plays note host. Since you have traveled through time and space, to prevent the host from being wiped out due to time and space disturbances. You can only create games with core content related to Pokémon for the time being. None such games have been automatically blocked by the system. The host does not need to thank this system. I really want to thank you all. Ling Feng silently recited all the swear words he had learned in his life in his mind. Then took a deep breath and sorted out the current situation. Simply put, this system seems to be able to help me make games quickly. Moreover, it must be a game with Pokémon as its core content. He looked up at the panels, where there were 2 cubes shining with blue light. Pixel Game Module Low Level can quickly create pixel-based content. Low-level programming module Low Level can quickly create small, simple programs. Unlocking other modules or upgrading existing modules requires emotion points. You can gain these when others feel angry, shocked, moved. Admire that about the game you created or you yourself. Current balance 0, producing content quickly. Ling Feng thought about it. Opened the game production software on his computer and imagined a pixel pattern in his mind the next moment. A Pikachu made up of yellow pixels instantly appeared on the screen. That's not bad, Ling Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Even if he is a top game producer, it takes a lot of time and energy to make a game on his own. This is also the reason why he has chosen to produce some small-scale games this week. Because it is simply impossible for him to produce those large-scale games by himself. What's more, his major is game maker, not programmer. There is still some difference between the two, generally. Ling Feng is only responsible for proposing directions, ideas and thoughts, while other people in the company are responsible for procedural matters. But with the existence of this system, this problem is solved. Not only that, as long as the game you make can cause other people to have emotional changes, you can also unlock more new modules and make more advanced Pokémon games. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng began to think quickly. Can only make games with Pokémon as the core. Low-level programming pixel limit. A game appeared in his mind. Pokémon Ruby Sapphire Emerald series. This is a pure heavyweight. The Pokémon enlightenment of countless Pokémon fans in their childhood. And one of the most classic handheld games. With the existing system conditions, making this game seems just right, but at this moment, a new idea suddenly emerged in Ling Feng's mind. If you want to unlock more modules and create more advanced games, you must obtain more emotion points. Well, the original Emerald is a little less interesting. He sat at the table and suddenly smiled meaningfully. If we were to say what emotions are most common among gamers, they would definitely be red warmth and broken defense. Even emeralds can actually do this. Ling Feng clicked the mouse and tapped the keyboard, and a new folder suddenly appeared on the desktop. Pokémon Ultra Emerald Loco Mode Limited Edition. The so-called Ultimate Emerald is actually a modified version of the original Emerald made by the public. It adds many Pokémon and maps from later generations, and also adds and changes some plots. It can be regarded as a masterpiece of fan-made games. The difficulty of this game is probably several times that of the original Emerald. The NPCs in it all have super intelligent AI and will judge their own actions according to the player's team and Pokémon situation. For example, they can perform advanced actions such as switching monsters for joint defense, beheading, drinking medicine, which are sometimes smarter than real players. And because of the game's level restrictions, it is difficult for players to defeat them through traditional level suppression methods. This causes many people to get stuck when they first come into contact with this revised version, and they need to look up a guide to barely pass it. As for the Madman mode, it is a hidden difficulty of this game. Writing a madman is really hell. So difficult that it is outrageous and breaks people's defenses. Based on this crazy mode, Ling Feng also has some ideas of his own, such as further increasing the difficulty of the levels, relying on the system to continue to improve the AI intelligence of NPCs, and making more flexible combat moves. After all, this is a world where everyone is a trainer and Pokémon are everywhere. If the difficulty of the game is not increased, it will be too easy for some people, and at present, Ling Feng's main purpose in making this game is to make it more challenging for players. So let's talk about simple mode later. As soon as he thought of this, Ling Feng directly opened the folder and tried to come up with several ideas in his mind. System, can these be made? Okay, can we start making it right away? Ling Feng nodded. Let's start. According to Ling Feng's original expectation, after having the system, his game production speed should increase by more than dozens of times. This is indeed the case. His efficiency has been greatly improved. But in order to realize some of his ideas and improve the quality of the game, he also spent a whole night making modifications and adjustments. Before I knew it, a night had passed. The morning sun shines through the window and the city wakes up in the twilight. Ling Feng modified the game name and description for the last time, dragged the folder onto the web page, took a deep breath, and clicked the upload button. This time there was no bright red prompt. Only 4 big green words popped up: upload successful. He breathed a long sigh of relief, drew the curtains, and without even turning off the computer, he stood up and fell headfirst onto the bed beside him and fell asleep. After a night of hard fighting, he was really sleepy. Although staying up late was a common occurrence for him in his previous life, his health in this world seemed to be much worse than in his previous life. And now he really couldn't take it anymore. If I don't sleep now, I'm afraid I'll have to start my second time traveling. I have to go to bed right now, JPG. After a few seconds, he closed his eyes, and the sound of his even breathing filled the room. But at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the shadow of the curtains. From the appearance, it looks like a white candle with a pair of large dark green eyes and a dark blue flame swaying above its head, which is weird and enchanting, but if you look closely, you can see that the flame is a little weak and seems to be about to go out. This is a ghost-type Pokémon called Candlelight. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance, but in fact, it is a Pokémon that feeds on the souls of other lives. This Pokémon lights a candle on its head, pretending to guide passers-by, but is actually quietly absorbing their souls. At this moment, Zhuguangling looked around the room in a daze and shook his body. Very hungry, if only there was something edible. The next moment his eyes locked onto the sleeping Ling Feng, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The smell of this person. It smells so good if it's just a little bit of soul. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Then, eat some. Today is Saturday and according to the union's laws, most people are on holiday except for the service industry. In this world where the entertainment industry is not well developed, watching live broadcasts is a good way for people to kill their free time. At this moment, on the largest live broadcast platform on the entire internet, the Sidug platform, a room that had been silent for a long time quietly opened again. The next moment, users flooded into the live broadcast room like a torrent of water. And the number of online users exceeded 10. Here she comes. Here she comes, my wife is here. Alio, it's finally airing, wow. The early riser catches the worm. Amidst the frenzied scrolling comments, the live broadcast screen opened, revealing a computer desktop with a wallpaper depicting a handsome Tyrannosaurus fighting. At the same time, thousands of miles away, a woman was sitting in front of this computer. She is tall and slim, the gray eyes were like a deep pool, tranquil and mysterious. The knee-length blonde hair is like flowing milky white satin, sparkling with charming luster in the sunlight. The woman exudes a natural affinity, but if you feel it carefully, you can detect her hidden aura of excellent self-confidence. She is none other than the strongest champion of the Sinnoh League, the legendary trainer, the woman standing at the pinnacle of power, Serna. At this moment, Serna turned on the camera and smiled at the audience in the live broadcast room. Good morning, everyone. Today is the first time in a long time that the Alliance has no missions. I finally have time to come and meet you all. Did you miss me? I missed you guys so much. With his appearance, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded again, and the number of people soared instantly. I miss you too, baby. She asked me if I thought about her. She had me in her heart. Finally, I've waited for you, woohoo. I was supposed to work overtime today. But when I heard you were going to start broadcasting, I quit my job. When I heard you were going to start live streaming, I rode my bike for 3 hours from my village to the internet cafe in town, just to watch your live stream. Looking at these comments, Serna couldn't help but smile softly. Everyone in the live broadcast room, you are still so funny today. Okay, it's a rare day for me to live stream. What do you guys want to see me do? As she asked the question. The barrage of comments also responded. Nana, I'll watch whatever you broadcast. Battle Roads, huh? You can learn a lot from watching you play that. How about trying something else? I'm tired of this all the time, the person above. If you don't play Battle Roads, are you going to play that rubbish game where the little Geodude rolls on the road? What? Most of the comments in the barrage supported Serna playing Road to Battle. Seeing this, Serna nodded and opened a red and white ball icon on the desktop. Then let's go on the road of battle. Battle Road is a simulation battle game launched by DreamWorks half a year ago. Although the functions in various aspects are not perfect and there are still some bugs, the updated content in the past 6 months has been very bad. However, this game allows players to independently assemble Pokémon and engage in relatively realistic simulated battles with other players. It is already a groundbreaking game, and its competitiveness is self-evident. There is no rival on the market at all. So even though players complained and were very dissatisfied with DreamWorks, they had no other choice and the game was extremely popular. In the past 6 months, everyone from ordinary people who weren't trainers to champions was playing it. It could almost be called a game for everyone. Having said that, Serna chose this game live broadcast not only because of the barrage of comments, but also because even as a champion, she could easily experience and learn about some new Pokémon and teams through this game, and increase her understanding and cognition of the battle. However, at this moment, when Serna opened the game and prepared to log in, she was stunned because a line of prompts appeared before her eyes. Server fatal error, unable to connect at this moment. Dissatisfied comments also began to flood the screen. Damn, Dream Chew is messing up again. The classic server crashed. If only 1/10 of the money they make each year was spent on server maintenance, this wouldn't have happened. MGCSML. Well, I can't watch the Anchor battle today. It is a consensus among everyone that DreamWorks game servers are quite bad, and we have long been accustomed to it. Serna just frowned slightly and closed the game interface. Looks like we can't play this today. Does anyone have any suggestions? Unable to play the Battle Road, Serna had actually lost some interest in her heart. But considering the large number of viewers in the live broadcast room, she still asked with a gentle smile, Angry Stone. Pikachu Legend, how about watching a movie? The barrage of comments began to flood the screen again, with everyone giving suggestions. However, at this moment, a paid red message SC attracted Serna's attention. This is an old viewer of the live broadcast room, and the gifts he has given are counted in the millions. The cat who loves fish, sister no. There seems to be a new game promotion festival on the Alliance's official website recently. Would you like to check it out? Yes. As the builder of the world's internet, the Alliance is naturally responsible for these gaming culture matters. On Serna's side, after seeing this message, she suddenly discovered that there was an advertisement for the new game promotion festival right next to her live broadcast room interface. So she clicked on it and started checking it out. Coincidentally, she also wanted to see if there were any new games worth playing recently. But the results were not satisfactory, because what appeared on the webpage were all some old-fashioned, low-quality game content, and there were even 3 skins of Angry Stone. It's just that Geodude was changed into Snarky Magnemite and Miltank. Just when Serna was feeling a little disappointed, the cover of a game suddenly caught her attention, causing her eyes to widen in the hazy and illusory fog. The outline of a giant dragon appeared along with shining golden symbols. Even through the screen, One can faintly feel the majesty and powerful aura coming from this phantom. How is it possible? Serna was stunned. Because she could recognize the outline of the shadow. It was actually a divine beast. The legendary overlord of the sky god of dragons. Rayquaza. She knew Rayquaza because she was a champion, had access to many information channels, and was also a mythological archaeologist. Ordinary people have no idea of the existence of a mythical beast of this level. The stories related to this mythical beast have disappeared for hundreds of years. Even the last ancient document that recorded its information was reduced to ashes in a fire. But now, the appearance of this mythical beast appears on the cover of a game. Is this a coincidence? This thought appeared in her mind for a moment, and was completely denied by Serna. No, absolutely impossible. Before the document was destroyed in the Sea of Fire, she had the opportunity to read its contents. The appearance of the Rayquaza described in the book and the features of this outline were almost exactly the same. Her eyes fell on the name of the game's creator, which contained only one simple word: wind. As a champion, she had never heard of such a person. It seemed like it was some kind of alias. Serna took out her mobile phone and searched for the publisher information of this game, but found that the publisher did not leave any contact information, not even a company names. So it seemed that he was an individual producer. This is a bit difficult originally. Serna wanted to contact the other party directly to ask about the matter of Rayquaza. It now seems that the other party published it individually and did not leave any contact information. Even if I use my connections in the Alliance to look for it, I may not be able to find it. The most important thing is that my friend who is good at finding people may not be able to contact me recently. While Serna was thinking, she subconsciously began to carefully examine the game. The name of the game caught her eye: Pokémon Emerald Beta. What's this name? It's completely different from the games on the market. Moreover, the type of this game is pixel-based. This is a common category of low-quality, low-tech games. Because the production cost is cheap, there are endless bad games, mainly those that make a quick buck and run away. She checked the game's introduction again and found that there was no fancy information. The content was very simple, just one sentence. Meet and cultivate different Pokémon, form your team, and embark on a wonderful adventure with them. And below this sentence there are 2 lines of small red words. The first line is, please note, non-professional trainers are prohibited from playing this game. Otherwise you may suffer from high blood pressure, heart disease, cerebral hemorrhage, and other negative problems. This game is not responsible. Seeing this, Serna couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. A little surprised. High blood pressure, heart disease. Just playing video games, can it be so serious? That's a bit exaggerated. She looked at the second line of red text. The first player to complete the beta version of this game can add the author's contact information using the friend code obtained and receive a bonus of 10 yuan. Serna's gaze suddenly fixed. Contact information. As for the game itself, she didn't think there was anything special about it. After all, it didn't look like a groundbreaking game. At least not comparable to Road to Battle. The prize money is 100,000 yuan as a champion. She naturally doesn't lack this little money. But if you can get the producer's contact information by completing the game, then you have to play it. Since this author was able to create the image and pattern of Rayquaza so accurately, he is definitely not an ordinary person. He might have more information about Rayquaza in his hands. As a lover of mythology, Serna cannot accept the possibility of missing out on such information. With this thought in mind, she added the game to the shopping cart and clicked buy. However, the next moment, the payment interface that popped up made her stunned again. To purchase Pokémon Emerald Beta, you need to pay 288 yuan. Do you want to purchase it? 288 yuan, even for those big games. I have never heard of a game priced over 100. And such a pixel game actually dares to sell for 300 yuan. Even Serna, who is usually calm, can't hold it in anymore. Although I don't lack this little money, but this price. Isn't it a bit too much, obviously? Not only Serna was shocked by the price of this game, but the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer hold back and began to speak. 288, this is just a small pixel game. Only a few hundred megabytes in size. How big can it possibly be? How dare they sell it for 288? The game maker was so kind. He could have just robbed us, but he still made a game for us. Even the Angry Stone is only 99. And the first phase of the Battle Road Pass is only 150. Why is it so expensive? I think they're trying to cash in on the $10 bonus and then run away. Pixel game plus this introduction trope. It's not the first time I've seen it. No one knew what Serna was thinking at this moment about the cover of Rayquaza and its producer. In their view, this was just a money-making game with ridiculous prices. So they naturally started to criticize it. After all, which good game can be sold for 288? But the next moment under everyone's gaze. Serna pressed the purchase button and chose to pay. The barrage of comments suddenly went silent. It erupted again after a few seconds. And the screen was full of question marks. Calm down. Honey, I can afford this money, but you can't spend it like this. Fuck, 288 doesn't even blink. The boss is confused. Faced with these comments, Serna's explanation soon rang out. Don't worry, everyone's. I became interested because the price of this game is so high. If the content isn't good enough as a game tester, I can give you a full refund later, don't worry. From what he said, this is a game related to Pokémon battles. If I can really beat it, there's a 100,000 yuan bonus to be won. As soon as Serna said this, the comments on the forum seemed to understand a little bit. That makes sense. If someone dares to write such a description on the Alliance's official website, and if they dare not give the 10 yuan bonus once someone completes the game, the creator will be arrested and sent to jail. HHHH. The creator must have thought about making a quick buck and running away. So he made the game very difficult. But he definitely didn't expect that the first person to play his game would be a Sinnoh champion. That's right. And Nana is the Alliance's designated professional game tester. If she's not satisfied with the game, she can request a refund at any time. This is hilarious. This guy is going to lose 100. 0 after just selling one copy of his game. The person upstairs said the compensation is 99,712. Please be precise. Looking at the calm and cheerful comments, Serna felt relieved. She definitely couldn't tell anyone about the information on the game cover and her true hidden purpose. The information about the top existences among the divine beasts is top secret and cannot be made known to the general public. Otherwise, it may easily cause panic or some problems. So she had to buy the game for herself and find a reasonable explanation. Moreover, when she saw the price for some reason, an idea suddenly came to her mind. He made a game like this. Maybe it's really worth the money. How could someone who understands the legendary beast, Rayquaza, be an ordinary person? As for making a low-quality game specifically to make money, besides 288 is really nothing to me. So why not try it and you will know the specific situation. Anyway, my real goal is to complete the game first and get the producer's contact information. With this thought in mind, Serna took a deep breath and clicked the game download button under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room. The biggest advantage of pixel games is that they are not large in size. A few seconds later, with a crisp ding sound, an emerald icon suddenly appeared on Serna's desktop. As she clicked the mouse, a window immediately appeared. After the black screen, a drop of water fell from the green leaves, accompanied by dynamic electronic music, and fell into the pond below, causing ripples. The camera moves upend under the sunlight. On a vast grassland, a young man wearing a green headscarf is riding a bicycle. Galloping in the wind, countless Pokémon figures appeared alternately beside him. Accompanying him forward, the running thunder beast, the flying desert dragonfly, and the following electric firefly. There was also a cute turkey chick, which rushed forward clumsily with its two little paws spread out. It fell down without paying attention, and then quickly got up and continued running, as if it was afraid of being left behind. The camera moved up again, and the screen burst into a burst of light. Immediately afterwards, the emerald green game logo appeared, Pokémon Emerald. Such an opening animation made Serna stunned. Half a year ago, she was invited by the Leg to become a special game tester, and she actually experienced many games through live streaming. Pixel games also account for a certain proportion of these games. And in her memories, the characteristics of this type of game are that the graphics are simple and rough, and the focus is entirely on the core, after all. Pixel games have the lowest production costs, which is the top priority for many manufacturers and studios that have ideas but no startup capital. But correspondingly, their picture performance will also be very poor, but now, just this opening animation alone has completely overturned his understanding of pixel games. Although it still has the familiar pixelated feel, the picture is extremely sophisticated and even has a three-dimensional feel, as if it is really appearing in front of your eyes. At this moment, just by seeing this opening scene, Serna immediately made a judgment in her heart. This is definitely not a shoddy money-making game. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also realized that something was wrong and spoke out. What the hell is this, a pixel game? Why does this visual sense and expressiveness feel so strong? The rhythm of this music is also great. I felt brainwashed after listening to it once. Although it's far inferior to the opening animation of Champion Road, it's still much better than any other game I've seen. Oh no, he can't really be worth 288, right? Serna glanced at the barrage and shook her head slightly. If it's just an animation like this, it's definitely not worth the price of 288. The specific situation depends on the actual content of the game. But in her heart, she actually began to feel some anticipation at this moment. She took a deep breath and pressed the X button as instructed by the game. The logo disappeared and a prompt appeared. Please enter your name. Serna hesitated and typed strawberry ice cream. Of all the sweets, ice cream is her favorite. Strawberry is her favorite flavor. The prompt popped up again on the screen. Welcome to the world of Pokémon, strawberry ice cream. An adventure filled with courage and friendship awaits you. Don't forget your original intention. Use your bond and passion to become the strongest Pokémon trainer. At this moment, barrages of comments emerged in the live broadcast room. She still loves ice cream so much it makes me cry, haha. If I say that the host is already the world's strongest trainer, how would you respond? But when Serna looked at the text, she was suddenly stunned. Courage, friendship, bond and loves. There seemed to be several different emotions flowing in her eyes. After a long time, Serna took a deep breath and solemnly pressed the start button. After officially entering the game, a little girl wearing a green straw hat representing her appeared on a moving truck. After jumping out of the car, Mom came forward and introduced the current situation. The player and his family moved to a new home in Mobai Town, a small town in Fengyuan area. This day is also an important day for players to receive their initial Pokémon and embark on their journey as a trainer. When Serna was traveling, the exquisite architectural structure of Mobai Town once again surprised and amazed her. Although she had never been to Mobai Town in Fengyuan district, but the appearance of the surrounding buildings was exactly the same as the characteristics of the Fengyuan area in her memory. It can be seen that the author must have carefully consulted the information and compared it with examples. The details of the grass swaying in the wind, the flowers blooming, and even the Pokémon following the townspeople made Serna feel a little incredible. These are all lifelike, although a little blurry, but very lifelike. Is this really something a pixel game can do next? As the plot progresses, after adjusting the clock at home and meeting a teenager from the neighbor's house, the teenager asks Serna to call out his name. The latter had not yet realized that this person would be her next strong rival. She was not good at naming, so she simply named him the black-haired boy, which caused another burst of laughter in the barrage. Nana is like this. She can't even think of a name without ice cream, haha. Seeing that champion is just as clueless about naming as I am. I feel relieved at the same time. Discussions about the core gameplay of the game also emerged. Speaking of which, the next step is to collect Pokémon. Right. How can I create Pokémon battle animations in this pixel-based game? I feel like I'm completely unable to do it. Yeah, maybe we can just skip the battle animations. After all, the scenery in this game is already enough to see. So we can just treat it as a trip. That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't the game description say it's very difficult? It also says we're not responsible for heart attacks or strokes. While the barrage was discussing, the character controlled by Serna came to the entrance of the woods above the town. A cry for help came from a distance. A coyote was chasing a doctor in a research suit. Serna looked at the image of the doctor and blinked. Why does this doctor look familiar? Isn't this doctor Odamaki from Fengyuan area, strawberry ice cream? You're just in time. There's a Pokeball in that bag over there, help me. A dialogue box pops up. The barrage of comments suddenly became joyful. Holy crap, Dr. Odamaki, is that you? I haven't seen you for a few days. And you're already so pissed, a coyote dog is chasing you. What? The top scientific researcher in the Hone region is asking Sinnoh's strongest champion for help to deal with a hyena dog that bit his ass. How could I have such a dream, haha. The one in front, your comments are annoying my ears. At the same time, the Pokémon selection interface also popped up in front of Serna. The 3 Pokémon balls correspond to a Fire-type Pokémon that looks like a chick with orange fur, Charmeleon. A cool and handsome Grass-type Pokémon that looks like a lizard and holds a branch in its mouth, Carcharodon. There is also a Water-type Pokémon that looks simple, cute and honest, Aqualad. These 3 Pokémon are the starting 3 unique to the Fengyuan region, and are popular starting Pokémon choices for novice trainers in that area. Looking at the images of the 3 Pokémon, Serna began to think, if this is a high-difficulty battle game, then the choice of this initial Pokémon is naturally crucial. After all, we will need to rely on this Pokémon to get through the early stages. While Serna was thinking, the barrage of comments was also giving her advice. Choose the fire chick is so cute. Swampert YYD's okay. Do you like the stats of my Swampert Pentagon Warrior? When will the 4 times weak grass be able to sit down and eat? I'll give you a green grass slide as a reward. How about a wood gecko? I think wood geckos are quite versatile. And even when they evolve into a lizard king, they're pretty powerful. She looked at the barrage of comments, combined with her own thoughts, and quickly made a decision. Choosing the Pokeball of Bimbasara. The reason for this choice was because she had previously been interested in Pokémon like Bimbasara. Now that I have a chance to experience it, it's not bad. What's more, Grass-type Pokémon do have some advantages in the early stages. After all, there are many ways to restore their own physical strength, such as absorption and parasitic seeds. As a cool ripple appeared on the screen, the game instantly switched to the battle scene. A burst of passionate battle music suddenly sounded. The boiling drum beats and the electronic harmonies of the orchestra made people's blood boil. Looking at the interface and options in front of her, Serna instantly understood the combat method of this game. Turn-based, to put it simply. The enemy and our side take turns to act, and whoever is faster can attack first for a pixel game. This kind of combat method seems to be the most suitable. While controlling the wood gecko to use the slap attack, she spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. From the current situation, this game is quite creative. But I've never encountered a turn-based Pokémon battle game before, so I don't know how deep this game is in that aspect. The barrage also expressed their own opinions. Indeed, the turn-based system seems to be okay. You move, I move, this feels a bit boring. Doesn't that mean there's no room for maneuver? Whoever has the advantage in attributes and the higher level wins. Indeed, I feel like this is a problem. The graphics are well made, the music is great, and the ideas are good. But the combat system is weak and boring, and it can only compete with the stats. In this respect, it is not as good as the battle path. I give it a full 4 stars out of 5. The evaluation is complete. While the Barrage was hotly discussing that the turn-based system was a failure for this game, Serna had a different opinion in her heart. She thought about it seriously. The turn-based mode seems to lack depth. But there may be a lot of room for development, in fact. The mechanism of Road to Battle is also a turn-based system in a sense. After all, it is the program that executes the content of the game. Especially in PvP. Every time players on both sides input commands, there will be a very long response time. The only difference is that the battle path has added the function of executing commands through player voice. Given the excellent individual intelligence and AI of Pokémon, the battle effect will be more realistic, so actually, she is a little looking forward to the upcoming combat performance of this game. But having said that, she doesn't think this game can bring her the same improvement in trainer understanding as Battle Road. Because there is one unavoidable problem in any Pokémon battle game, which is that the game developers must have a sufficient understanding of each Pokémon. From the skills that can be master attributes, characteristics to their racial values, and even the real characteristics of each Pokémon. They must be perfectly restored to have real combat value and meaning. Even if Battle Road barely achieved this, it still had a professional team of hundreds of people behind it to provide them with the database. Even so, various bugs and blunders often occur in the Battle Road, such as a Pokémon's characteristic error, or some problems with its attributes, for example, the Grass-type Pokémon and the Flying-type Coal Turtle. This is not because they are giving Upit is actually normal. After all, there are so many Pokémon, and if all of them are turned into game data, there will inevitably be problems, however. The Emerald game that he was playing in front of him was developed by an individual producer, which was obviously a bigger problem thinking of this. Serna shook her head slightly and continued to focus on the game itself. As the wood gecko slapped the dog, the coyote's health dropped by half in an instant. The coyote dog hit back and the wood gecko lost some skin. After the second blow from the wood gecko, the coyote dog completely lost its ability to fight and the battle ended. Seeing this, the comments started another heated discussion. I knew it was like this. Turn-based games are indeed a bit boring. This doesn't look that difficult. The opposing Pokémon is defeated in 2 hits. All I have to do is choose powerful moves every turn and use them. How can it be as difficult as the description says, however? I didn't expect the details of the battle to be so well made. When the Pokémon use their skills, there are corresponding animation reactions, and the images also maintain their state of movement. It's not rigid at all. Indeed, the art design is truly amazing. I think the gameplay team deserves a thumbs up for the art. Unlike Serna, they did not know that this game was developed by one person alone, and they thought it was developed by a studio or a large company. After as of now, some parts of this game are of very high quality, and it is impossible that it was developed by one person. At this moment, with the end of the entire battle, the character controlled by Serna and Dr. Otamaki returned to the research institute in the town. As a reward for helping him, Odama gave Salon as the starter Pokémon to Serna. The rival black-haired boy chose Chickadee as his initial Pokémon. The moment he got the Pokéballs, he immediately suffered from super male syndrome and demanded a Pokémon battle with Serna. This battle was the same as the previous one, and was not difficult. Torch's level was even 1 level lower than that of Bimbisara, and was easily defeated by Serna after the rival left. Professor Otamaki asked her to head north to the top of the road to find the rival and bring him back. He said that he had something he hadn't given to others, so he ran away and gave her 5 Pokéballs. Serna obediently took the wood gecko with her and set off. Before setting off, she opened the player panel and took a look at the status of the Pokémon in her backpack, and roughly understood the difference between this game and other games. When the characteristics and attributes are fully restored, the Pokémon's abilities will be marked with numbers. The most outstanding abilities of her wood gecko are speed and special attack, which are several points higher than its other attributes. This made Serna raise her eyebrows. She originally thought that this game wouldn't do a very good job of recreating the real Pokémon. But she didn't expect the situation before her to be beyond her expectations. Although she had never bred a forest lizard before, she knew clearly that the characteristics of the starter Pokémon like Woodpecker were their outstanding speed and special attack. Obviously, the game makers restored this. So can we infer from this that the data of every Pokémon in the game can also be restored? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Serna dismissed it herself. It probably wouldn't work. Information on Pokémon like Bambasara is relatively easy to find online and is well known. So the fact that it can be made doesn't mean anything. For other unpopular and uncommon Pokémon, it is unlikely that the author can restore them without mastering the database. However, to be able to achieve this level, the creators have been very thoughtful. After checking the Pokémon information in the backpack, Serna followed the game's instructions, went up, passed through a small town, and came to a patch of grass in the north. On her way here, she encountered many wild Pokémon in the bushes and fought with them. The battle process was very easy, and the level of the wood gecko was successfully upgraded from level 5 at the beginning to level 8. While the attributes were improved, it successfully learned a new skill, Flash of Lightning. But when she talked to the black-haired boy, he said that his Pokémon was no longer what it used to be and asked for another fight. At this moment, the barrage burst into laughter. This guy is pretty nice. Isn't this just a pure mobile experience pack? It's not even 2 minutes yet, and you're already busy giving away experience points. A good person will have a peaceful life, and a good person will give birth to 8 children. Amidst the laughter and cheers from the barrage, Serna also joined the battle. However, 2 seconds later, she realized the seriousness of the problem. Because the Pokémon sent by the opponent was still that Charmeleon. But the level is actually 1 level higher than that of the wood gecko. Reaching level 9, Serna suddenly had a bad feeling. Level 8 versus level 9, you can't beat him, right? No, that shouldn't be the case, right? This is just a beginner's quest process. And level 9 is probably just scary. This self-named black-haired boy should be like a guide for novices, responsible for teaching them some basic things. Thinking of this, she controlled the wood gecko and used the Flash of Lightning. The wood gecko strode forward, twisted its body at an extremely fast speed, and dropped its tail heavily. The health bar above the fire chicken's head dropped by less than 1/3. And the next moment, the fire chicken opened its mouth and a ball of fire spewed out. Fire chicken uses flame, excellent effect. The health bar above the head of the wood gecko dropped rapidly like a roller coaster, and instantly dropped to less than half, and immediately turned yellow. Serna had guessed that when the level was 1 level higher, the restraining skills of the fire chick would cause a lot of damage to the wood gecko. But she didn't expect that this would cost the wood gecko half his life. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had just passed by that town and entered a blue building. She found that it seemed to be a store selling props. So she bought a bottle of medicine that could restore the Pokémon's strength. She quickly opened her backpack and used a healing potion on Trico. A burst of purple spray instantly restored Trico's health to full. However, before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, Torchic made another move, unleashing a burst of flame that instantly reduced Trico's health to below half again. At this moment, Serna had already reacted. Unlike other games, using stamina recovery items actually counted as using up a round. Now isn't this situation unsolvable? Whether the wood gecko uses a slap or the newly learned skill Lightning Flash, it can only reduce less than 1/3 of the fire chick's health. However, Takechi only needs to use the flame twice in a row to make the wood gecko lose its combat ability. The bottle of medicine just now only delayed the time of her losing, but did not solve the fundamental problem. What should we do now? It seems that no matter what I do, I will lose. Faced with this situation, Shirna's fighting instinct as a champion made her calm down quickly and start thinking about how to break the deadlock. However, after a few seconds, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Because you didn't give your Pokémon a command in time, your opponent made the first move. Turbot uses flame. Excellent effect. Red flames gushed out. The wood gecko was hit. The screen shook violently, and the health bar above its head was instantly emptied. The two fireworks under restraint instantly killed the Bombashi. The wood gecko has lost its ability to fight. You have no more Pokémons. Strawberry Ice Cream's eyes were filled with darkness. As the prompt popped up, the game interface instantly went black. Serna was stunned in front of the computer. Then, the scene switched and the game character reappeared in the Pokémon Center in the small town. But the difference is that the money in the upper right corner has been completely cleared. At this moment, the barrage of comments was refreshing frantically. Holy crap! This is really a newbie NPC, not some elite enemy. Even if it's an attribute restraint, and the level is one level higher, these two moves can kill it instantly. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Brother, you said you wanted to spar with me. I thought you were just trying to gain experience. But I didn't expect you to really kill me. No wonder the streamer had to choose a Pokémon first. It turns out they were waiting for this. Deliberately choosing a Pokémon with a counter attribute is pretty shameless. Isn't it? Hurry up and call your invincible Garchomp to come up with a solution. Sister Nana, hey man, where's my over $1,000? Why is there a money grabber in this Pokémon battle? Is Team Rocket coming? As the barrage of comments flew all over the sky, Serna had already come back to her senses from her trance. Now she seemed to understand why the introduction mentioned that this game was extremely difficult. The core of all the other games I have played before. Even the PvE mode of Battle Roadie's only one end that is fun. The player's level can easily suppress those NPCs, especially in the early stage. As the game progresses to the middle and late stages, the strength of NPCs will slowly increase, but they can always be suppressed and solved by the player. But the NPCs in this game clearly start to compete fairly with you from the beginning of the novice village. No, it's even unfair competition. It's both restrained and at a higher level. This is simply unfair to the players. Moreover, if a player spends too long thinking during a turn, the player's turn will be skipped directly. These situations can only be described with one word: hardcore. But faced with the situation before her, Serna not only did not think it was wrong, but it was as if something was ignited in her heart, and her interest increased sharply as a champion. She has gone through countless trials and tribulations and knows clearly that only challenges and difficulties can enable people to grow fastest. If everything goes smoothly, neither the trainer nor the Pokémon will be able to unleash their true power, even if they eventually reach a higher level of strength. At her current level of strength, there are very few difficulties that can stop her. But this game has given her another opportunity. Exhaling lightly, Serna quickly adjusted her state and made a decision. Since the NPC's level is one level higher than mine, I will go to the bushes next to me to upgrade the level of the wood gecko and see if I can learn some new skills. When facing a powerful opponent that you cannot defeat, the best way is to become stronger before going after him. With this thought in mind, Serna controlled her character to walk out of the Pokémon Center and began searching for wild Pokémon in the nearby grass to fight. Rattata, Coyote, Pidgeot, and Thorntail. All the Pokémon that might spawn in the nearby bushes were beaten by Bimbisara. 10 minutes later, when a coyote fell, the level of the wood gecko finally reached level 12. A prompt also popped up. Your current Pokémon level has reached the upper limit of this stage, 12. You need to reach the next city before you can further improve. At this moment, the comments also started to discuss. Is there still a level limit? I think it makes sense. Otherwise, if you live in the novice village and don't go out, and then reach level 50 or 60, you'll just become the novice village demon king and kill people all the way. That would be boring. +1 now that I'm level 12. I should have no problem defeating that level 9 fire chicken. Right, I think it should be okay. With a 3-level difference, it should be able to take at least 4 flames, right? There's a lot of room for maneuvers. Indeed, if I can lose, I'll just eat it at the same time. Serna had gone to the Pokémon Center to restore the condition of the gecko, and returned to the grass at the top of the road and chose to talk to her rival. The black-haired boy was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Huh, you seem to have made some progress. But I'm not a pushover either. I definitely won't fall behind. Now that our eyes have met, let's fight at this moment. Serna looked at the screen seriously and solemnly. Now the level of the wood gecko has been upgraded to level 12. And it has also learned 2 new skills, super absorption and see-through. This time I will definitely win at this moment. The exciting battle music sounded again. And a prompt popped up. Strong rival black-haired boy come and challenge. He threw the Poké ball in his hand, a white light flashed. And it was still the fire chick that appeared. Everything seems to be exactly the same as before. But there is one thing that seems different from before. That's the number in the turkey chicken level box, level 13. Serna live broadcast room audience. Nobody. Why are you leveling up when other players are leveling up? Are you serious with the level suppressed again? The outcome of this battle was naturally no surprise. Boshigan was directly defeated by 2 flames from Chickadee. Even because the levels of both Pokémon were increased. This time, Charmeleon's flame directly knocked off 2-3 of Broomstick's health, which was even more exaggerated than the last time. Watching the computer screen go black again, the character reappeared in the Pokémon Center, and the money symbol in the upper right corner directly turned into -1000. In Serna's live broadcast room, the audience began to scroll through the screen frantically again. Oh shit, now I know what that guy just said. He definitely won't fall behind. So he's always 1 level higher than the other players. This game developer is such a jerk. Why did they let NPCs level up along with the players? Hahaha, the money has become -1000. This time the anchor is bankrupt. When the barrage of comments refreshed, Serna didn't notice it at all at this moment. She has fallen into a state of serious thinking, obviously. The game makers have predicted the players' possible responses and directly blocked the path to passing the level through upgrading. In this case, we can only use other methods to deal with this opponent. The biggest problem that Wood Gecko faces against Fire Chick is its attribute disadvantage. The huge damage caused by the double restraint is something that the Wood Gecko's body is completely unable to withstand. And solve the disadvantage of attribute restraint. Thinking of this, Serna's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute. Didn't Professor Otamaki give me 5 Poké balls when I left? Wouldn't it be possible to solve the problem if I just used these Poké balls to catch a Pokémon that could counter Charmeleon in the nearby grass? But having said that, Pokémon obviously cannot be captured casually. During the game just now, she had checked the backpack interface and got some tips on the rules. Not only will there be a cap on a player's level in each region, there will also be a cap on the number of Pokémon they can possess at the same time. For example, right now the upper limit of your Pokémon is 2. The highest Pokémon limit in the entire game can only reach 15. And once you get a Pokémon, there is no way to release it. You must carry it with you until you complete the game. For a game, such requirements are indeed a bit too hardcore. However, such rules made Serna feel a sense of agreement in her heart. Even in the games, these Pokémon are partners who fight alongside them, rather than data that can be discarded after use. Having said that, in such a situation, she must plan the position of every Pokémon in her team. It is necessary to ensure that the next Pokémon captured can play an important role in the subsequent adventure, and can also successfully help her pass the test of the powerful enemy in front of her. Serna began to quickly recall the Pokémon she had encountered along the way. But at this moment, a sudden ring interrupted her thoughts. It was her cell phone that rang next to the computer desk. She picked up the phone, glanced at the contact name on the screen, and immediately answered the call. A voice came from the phone that only she could hear, MS. Serna, I'm sorry, I know you're on vacation. But the Pokémon in the spirit world have just started to stir again for some reason. We suspect a new spirit tide is about to appear. The spirit world entrance in Beidai City needs your support. Hearing this, Serna's expression changed slightly and she nodded. Okay, got it, I'll be right there then. She turned around and spoke apologetically to the audience in the live broadcast room. Sorry everyone, I have some things to take care of. So today's live broadcast will end here. But I will come back as soon as I have time to continue the broadcast. Please be patient and wait. After saying that, she directly cut off the signal from the live broadcast room. Barrages of comments appeared above the black screen. No wife, I'm really enjoying this. I guess the Alliance has some plans, I think so. I heard things haven't been peaceful in the spirit world lately. It might be something like this. No choice, wait for the host to come back, then disperse. Some viewers in the live broadcast room had already left to watch other anchors. But at this moment, a barrage of comments woke everyone up. Brothers, I'm going to buy this game and try it out first. Oh my god, yeah, we can play too. It looks quite fun, go go go. A group of people have become very interested in Pokémon Emerald through Serna's recent live broadcast and went straight to buy the game to play. With such high quality and looking so novel, they naturally don't mind spending money to try it out. Others expressed different opinions. Those who want to buy this are probably really rich guys. 288 is too expensive, I'll wait and see indeed. My weekly living expenses are not that much. So I can't afford it at all. A pixel game costs 288. Although it seems to be well made at the moment, I still don't rush to buy it in case it fails later. Just as the last comment said, the price of 288 is indeed not low for ordinary people. You still need to think carefully before buying a pixel game. But even so, the sales of Pokémon Emerald have quietly begun to soar after the live broadcast of Serna. After all, even though today is a weekday, the number of people watching her live broadcast has still exceeded 200. If only 1% of the audience is willing to buy the game. That still means sales of 2,000 copies. At the same time, above Shenhe Town under the clouds, a deep blue shadow streaked across the sky like lightning and rushed into the distance. It is a dragon-type Pokémon that looks like a shark standing on two legs, with a streamlined and powerful body Garchomp. Its body is like dark blue armor, with red stripes on its abdomen and golden scales covering its legs. It looks like a fully armed ancient warrior, exuding a powerful aura and oppressive feeling. If you look closely, you can see that there is a person sitting on the back of this land shark. That person was none other than Serna. According to the leg's regulations, in order to avoid accidents, it is prohibited to use Pokémon to carry humans for flight in the area above the city. But as the champion naturally has this privilege. What's more, she does have an urgent task to deal with now. At this moment, Serna was looking at the sky in the distance, seemingly thinking about something. She was obviously going to face some dangerous Pokémon next. But now she was thinking about the game just now. Because those Pokémon from the spirit world were not really dangerous to her. But the game just now really stumped her. The NPC in the game would actually level up with me, moreover. Even the first level in the novice village is so challenging. So how strong will the opponents arranged for you later in the game be? Thinking of this, Serna couldn't help but feel a little more excited. She hadn't felt such a sense of challenge for a long time. Having said that, she is becoming more and more interested in the game maker. It's a pity that I haven't been able to contact the other party yet. Otherwise, you must get to know such an interesting creator. At the same time, she also realized a problem. Judging from the quality of this game, it should only be a matter of time before it becomes popular. But if someone else completes the game before you and takes the author's contact information, you will be in trouble in the spiritual world. We must fight quickly and decisively, and then hurry back to complete the levels. Serna made a decision in her heart. Just at this moment, the phone on her waist rang again. Unlike usual situations, there was no number or contact name on the screen. but a string of garbled characters, however. After seeing this string of garbled characters, Serna was stunned at first, then showed a look of surprise and immediately answered the phone. On the other end, a somewhat lazy voice came. "Hello, Sister Julien, it's been a long time. Did you miss me?" Cynthia still seemed a little surprised. "You came out so soon this time, what's wrong?" "Don't you want me to come out?" the voice said jokingly. This time it was indeed smoother. There were fewer monsters in the black hole this time, and we were able to get out early after dealing with them. "Oh, that's great. I thought it would take at least 2 months. Upon hearing this, Serna immediately said, "You came out just in time, can you help me find someone?" The voice suddenly showed some interest. "Oh. Who is this guy that our Sinnoh champion has targeted?" "A wanted criminal from the Alliance. A dark figure from the underworlds. Or some mad scientist doctor who's gone astray." Serna denied neither, it's to find a game maker. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while he spoke helplessly, "Sister Julien, you should know that my database and hacking skills shouldn't be used to find the game maker and send him blades." "Right." Serna also realized that there was something wrong with her words and immediately added, "It's like this, he might have some clues about Rayquaza. I don't know if he's an individual producer or a studio. I think the latter is more likely. So I'd like you to help me check." The voice immediately agreed, "Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Okay, I'll help you look for it," Serna said sincerely. "Thank you, I'll treat you to dinner later." The voice smiled, "No need to thank me, you are just friends. We have a lifelong friendship, but I still want to eat. Let's go to the steakhouse at the Shuimai City Pier. It's your treat, I'm hanging up now. I'll contact you when I have news." After the call was hung up, hearing the busy tone in the receiver, Serna put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. With this person's help, finding the maker shouldn't be a problem. But one thing at a time, she still wants to play games. She also wants to take the first one, Greco speed up. Roar! A blue light flashed with a sonic boom and disappeared into the sky in an instant. 6 hours later, Kanto region, Tokyo City. It's so nice to sleep. Ling Feng opened his eyes in the rental house set up and stretched comfortably. He subconsciously opened his cell phone to check the time. As a result, I was stunned by the prompts that were refreshing frantically on the screen. Leiyu platform reminds you, your game Pokémon Emerald has sold 1823 copies today. This data is still being updated and increased. Seeing this, Ling Feng was stunned. What? It hasn't even been on sale for a day, how come so many are sold? After the game is completed, you need to set a selling price before uploading it. At that time, he originally wanted to set the price lower. After all, this was his first game and it was still a test version. He was not looking for profit. His main purpose was to gain more emotional points and make a name for himself. But the system told him that the lowest price was 288. Ling Feng was stunned at the time. After all, the price of 288 was already quite exaggerated. It was a level that many players would not be willing to buy even if they liked it. But no matter what he said, the system insisted on the price and refused to budge. Saying you get what you pay for, Ling Feng had no choice but to compromise and set the price at 288. With this initial price, he had already prepared himself mentally before going to bed for the possibility that he would not be able to sell a single copy of the game when he woke up. But now, looking at the sales figures that were about to break through the two, Ling Feng was completely stunned. What's going on? Are all the players in this world so rich? Just as he was confused, another line of golden prompts suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding, while the host was sleeping. You gained a large number of points from the 4 emotions: disdain, shock, anticipation, and joy, totaling 720 points. Points from online live broadcast viewers, 320 points. Points from players who purchased the game, 100 points. Surprise and anticipation points from the important character, Sinnoh champion Serna, 300 points. Serna live broadcast room. Ling Feng reacted instantly. No wonder he sold so many after waking up. It turns out that it was Sister Beikai who live-streamed my game. That's not surprising, but what's wrong with my game? Why did Sister Beikai take a fancy to it? The champion of the Sinnoh region actually plays games. Ling Feng thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Never mind, I'll check this later, anyway, no matter what. This is undoubtedly a good start. Judging from the sales and point feedback, the content of Emerald has undoubtedly initially attracted the audience of this live broadcast, including Serna herself now. Let's see what new game production modules we can redeem with these points to further improve the game. He still has many ideas, but because the module is not good, he has not had time to realize them. Just as Ling Feng was about to open the system panel, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind, accompanied by something suddenly coming from behind him. With his hair standing on end and feeling creepy, Ling Feng quickly turned around. In the end, I saw nothing. Did I drift off in my sleep? Scratching the back of his head, Ling Feng muttered to himself in confusion. Go wash your face later. However, the next moment when he turned around, directly met a pair of dark green eyes and a strange light blue candle burning faintly. Inside the rental house, a loud bang was heard. Lingering in the air, what the hell is this? In this world, Pokémon has long become an integral part of people's lives, and they can be seen in every corner of the city. Humans and Pokémon live in harmony is not just an empty slogan, but a reality that has been truly achieved. In the week since Ling Feng traveled to this world, he has actually seen Pokémon quite a lot. Whether it's a Meowth licking its fur on the street corner in the city, an Eevee being carried by a girl, or a Pidgeot flying in the sky, he has long been accustomed to them. However, the problem is that during this week, except for the few times he went out, he basically stayed in the room, thinking about making games. After all, the rent is about to expire, and if I can't get the money, the landlord will kick me out. Therefore, he actually had no close contact with Pokémon this week. But now it has, and this contact came so suddenly. After being frightened by the sudden appearance of the Pokémon and taking 2 steps back subconsciously, Ling Feng calmed down a little and carefully observed the Pokémon in front of him. Candle-like shape, deep blue flame. This is actually a Candlelight Spirit, and it's in a flashing form. Why would a ghost-type Pokémon like this appear in my room? Ling Feng instantly became nervous again. Ghost-type Pokémon are an extremely special kind of creatures. They are very rare in cities, and most of them are found in the wilderness. This is because they almost all feed on the energy of other lives and are very dangerous. The Candlelight Spirit is one of them. According to his memory, although these guys look cute, they will quietly devour human souls. In other words, if you are not careful, your soul may be sucked away by this guy at this moment. Ling Feng stared at Zhu Guangling closely, and Zhu Guangling was also looking at him. One man and one Pokémon stared at each other, and the air fell into silence. As Ling Feng retreated step by step, he found that the Candlelight Spirit in front of him did not seem to move. Apart from that, I didn't feel any physical discomfort even though I was so close to him. So this little guy didn't eat me. Ling Feng thought about it carefully. This Candlelight Spirit should not have just come into my room. After all, I vaguely felt a little cold when I was sleeping. It's summer now, and this kind of situation should never happen. So this guy should have been here a long time ago. But after waking up, I felt refreshed and full of energy. It didn't look like my soul had been sucked away. Looking at the Candlelight Spirit again, the flame above his head was shaking and looked very weak, as if it would go out at any moment. How could he be in this state after having a full feast on his soul? Considering the current situation, this little guy actually has no ill will towards me. Hello? Ling Feng waved his hand tentatively and said hello. The last summer heat. The Candlelight Spirit glanced at him and responded with a soft cry. But Ling Feng found that he couldn't understand it at all. What does he mean? The last day of summer, the last day of summer. The Candlelight Spirit screamed again. its voice a little hurried, and the flame above its head twisted and pointed at its body like an arrow. If we look at it from a human perspective, that location is probably the stomach. Ling Feng immediately had a guess and asked tentatively. You are hungry, Zhu Guangling nodded rapidly. Then wait for Merit Heredant moves. I'll get you something to eat right away. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he turned around and rushed out of the room. Only the Candlelight Spirit was left standing there, with its head tilted and its small green eyes looking in the direction where Ling Feng was leaving. Seeming a little confused, people left. But it seems that there is food, as long as there is food. That's good, so hungry, but you must never eat people. People will feel uncomfortable, okay. With Pokémon and trainers all over the world, the Pokémon industry is naturally quite developed. Although Ling Fang lives in a relatively remote location in Viridian City, there is still a shop selling Pokémon items downstairs. After withdrawing the money from selling 2.0 copies of the game from the platform, he walked directly into the store and picked out the most expensive ghost-type Pokémon food. This kind of food is specially made by breeders for ghost-type Pokémon, taking into account their unique needs for souls. It is a carefully formulated food containing special energy to provide corresponding supplements. Although it is not as effective as the ghost-type Pokémon that can directly absorb souls, it can still meet their basic needs after Allah's a trainer. You can't really let ghost-type Pokémon suck people, right? Then he would become an evil cultivator running around with the 10,000 souls banner. And he would be arrested by the Alliance. After buying the food, Ling Feng hurriedly took it back home and placed the jar in front of Zhu Guangling. Sorry for the wait, let's eat. The Candlelight Spirit stuck its head out and sniffed the black food in the jar curiously. And its eyes suddenly lit up. The last day of summer, the last day of summer. The next moment he buried his head in it. The food in the jar began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Feng was shocked by the speed of eating. My goodness, how many days have you been hungry? Why is he eating so fast? The Candlelight Spirit stopped only after half a can of food disappeared. The flames above his head were also much stronger than at the beginning. The last summer heat, he let out a satisfied cry. His eyes narrowed, and his gaze towards Ling Feng was full of affection and gratitude. As long as you're full, you're welcome. Ling Feng smiled and felt relieved at the same time. Fortunately, there is a reason why this food is expensive. Although a can costs more than 2,000, at least Zhu Guangling likes to eat it, that's enough. But then again, I can't actually understand what Pokémon is saying. According to the original works, Pokémon can understand human language. Although humans cannot directly understand the details of Pokémon's words, they can at least understand the general meaning. When the relationship between the trainer and the Pokémon becomes close, this barrier will completely disappear and they can communicate completely without any obstacles. But when I just heard Zhu Guangling talking, it seemed like I didn't understand anything and I could only rely on my own guesses. This is really a bit troublesome. Just as Ling Feng was thinking, a line of golden prompts suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detected that the host has Pokémon language needs. Recommended for you, Pokémon language translation module low level. After unlocking this module, you can understand the language of any Pokémon and restore the Pokémon's calls and language in the game to the correct real-life situation. To unlock this module, you need to consume 100 emotion points. Looking at the information in front of him, Ling Feng's eyes suddenly lit up with this thing. I can understand what the Candlelight Spirit says. Not only that after unlocking this module, it will also be useful for the production of the game. This effect completely restores the Pokémon's calls and language. It can add a lot of authenticity to the game. Even, I can add this function to Emerald immediately. And this module is not expensive. It only requires 100 emotion points. Now he has more than 600 points with this thought in mind. Ling Feng chose to buy it without hesitation. Purchase successful module activated. Current host has 562 remaining emotion points. After scanning the prompts in front of him, Ling Feng looked at Zhu Guangling again and asked, "Are you full, Mafu Mo? I'm full, thank you, man." Zhu Guangling nodded in response, and Ling Feng could clearly understand the meaning of his cry. But this speaking format, why does it feel so familiar? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked again, "How long have you been in my rooms?" "The last 10 days of summer, the last 10 days of summer. The end, a long times. I've been playing with the big tin can all this time. I'll wait until you sleep so I can eat you up." Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a little creepy after hearing this. Although he knew that the Candlelight Spirit was referring to the soul, it still sounded quite scary. He calmed down before continuing to ask, "Then why didn't you eat it in the end, this time?" Zhu Guangling did not answer immediately, but thought for a while. "Mafumo. Because people will feel uncomfortable. And I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable." Ling Feng was stunned. "I rely on, what is this? Did I get an SSR peerless heroic spirit? Just as the flower language of the stray cat is slow or miss. The flower language of the ownerless Pokémon is also slow or miss." Ling Feng made a decision without hesitation and stretched out a hand towards the Candlelight Spirit. "In that case, do you want to follow me from now on? I'll take care of all your food so you won't be hungry. And you won't have to worry about sucking other people's souls and making them uncomfortable." Ghost-type Pokémon absorb souls, not only because it is their nature, but also as a way for them to replenish their energy. But if they can replenish their energy through other channels, why do they have to eat souls? Unless it is a ghost Pokémon with a vicious nature. It enjoys devouring souls. But it was obvious that the Candlelight Spirit in front of him was not such an existence. When he heard Thishi's eyes suddenly lit up, he nodded repeatedly and jumped around Ling Feng happily. "Madafuku, what a nice person, thank you." Ling Feng smiled and reached out to pick up Zhu Guangling. "Then please give me your guidance in the future." Candlelight Spirit, the last dog days tilde. To Ling Feng's surprise, the ethereal spirit of the ghost-type Pokémon Candlelight felt like a ball of soft jelly. Very comfortable, and the feeling of being held in his arms was not cold at all, but rather made him feel very warm. It's warm, but why is it suddenly a bit hot? Ling Feng subconsciously looked down. "Oh. I thought something was wrong. But it turned out that my clothes were on fire. Okay, wait. Burnings." The next moment, screams echoed in the rental house again. "It's on fire." 5 minutes later, Ling Feng poured a pile of ashes into the trash can, put on a patched old set of clothes and sighed slightly. "I forgot that Candela is also a fire-type Pokémon. The fire on its head is not just a decoration. It seems that if I want to embrace the Candlelight Spirit, I have to buy some fireproof clothes. You have to ask the Candlelight Spirit to pay attention at ordinary times. Otherwise, the house will really catch fire sooner or later." He turned his head and found that Candlelight Spirit had fallen asleep against the corner of the wall. When he slept, the flame above his head also subsided a lot, leaving only a small dot. "You must be tired." Ling Feng thought about it and didn't disturb him. He originally wanted to ask where the Candlelight Spirit came from, but now he decided to let the little guy have a good rest. As for myself, he sat back down in front of the computer desk. The software shows that the number of Pokémon Emeralds sold has reached 2125, successfully breaking the 2000 mark. But the number has been stagnant here for what seems to be several minutes and has not continued to grow. Ling Feng was not surprised by this. Judging from the system prompts, Serna's live broadcast should have ended, because she did not receive a large number of emotional points. Only some sporadic points income. This should come from the more than 2,000 players who have purchased the game and are currently playing it. With more than 2,000 copies sold, excluding the platform's commission, his income was a little over yuan. The problem of tight wallet will naturally no longer exist. But from the moment he obtained the system, Ling Feng's goal in making games was not just to make money. He wants everyone in this world to experience the joy brought by Pokémon games. Well, of course, torture is also a kind of happiness. It's painful and happy at the same time. Ling Feng regained his composure and began to think about his current situation. The current first goal is definitely to fully produce Pokémon Emerald and officially release it. He has many ideas that are definitely impossible to realize with the current system low-level module technology. He opened the system panel and checked the module interface. There are so many low-quality modules that you can't even see the end of them at a glance. For example, modules such as Card Game Module and Rabbit Game Module increase the speed and quality of game production of specified types. For example, the ultra-high-definition Blu-ray Picture Module and the Top Professional Configuration Music Module are modules that increase game performance and overall quality. The price of these modules is around 300 points. Considering Ling Fang's current situation, it won't be a problem to buy two after waiting a while. But his eyes fell on a module without hesitation. Intelligent Modules Low Levels. Introduction, you can add advanced artificial intelligence that responds individually to NPCs, Pokémon and other units in your games, and can make intelligent actions based on the actual situation. Price 500 points. The price of this module is much higher than other low-level ones. But Ling Feng's eyes are fixed on it at the moment. What's the most important thing about making a Pokémon game in the Pokémon world? It's true. Only when players feel that they are entering a real world can they immerse themselves in it. Those Pokémon and NPCs are not just data that can only respond mechanically, but more like living beings. Games, although virtual in nature. But a good game can make you forget this while playing, as if you have really entered another world. This is the greatest charm of the game. Ling Feng felt a little regretful when playing the Pokémon handheld game in his previous life. It's a pity that I can't really interact and chat with those Pokémon friends, feel their joys and sorrows and live with them. Even after traveling to the world of Pokémon, he discovered that it was actually very realistic. Not everyone has the conditions to become a trainer, travel with Pokémon and climb to the top. This not only requires time and cost, but also courage and talent for ordinary people. It is already very good to be able to live in the city even with a Pokémon. More people can only live in a fixed city, doing a fixed job for their entire lives, and can barely support themselves and their families, let alone afford the expenses of more Pokémon. No matter how much these people loved Pokémon when they were young, they would eventually be worn down by the pressure of life and gradually get lost in the cold city. Therefore, every game Ling Feng makes next will give a chance to all those who love Pokémon. Perhaps it's a chance to experience growing and fighting alongside Pokémon and reach the top of the world. Or perhaps it's a chance to live with Pokémon, make friends with them and become friends. Or perhaps it's a chance to travel with Pokémon and see the wonders and colors of the world. He believed that these opportunities were like clusters of flames. One day this flame will ignite the whole world. It will make everyone remember what they truly love deep in their hearts. After a few seconds, Ling Feng's somewhat excited mood calmed down a little. It is a good thing to have plans and goals, but for me now, if I want to realize and achieve such goals, I have to move forward step by step with my feet on the ground. He quickly sorted out the current situation. Now Pokémon Emerald has been successfully released. Although it is only a test version, it is currently the most important game for me and also my starting point. How quickly the game can accumulate popularity and reputation and increase the number of players depends on it. The place where Pokémon Emerald was released was a special website called New Game Festival, opened by the Alliance. In the first half of this year, all newly developed games will be added to this website and compete within a period of 4 months. The first one who finally breaks through the siege can win the title of Golden Ball Award and receive strong promotion from the league officials. Like the previously popular game Angry Stone, although it did not participate in this new game festival, it was able to become popular on the entire internet at such a fast speed, which was also due to the Alliance's vigorous promotion. That game also participated in a league's racing game competition and won the championship. Therefore, if you want to become famous and gain more emotional points, you must win the champion of this new game festival. Pokémon Emerald, this is not an easy thing to do. On the one hand, the competition has been going on for 3 months and will end in 1 month. Pokémon Emerald had just been produced and officially launched, and it was already behind others in terms of time. Not to mention, DreamWorks has officially announced in this last month that it will launch a new game, which will be the grand finale in the last 2 weeks. Some people say that this is for the sake of fairness. After all, if a game made by such a big company is launched on the first day of the new game festival, it will suck up all the traffic, and other games will basically have no chance of survival. Some people also say that this is a reflection of DreamWorks' confidence. Even if they only have 2 weeks to attract players, they believe that no one can compete with their game. Although their game has not even released a trailer yet, everyone believes that the winner of the Golden Globe Award will definitely be DreamWorks. Although DreamWorks is in a bad state and has a poor attitude, their team strength and strong financial chain are indeed there. The quality of its games is naturally not something that small venues can match. Ling Feng knew that if he wanted to expand his fame, even if he didn't win this time, he would have to confront DreamWorks head-on in the end. But to be honest, he really didn't think DreamWorks could do better than him. 1 month, although time is tight. But above the system panel, there are still hundreds of black technology modules waiting to be unlocked. He glanced at the module panel, where there was a module in his collection. After obtaining the system, he found that he had only unlocked the intermediate and low-level modules, and the high-level modules were all black. But the intermediate module was already enough to shock him. Intermediate module, Brain-Computer Virtual Reality Technology Module. Introduction, VR experience devices can be mass-produced, and VR technology can be applied to games, allowing players to experience the game content firsthand, while greatly accelerating the speed and quality of VR game production. Points required to purchase, 5,000 points, that's right. Even a black technology like virtual reality technology is only qualified to be a mid-level module in the system panel. Ling Feng didn't even dare to imagine what the content of the advanced modules would be like. After turning off the panel, Ling Feng's thoughts returned to the competition of this new travel festival. The Golden Globe Award is finally determined based on the game's overall performance over the past few months. In addition to the popularity of the gameplay ratings and playability, the completion of the game is also very important. In other words, within this 1 month, Ling Feng not only needs to improve some of the content of Pokémon Emerald, but also needs to complete the production of this game completely. Now let's further advance the main storyline of the game. With the help of the system module, he had written the underlying code and program of the game in just 1 night yesterday, and had also made a map to the entrance of the first gym, Chenghua Gym, according to the plot. After successfully defeating a strong enemy, the player can officially embark on the journey of a trainer and come to the nearest city, Orange City. However, you cannot fight in the gym in this city at the beginning, because it is an ordinary gym opened by the protagonist's father kindly. It ranks low among all gyms, and the player does not have enough strength to challenge it. So the first gym battle in the true sense actually takes place in the next city, Kanazawa City, at the rock-type gym run by Azalea. In Ultra Emerald, this is the beginning of the nightmare for countless players. The several powerful Pokémon owned by Azalea will teach every player who does not know how to properly form a team a lesson. When Ling Feng played for the first time, he was successfully defeated by Lily Cradle 3 times in a row, and was beaten to the point of doubting his life. Ling Feng's plan, of course, is to further develop this gym. Not only that, the artificial intelligence module that has just been unlocked should also come in handy. He took a deep breath, opened the desktop folder, and began to work quickly. 1 day flies by in a blink of an eye. The next morning, on a live streaming platform called Xiangwei Miao, many live streaming rooms have been quietly opened. In this world, although entertainment industries such as games and movies are not well developed, correspondingly, as many people choose to watch live broadcasts to kill time, live broadcast platforms can be said to be thriving. This Xiangwei Miao is one of the giants of the live broadcast platform in the whole world. It can be said to be on par with the Psyduck platform. In fact, in recent years, there is even a tendency for it to surpass it at this moment. In a live broadcast room called, using tens of millions of volts to bring laughter to everyone. A girl wearing yellow, pink, black, and blue clothes, with cute fangs and pink hair stretched and gave a full of energy smile to the screen. Ciao tilde good morning everyone in the live studio. Did you miss me the next moment? Barrages of comments filled the air above the screen. Strange tree, strange tree. I'm coming baby, I miss you so much. What's the event today? Let's look forward to it, oh whoa. Reincarnate as an electric belly baby in the next life, gift, 100 heart-beating roses. Kishu single promoter, send a gift, Supercar X10. That's right. The owner of this live broadcast room is none other than Kishu, the owner of the electric-type gym in Nyanguang City in the Padia region. Unlike Serna, she can be said to be a professional anchor. The popularity of the Nyanguang gym is largely due to her live broadcast promotion. In the entire Xiangwei Miao platform, she is undoubtedly the top anchor and is extremely popular. Less than a minute after the broadcast started, the popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000 at this moment. Kishu smiled and said, Hey, thank you all for your support and gifts tilde. Oh. According to the original plans, we were supposed to do a live broadcast of our outdoor hike today. As she spoke, she turned and glanced out the window. The sky was now overcast, and it was obvious that the live broadcast of the outdoor hiking trip could not be done. But it is not a problem for Kishu. There is a reason why she has become a super popular anchor. Because what she is best at is mobilizing the emotions of the audience. During the live broadcast, if she feels that the interaction with the audience does not meet her expectations, she will immediately adjust the content of the live broadcast to make the audience atmosphere more heated. She put her face close to the screen and gave a mysterious smile. Since today's weather isn't suitable for hiking, why not organize a special activity? Electric belly frog, please give me that tilde. She waved to a green Pokémon with a bulging tan belly next to her. This is the electric Pokémon frog, and one of Kisu's best buddies, electricity tilde. The electric belly frog shook its body and moved a cardboard box from the side and placed it on Kishu's desk. Thank you tilde. Kishu picked up the cardboard box and shook it. Everyone's. This box contains many fun interactive game options. I'll be drawing one from it now for today's special activity. This cardboard box can be considered an old friend in Kishu's live broadcast room. Whenever Kishu is not satisfied with the interactive projects in the live broadcast room, or when something unexpected happens, she will randomly draw a note from the cardboard box as a basis for the next interaction with the audience. In each interaction, a lucky audience member will be selected to specify the specific content of the activity, such as requesting a song for Kishu to sing, or watching a movie together as expected. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly heated up by Kishu's behavior, and the audience became excited, yay. Another special event. Will there be any new projects this time? I'm looking forward to it, hope you can choose me. Then I'll start. She reached into the box, fumbled around for a few seconds, pulled out a ball of paper, and unfolded it in front of the screen. Fans recommend video games, hey. It's the ordering game. Kishu smiled and operated something on the screen. The lucky viewer who's on the same radio with me this time is E5763. I'm about to initiate a connection, the barrage appeared. Damn it, why not me? Let us congratulate this B-level user the next moment. In the live broadcast room, an audience member named Xingqian connected to the microphone. His voice was trembling and he was obviously very excited. Hello Kishu, I've been a fan of yours for years and I never thought I'd actually be able to connect with you. I want to say you're really great. I love watching your live streams, Kishu smiled sweetly. Wow, that's some genuine praise. I'll definitely keep it in mind. It's because of your support that I can bring you a better live stream. Oh well Xingqian, You can choose a game for me to play today for everyone to see. What game do you want to choose? The voice on the other end hesitated for a few seconds and then quickly responded. About this. Yesterday my friend told me that he saw a game in Serna's live broadcast room. And it seemed very interesting. Even Serna was playing very seriously at the time. And seemed to be addicted to it. What's it called? Pokémon Emerald. If possible, Kishu, can you help me experience it? After hearing this, Kishu was stunned for a moment. Emerald Pokémon, what a novel name. She was also thinking in her heart. What game did Serna play during the live broadcast? Of course, she knew that the champion also had her own live broadcast room. But according to her impression apart from the battle road, Serna should not like to play games very much. Now she couldn't help but become interested. She opened the browser and quickly searched for the Pokémon Emerald interface on the official website of the new game festival. The next moment she was undoubtedly stunned. 288. Pixel game, and it's a beta version. The comments in the live broadcast room also started to make comments. Holy crap bro, what game did you pick? A 288 pixel game. That's seriously impressive. Why does it seem so unreliable? Are you sure your friend didn't lie to you? Kishu-chan, why don't we try another game? Angry Stone is better than this, right? Faced with these comments, the connected audience named Xingqian also seemed a little hesitant. Kishu, how about changing it? I didn't expect this game to be so expensive. Just at this moment, a new batch of barrages emerged. If you haven't watched yesterday's livestream, don't comment. This game is way better than Angry Stone and is definitely worth the money. Yeah, I watched Serna's entire livestream yesterday. She was so into this game that she even forgot to interact with the comments. I guarantee you this game is absolutely fun. There were few of these barrages, so they were quickly drowned out by the previous ones. Heh, what's the big deal about a pixel game? And you're selling it for 288. Are you guys hired by this manufacturer? That's right. What good can a game like this, made by an independent developer and still in beta, possibly be good even if you're editing it? At least write it properly, right? Be careful. Or Serna will find out and hold you accountable. Seeing that the atmosphere in the barrage was not right, Kishu made a decision without hesitation. Directly clicked to buy the game and said, although I see that everyone is thinking about me and is worried that I will suffer, I still hope that everyone can be harmonious and not quarrel. As for this game, I believe this fan called Xingqian recommended it to me out of kindness. Besides, ordering games at will is in accordance with the rules. Next, I'll treat it as a test of poison for everyone. Let's see, is this game really worth the price? Or is it just after everyone's wallets? As she spoke, she clicked the download button and thought to herself, if a game with hundreds of megabytes of pixels is worth the price, she doesn't even know how to make it worth it. It seems that this fan of mine was probably deceived. Right, but in this situation I have no choice but to play. While she was thinking, the game had already started up. As a professional gamer, she simply double-clicked the X key as prompted and skipped the opening animation. But the next moment, a window suddenly popped up in front of her. Update announcement, current game version 0.1. The latest update content is as follows. 1. Added the skip opening animation function. 2. AI-powered Pokémon and NPCs are now fully covered. Players can interact with them intelligently through voice and text input, while also slightly increasing NPCs' battle command capabilities. 3. Updated the main map to the first gym city, Kana City. Players can now participate in their first gym battle. At this moment, Kishu's gaze was fixed on the second row of information. AI full coverage, intelligent interaction. Impossible, it's not her fault that she reacted this way. Even a high-tech game like Road to War, which is hundreds of gigabytes in size, has only achieved a small portion of AI intelligence coverage and is still plagued by numerous bugs. It is said that it is undergoing full development and improvement. Now, a game with hundreds of megabytes of pixels dares to claim that it has achieved full AI coverage. A thought couldn't help but arise in Chishu's mind broken. Although he had realized this, Kishu also knew that things had come to this point. The game had been bought and the conversation had been made with the audience. So he had to play it no matter what. She sighed softly in her heart and focused her attention back on the game in front of her. Is it the most classic WASD key movement? Kishu tried the key positions and controlled the character to walk out of the truck. The scene in front of her instantly made her eyes widen slightly. She has played many pixel games, but the graphics of this game are indeed very exquisite, and can even be described as a work of art. The barrage was also full of amazement at this moment. The pixel game's art is surprisingly good. Are you sure this is a game created by a single person? This is better than the artwork of many games in my game library. No wonder it's so expensive. But if it's just good-looking, it doesn't seem to matter. Right, after all, the most important thing about a game is whether it's fun. Kishu followed the game's process and quickly completed the novice storyline, which was to choose a Pokémon from the grass above the town to help Professor Otamaki defeat the coyote. After a brief thought, she chose turkey chicken. After returning to the research institute with Professor Otamaki, the moment Professor Otamaki said he would give her the initial Pokémon, a line of prompts popped up in front of Kishu. Please note that the smart interaction function has been unlocked. After pressing the I key, players can use voice or input commands to interact with any character Pokémon in the game. Looking at this line of prompts, Kishu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Yo. Are you serious? But it feels unlikely. With the mentality of just giving it a try, she pressed the I key towards Dr. Otamaki in front of her and spoke into the microphone. Hello, Professor Otamaki. I would like an electric-type Pokémon as my starter Pokémon. Is that okay? Kishu actually didn't have much hope that this wish could come true. It is obvious that the selection of Pokémon in this game has already been determined. Otherwise, there would not be 3 starter Pokémons for you to choose from. However, to her surprise, Dr. Otamaki nodded and replied, "Huh, you like electric-type Pokémon? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I do have a special Pokémon here. But if you want to claim her, you have to tell me why you like electric Pokémon." Kishu paused for a moment. There really is artificial intelligence. She changed her mind and shook her head slightly. No. It should be triggered by a certain keyword, right? For example, the author used receiving electric Pokémon as a keyword, which allowed Professor Otamaki to trigger this conversation. But even so, the author of this game is really thoughtful to be able to achieve this level. Judging from the current situation, the performance of this game is much better than I expected. At the same time, the barrage comments also held similar views to Kishu. This is the answer I prepared in advance. If I prepare enough answers like this, it can be considered the youth version of artificial intelligence. Haha +1, but even so, it's not AI coverage after all. This is false advertising and every lawsuit is a sure thing. At the same time, Chishu's eyes suddenly became serious when facing the question that Otamaki just asked in the game. Although this is a virtual game, my love for electric Pokémon is real. She pressed the I key and answered word by word. Because I think electric-type Pokémon are passionate and have lightning-fast speed and strength. Being around them brings me endless energy. However, the next moment, Dr. Otamaki's voice was accompanied by applause. Great. I didn't realize you had such a passion for electric Pokémon. Actually, that's how I view electric Pokémon too. And let me tell you, my favorite Pokémon is Pikachu because I think their lightning-shaped tails are just too cute to resist. At this moment, listening to the sounds coming from the game, Kishu suddenly realized something wrong. If these answers are also predetermined by the author, he must have considered it too thoroughly. Moreover, for some reason during this conversation, she did not feel that she was facing a fake game NPC, but more like a real Pokémon doctor. Could it be that these NPCs really have independent consciousness? She thought rapidly in her mind. And the best way to verify this was to ask a strange question that had nothing to do with the game itself. A question that the author has never considered. And a common answer an unanswerable question. She made a decision in her mind and immediately pressed the I key. Dr. Otamakioff topic, which do you think is better? Miso soup or curry rice, could you please tell me why? As soon as these words were spoken, Otamaki's expression seemed to be stunned for a moment in the game. And a voice with some doubts was also heard. Huh. Why are you suddenly asking such a question? But if I have to answer, I think curry would be more delicious. And potatoes and carrots are must-have side dishes. Also, I don't like adding chicken, I prefer beef. That way the curry will be the most fragrant. Such an answer made Kishu's eyes widen and he was shocked for a moment. It's actually true. The NPCs in this game really achieve intelligent coverage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to answer my own question as I did just now. But how is this possible? How can a game with hundreds of megabytes of pixels achieve this level of quality? At the same time, the audience has also realized that something is wrong. Oh shit, wait a minute. This really seems like artificial intelligence, yes. If it were preset answers and keywords, it would be impossible to achieve such a detailed level. Turtle, are you serious? Where's that guy who said he was going to sue them for false advertising? Come out. When Kishu and the audience in the live broadcast room were all surprised. Dr. Otamaki's voice in the game drew everyone's attention back. Well, speaking of which, since you want an electric-type Pokémon, I just thought about it, and it seems that there is actually a fellow in the Research Institute that is suitable as a starter Pokémon. As he spoke, he moved to a machine and operated it a few times. A Poké ball printed with lightning was immediately teleported over. Take a look at this little fellow, is he to your liking? Professor Otamaki opened the Poké ball. A white light flashed, and a Pokémon covered with light white fur like a sheep appeared in front of him. Although it is a pixel image, it is still vivid and very cute. This is merely an electric Pokémon. Although it looks cute, the fur all over its body can store electricity, which can be released all at once when necessary. And the moment he saw the melee sheep, Kishu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a Pokémon she has never cultivated or come into contact with before. That's him, thank you, Doctor. After receiving the initial Pokémon from the Research Institute and leaving, Kishu tried to start a conversation with several NPCs in the town, which completely confirmed the conclusion he had just drawn. This game has indeed achieved full coverage of AI intelligence. Even Pokémons. When Kishu input the command, stroke the fur on the melee sheep's head, the character in the game actually squatted down, reached out and began to stroke the melee sheep. The latter squinted its eyes, making cheerful noises as it enjoyed the strange tree's caresses. It even ran over and rubbed against the strange tree's ankles, with a heart symbol appearing above its head. The barrage of comments exploded again due to this scene. Holy crap, is this even possible? What's the difference between this kind of interaction and real life? What? Didn't DreamWorks make a Pokémon interactive game before? I feel like this Emerald Pokémon interaction is even better than their previous game. Are you sure this is a pixel game? This freedom explodes. Kishu has a lot of experience in playing games. Naturally knows clearly what such game performance means. She had already made a judgment in her heart that this was definitely not a personal game from a small workshop, but a game quietly produced by a large game company as large as DreamWorks. Although she didn't know why they wanted to hide it like this, she had to admit that she was now looking forward to the content of this game more and more. Next, she petted the sheep at home for a full 2 minutes before leaving Mobai Town and embarking on her journey. Unlike Serna's previous game process, this time she did not fight against the strong enemy at the top of the road, but simply went to find him and received the illustrated book from the doctor. By the way, Kishu named his rival Banana King. When the audience in the live broadcast room who had watched Serna's live broadcast before saw this situation, they immediately sent out barrages of questions. What's going on? I was waiting for this tough opponent to show me how dangerous the world is. Why did he suddenly stop fighting? That's right, was there a secret change in this update? Damn, I was waiting for this as viewers. They naturally look forward to the host's performance when he encounters difficult levels. However, when they were happily waiting for Kishu to find a strong opponent again, it turned out that the Banana King did not fight with her. Kishu had already received the Pokémon Encyclopedia and sneakers that could speed up running from the doctor. He opened the map and walked towards the new city with a somewhat regretful expression on his face. Although this game is a turn-based battle, I think it's still quite interesting. I don't know when I can fight against the trainer again. However, just as she finished her words, a ball of gray-brown mist suddenly exploded from the grass at the corner ahead, completely covering the entire screen. In the fog, the outlines of three voices slowly emerged. Huh, is this some kind of Easter egg? Kishu was a little curious for a moment. The next moment, an exciting and dynamic symphony suddenly sounded in her ears. A male voice followed closely behind. I thought I heard someone ask a question just now, right? In the mustache, blue-haired man in uniform stepped forward, revealing himself with a bouquet of roses in his mouth. Since you asked sincerely, following closely behind. A red-haired woman strode forward, tossing her long hair, looking extremely chic. Then we will answer you mercifully. Against the gorgeous backdrop of the Milky Way, the two figures dance alternately like an epic drama. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace, persistent love, and true evil. A cute and charming villain, Musashi Kajiro. We are the rockets traveling across the galaxy. White hole, the white one is waiting for us tomorrow. That's it, meow tilde a meow with gold coins on its head came out. Showing a smug smilind made the final finishing touch. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, the barrage of comments began to pour out crazily. What's this? Why do I feel like laughing and feeling a little bit powerful at the same time? No, Team Rockets. Isn't this the massive dark organization in Kanto? The one that was wiped out by the League 2 years ago. Are you sure this is Team Rocket? Why do I feel like they're comedians, tusk? This creator actually had the audacity to use Team Rocket as NPCs. Should I say they're creative or just plain brave? No wonder people reacted like this. Although the Rockets have disappeared a lot in recent years due to the suppression of the League, they are still the largest dark organization in the world. No doubt about it, in the past history of games, no one dared to put them into the game as villains, because there is no doubt that this is a provocation to Team Rocket. But this game directly inserted 3 such characters, called the members of Team Rocket. Can these 3 guys really be considered members of Team Rocket? Also, isn't the company that made this game afraid of retaliation from Team Rocket? However, at this moment, Kishu's attention was on another place. Her eyes lit up as if she had seen some rare treasure. Wow. Did that meow just now speak? As soon as these words were spoken, the comments on the barrage came back to their senses. Oh right, that meow can talk, what's the big deal? This isn't a game. And it's normal for Pokémon to talk in games, that's right. There's no way a cat can actually talk in real life, right? Then I'll just eat it at the same time. Thousands of miles away in a dark underground warehouse, Hakio, a cat sitting on the sofa, suddenly sneezed. He stretched out his paw, wiped his face, and looked happy. What? Could it be that the boss finally remembered me, meow? In the rental house, Ling Feng looked at the pile of new data on the screen in front of him. Looking thoughtful yesterday, when he was adding the gym part of the story, he suddenly thought of another question. It turns out that Ultra Emerald has quite a lot of starting Pokémon options, and you can choose the 3 starter Pokémons from each generation. Even if you meet certain Easter egg conditions, you can choose 2. Since the difficulty of my current game is even higher than the original version, I naturally have to be more relaxed when it comes to the initial Pokémon selection. Combining the voice system that had just been launched, he simply designed an Easter egg. As long as the player tells Professor Odamaki that he wants an initial Pokémon of other attributes when choosing a Pokémon, he can activate this Easter egg and randomly obtain a Pokémon of that attribute from Professor Otamaki that is not a quasi-god or a legendary Pokémon. And the race stat of this Pokémon will not be lower than 500. In a sense, this is a good thing for players, after all. They can freely choose the starting attributes they want, instead of being forced to choose one among water, fire and grass correspondingly. In order to achieve balance, once the player activates this Easter egg, he will also pay some price, that is. Some battles with strong rivals will be replaced by battles with the Rocket Trio. That's right, these three people are Meow Meow, Kajiro and Musashi. The strength that Ling Feng designed for the Rockets is not to let them just be a bystander. When the player sets out for Orange City, they will encounter them for the first time at this time. Their Pokémon levels will be the same as the players, namely a Gas Bomb and an Arbok moreovers. They all have full individual full effort values and carry the correct props. The intensity of this battle will undoubtedly be more terrifying than that of a strong opponent. As the game progresses, they will become stronger every time the player encounters them. The reason why Ling Feng designed them into the game was because he always felt that this trio should have such strength. After all, with their abilities, as long as they don't try to catch Ash's Pikachu, they'll have succeeded no matter what they do. Even if it means stealing Arceus's tablet. It is probably possible, plus, these guys are also among his favorite characters in the original novel. So he might as well include some of his personal opinions. As for whether there really is a Team Rocket trio in this world, well, that's another story at the same time. In Kishu's live broadcast room, amid the heated discussion about Team Rocket in the barrage, Musashi and Kajiro in the game also stepped forward and triggered the battle animation. Little brat, hand over the Pokémon you have. The ordinary Team Rocket trio comes to challenge. Amid the passionate drumbeats, a white light flashed and a gas bomb appeared. Its level is the same as Kishu's melee sheep, both are level 11. Two Pokémon of the same level. They seem a bit difficult to defeat. But it's an NPC Pokémon after all, so it shouldn't be difficult, right? Kishu looked at the prompt in the upper right corner of the screen, muttered to himself, and tried to get Meliang to use the electric shock. Lightning struck, and the health bar on top of the gas bomb dropped by half in an instant. However, before he could be happy, he saw a ball of venom suddenly gushing out of the mouth of the gas bomb. Gas bomb uses venom shock, a knowing blow. The health bar above Melly Sheep's head was instantly emptied. Kishu, nobody, what's the harm? Even if it was a critical hit, it wouldn't be so abnormal. Right, gas bombs, when did they become so powerful? While he was confused, the figures of Musashi and Kajiro appeared again on the game screen. Hehe, you and your friends are too weak. The boss will definitely not like Pokémon like this. Goodbye, little brat. Then the screen went dark. The strange tree no longer has any Pokémon that can fight. Your eyes are dark. A few seconds later, seeing Chishu's character reappear in the Pokémon Center in Gutchen Town, the barrage of comments went crazy. Holy crap, this is a Team Rocket minion, are you sure? When did gas bombs become so powerful? The anchor was actually disliked by the villain organization for being too weak. And they didn't even want to take the Pokémon away from him. I cried my heart out. Chishu also snapped out of her daze at this moment, realizing that the game's description of extreme difficulty was not a joke. But games are only interesting if they are difficult. She immediately began to think of a solution. The reason why the gas bomb can kill the Melly Sheep in one move is because its skill produces a critical hit. Judging from the game's introduction, critical hit should be a special mechanism that has a probability of triggering and causing double damage. But this situation does not occur in every battle. In other words, the original Mare Sheep could withstand 2 attacks from the gas bomb. The Melly Sheep, who has the initiative, can withstand the next venom attack and then use the second electric shock to take away the opponent. But even so, Chishu still has to face another huge problem. That is, the other party still has a Pokémon in his hand. Merely has already lost half of its health. So it is obvious that there is a high probability that it will not be able to defeat the next Pokémon. So, we must find a way to get rid of this gas bomb without any damage. After thinking for a moment, Kishu opened the backpack interface, glanced at the information of Melly's sheep, and immediately made a plans. She controlled her character to the location where she encountered the Rocket team members again. Without any passionate music or announcements, she went straight into the battle this time. She didn't let Meliang use electric shock, but instead used another trick, electromagnetic waves. A flash of lightning appeared, and a current flashed across the body of the gas bomb. An orange sign appeared on the status bar, and it fell into a paralyzed state. The gas bomb wants to move, but it can't move. After a twitch, he did not launch an attack in his first round, but was directly skipped over the opportunity to act. Kishu's eyes suddenly lit up really. She explained to the live audience, electromagnetic waves can temporarily paralyze the Pokémon that are hit. So I wanted to try and see if I could use this to restrict the movement of the gas bombs. Now it seems the game makers even planned this out. Now that gas bomb can't attack, Mailaru can retain its form and defeat him, allowing it to deal with the second Pokémon. She appeared confident. The barrage was also refreshed. As expected of a strange tree, it found a solution right away. This is such a bug. If this happens, as long as the electromagnetic wave hits first every time, won't the sheep be invincible? It's a bit unreasonable. But it's just a turn-based game after all, so it's normal for the balance to be poor. While the barrage of comments was in progress, Kishu confidently pressed the electric shock option, allowing Melly's sheep to launch an attack. The electric current flashed again, and the health bar on the top of the gas bullet dropped to 1-2 again. Great, just do it one more time, however. Just as Kishu was excitedly shouting, a flash of electricity passed through the body of the gas bomb, but it did not cause it to convulse. The next moment, a gush of venom spurted from its mouth and hit Mare the sheep again. Gas bomb uses venom shock, a critical hit. Maliv has lost its ability to fight. Kishu no longer has any Pokémon that can continue the battle. Your eyes are dark. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Kishu was stunned. Aren't gas bombs enough to paralyze the enemy? How can I still use skills? Also, why was it another fatal blow? Your chances of landing a critical hit are really high. Right after being reborn in the Pokémon Center, Kishu did not rush to challenge Team Rocket again. Instead, he chose to open the menu and check the tutorial information within the game. Sure enough, she soon found the explanation about the abnormal condition. So the paralysis state reduces the opponent's Pokémon speed by half, and there's a chance that the Pokémon won't be able to use skills. It dawned on her. If the abnormal state is achieved in this way, it is reasonable otherwise. If the opponent is paralyzed and cannot attack, it is too abnormal. She couldn't help but admire the author. Not only are the characteristics and skills of the elves restored quite well, but even these abnormal states have been reasonably reproduced. Having said that, I'm afraid I'll need to try a few more times before I can win this battle. After realizing this, Kishu once again activated the battle process with Team Rocket. This time her luck was very good. After the gas bomb was paralyzed, she failed to attack successfully for 2 consecutive rounds and was easily taken away by merely sheep with 2 electric shocks. The second Pokémon sent by Team Rocket was an Arbok. The moment he appeared on the stage, a red light flashed on the body of Melly's sheep, followed by the game prompts. Due to the threat from the enemy Pokémon, Mailaru's attack level has dropped, however. Kishu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and explained to the commentator, great. This means that this Arbor isn't molting, but rather intimidating. If it's molting, it'll be troublesome, because once he enters the paralyzed state, it will be automatically released immediately due to the characteristics. And our Maritan is a special attack Pokémon to begin with, so even if its physical attack is lower, it won't matter. It should be easy to take down. Kishu looked confident and chose to let Meliang use electromagnetic waves to control Abraham's snake again. However, the next moment Abraham Snake took the first step. Abo Snake used bite Mally Sheep Coward. Unable to move. Looking at the blood bar on the head of the Melly Sheep flashing red. Strange tree, she clenched her fists. It's okay, come again. After 7 or 8 consecutive failed challenges, the goddess of luck finally stood on Kishu's side. In this battle, neither the Abra Snake nor the gas bomb delivered a critical hit. After the two elves entered a paralyzed state, they were unable to make a single successful attack. But even Sohin Meliang won the battle. He had only been hit once throughout the whole process, and the health bar above his head was only a little bit left. This shows how difficult this battle is. After the battle was won, the 3 members of Team Rocket took several steps back. Damn little brat, just wait for us, we will be back. What a nasty feeling, meow. After saying these harsh words, they disappeared into the bushes in the distance. And Kishu also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. She discovered that a strange feeling was emerging in her heart at this moment. Although in a sense this is also a Pokémon battle, however, what I experienced in this game was completely different from what I experienced in the real world. This experience of repeatedly trying based on your own understanding. Repeating the challenge again and again, until success is something you can never experience in Pokémon battles in the real world. After Alan real Pokémon battles, there is often only one chancing if you want to try again. You have to wait for a while. It takes a lot of time for Pokémon to recover its strength and energy each time. But after a failure in the games, it can immediately regroup and make a comeback. And the feeling of finally achieving success after repeated attempts is often the most fascinating. Kishu has become more and more interested in this game at this moment. She didn't even realize it herself. But this NPC battle has quietly made her addicted to it. After defeating the Rocket Trio, she continued to head towards the next city without hesitation. The rest of the gaming experience was very simple. After arriving in Orange City, he visited the Orange Gym opened by the player's father, and accompanied a boy named Xiaoguang to capture a Ralts as his starting Pokémon. Then Kishu left Orange City and entered the forest above. This is a vast green jungle, where a large number of insect attribute Pokémon live. And not long after, Kishu encountered an electric bug. Without hesitation, threw the Pokéball after the battle, successfully capturing it and adding it to the team. At the same time, she also began to speak to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile. Kyanki Tilda Kishu's electrical engineering class is about to begin. We all know that electric Pokémon have the characteristics of fast speed and powerful attacks. But they also have flaws, as we all know. Electric-type Pokémon's biggest weakness is the ground attribute. Electric-type skills will be completely negated when they hit ground-type Pokémon. Besides that, Grass-type, Rock-type, and Dragon-type are all quite disadvantageous against electric-type Pokémon. Grass and Dragon types are because electric-type skills have little effect on them, while Rock types are not immune to electric-type skills. They generally have ground-type skills, which can pose a great threat to electric-type Pokémon. The main quest of this game should be to challenge gyms of different attributes to collect badges, and finally challenge the Alliance, in that case. If we want to build a team specializing in electric Pokémon, we must overcome the shortcomings of these attributes. Like this Dendon Mushy, it has the bug attribute. When it encounters a grass attribute opponent, it won't be that difficult to deal with Tilda. For the rest of the game, I'll build my team around this direction until I've completely filled all the blind spots for electric-type Pokémon. As soon as these words were spoken, the comments were filled with applause, as expected of an official leader of the Electric Alliance. He possesses ample knowledge in this area. Yes, even if it's just playing games. The professional part is still very professional. Kishu glanced at the barrage and said with a smile, I think it's unlikely that a Dragon-type gym will appear at such an early stage in the game. Then that only leaves ground and rock types. It's impossible that the first gym is one of these two attributes. Right, she stretched. Okay, let's continue our journey, Tilda. when Kishu confidently controlled the character to embark on the journey again. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was flying all over the place, and the discussion was heated. From this point of view, the streamer should be able to easily pass the first gym later. As expected of a host, the progress is even faster than Serna's. Our Kishu has done well. Woo-woo, what? Our sister Nana is just out on a mission. If he were playing right now, his progress would be slower than Kishu's, that's right. If you don't believe me, wait for Sister Na to come back in a couple of days and go to her live stream. She's a champion. How could she lose to a gym owner when playing a game with this underlying battle logic? As the character goes deeper into the Orange Forest, a plot will be triggered. An employee from Devon Company is blocked by members of the water fleet and his package is snatched away. The character controlled by Kishu naturally saw injustice and came to the rescue. He fought against the members of the water fleet and successfully helped them get the package back, thus receiving a super ball as a reward. After helping the employee of Devon Company, Kishu did not rush to leave the Orange Forest immediately, but instead took the electric bug and Miri to level up in it. Not until the levels of both Pokémon reached the current upper limit of level 15 did she leave the forest and enter the city where the first gym was located, Kana City. This is a very modern city with tall buildings and busy streets, which makes people dizzy and overwhelmed. The scenes in the game still showed the characteristics of this city very well, which aroused the audience's admiration again. Kishu went to the Pokémon Center to simply restore the Pokémon's status, and immediately followed the instructions on the map to find the gym gate in Kana City. There was a hint of anticipation on her face as a gym leader. She has only others to challenge her in the real world. Even though this is a game, it's my first time challenging other people's gyms, so the experience is quite novel. I'm ready for a fierce gym battle. She took a deep breath, her eyes full of anticipation. In his opinion, even the NPCs of Team Rocket in this game are so powerful. So the gym leader must be no ordinary person. The next battle will probably be a bit difficult, but this is what makes her so excited thinking of this. Kishu controlled the character and entered the gym. However, the next moment, the first thing that caught her eye was a signboard. Kanazu Gym. There is also a huge brown rock icon on the signboard. So this is a rock-type gym. Is this such a bad luck? If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have set that flag. Kishu widened his eyes. The barrage of comments has already started flying. It really is the rock gym. I really like what the host said. There are so many types of gyms. It's impossible to start with just rock and ground types. Right, left. Why do I feel like this game was designed this way? Given the nature of this game, maybe if I choose a different type of starting Pokémon, the gym stats will change accordingly at the same time. After glancing at the audience's comments, Kishu took a deep breath and spoke as if to cheer himself up. Even if it's a rock type, there's nothing to be afraid of. At least it's not a ground type, it's still early days. And even rock-type Pokémon have a hard time mastering ground-type skills. What's more, I now have 2 excellent electric-type Pokémon that have reached the level cap. I'm sure they won't lose. Having said that, she directly controlled the character and walked towards the depths of the gym. Ahead was a road paved on rocky ground, leading straight ahead to a high platform. There were many NPCs standing on both sides of the road, seemingly waiting for something quietly. The moment Kishu stepped forward, an exclamation mark popped up above the NPC's head. You want to challenge the Kana's gym? Let me see if you are qualified. Battle activated instantly 3 minutes later. Kishu had successfully cleared out all the NPCs in the gym and arrived in front of the platform. What made her a bit confused was that although it was a rock-type gym, the Pokémon used by the NPCs in these gyms included 2 ground-type Pokémon, a Sandshrew and a Diglett. Fortunately, as the frontline NPCs of the gym, their levels were not particularly high, and they were several levels behind their own team. After several battles, the battle was over without any danger, and we won all of them. But new problems also arise, even the NPCs in the gym are so strong. So this rock-type gym leader won't have a team filled with only ground-type Pokémon. Right? Kishu couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. It wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen, after all. She had heard that a certain Kanto region king of dragon-type Pokémon had a team with the most flying-type Pokémon. However, when she started fighting with the gym owner Duan, a girl with twin ponytails and wearing a smart suit, the first sentence Duan said made her breathe a sigh of relief. The rock-type Pokémon's strong and sturdy heart. Let me show you now that things have come to this. Wouldn't it be a bit rude to take out a ground-type Pokémon? The next moment Duan threw the Pokémon ball in his hand, and a white light flashed. A strange Pokémon with a purple body and a head that looked like a blooming lily suddenly appeared in front of Kishu. Looking at this Pokémon, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. As an electric-type gym leader in the Padia region, she knew quite a bit about Pokémon. It could be said that she knew most of the Pokémon. But this Pokémon was the first time she had seen it. She subconsciously looked towards the Pokémon's name and read out its name. Tentacle Lily. From what I can see, it should be a grass-type Pokémon. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Dendon Mushy. She decisively chose to switch Pokémon and sent out the electric bug. According to the rules of this game, the first time you switch Pokémon in a gym battle, it will not consume turns. This also restores the rules of challenging the gym leader in reality. The gym leader releases the Pokémon first, and the challenger then chooses the Pokémon to send out. At the same time looking at this strange-looking Pokémon, the barrage began to refresh. What kind of Pokémon is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Isn't this the original work of the creator? Never mind. Rock plus grass-type Pokémon shouldn't be very strong. And the streamer just happened to have trained Electric Bug, which counters grass-type Pokémon. So that would come in handy right at this moment. Kishu has already operated the game and let Den Diane Mushy use the insect skill Bug Bite. After a flash of dark green light, the prompt excellent effect popped up however. Unlike Kishu's prediction, the health bar above Tentacle Lily's head only dropped a small amount. Kishu opened his eyes wide again so meaty. Immediately afterward a dazzling, psychedelic light suddenly shot out from the top of the Tentacle Lily's head, accurately hitting the electric bugs. Tentacle Lily used strange light. Dendon Mushy is in chaos. Not only that, it's even more disastrous. A circle of deep blue light suddenly appeared beside Tentacle Lily and then sank into his body. By carrying the leftovers from the item, Tentacle Lily's strength was restored. The health bar above his head, which hadn't lost much to begin with, instantly increased again. Kishu. Forget about the meat. How come it can also recover blood by breathing? Brother, how do we fight this? What happened to Kishu next was beyond doubt. After her electric bug entered a state of confusion, it was completely destroyed by the Tentacle Lily, after all. Tentacle Lily itself is a Pokémon with extremely high dual defense, coupled with its current configuration of full effort value, full individual value and carrying leftovers. Neither the bite of the electric bug nor the electric ball can break its defense. In fact, the more it is hit, the more health it loses. Not to mention that the electric bug was hit by the confusing effect of the strange light right from the start. And occasionally it would attack itself, which was simply a heartbreaking blow. Under such circumstances, Tentacle Lily still maintained full condition after fighting against Den Mushy. Naturally, merely Sheep was no match for him and was quickly defeated. After the battle, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to flood the screen like crazy. The hater is speaking 1 through 2. Oh sorry. It was the anchor who got penetrated. I made a mistake. Who said that the gym owner in this game can easily pass? That's just a mouthful of poisonous milk, huh? This is the first time I've seen a game NPC use a single Pokémon to push a player's team. Even though the streamer's team only has 2 Pokémon, this is practically impossible in the battle road. This game is so difficult. 666. The gym leader is gooey. This thing is incredibly Tankiha's control, and can even regenerate health. Who can beat this? before Kishu lost to the 3 NPCs from Team Rocket. After all, it was a 1-on-2 fight, so it was reasonable for him to lose. But now his 2 Pokémon were directly pushed out by one of the gym leader's Pokémon. While everyone was lamenting the abnormal difficulty of the game, Kishu also calmed his mind and controlled the character to quickly walk out of the Pokémon Center and arrive at the door of the gym. Dear audience, as you can see, this museum owner named Du Huan is quite interesting. But it doesn't matter. I've already thought of a way to deal with it. It's still our previous electromagnetic wave tactics. Since this tentacle lily isn't a ground-type or electric-type Pokémon, it has no way of being immune to the paralysis status. And judging from its durability, it's clear that this is a slower Pokémon, therefore. Both Elephant and Merely were able to easily attack before it just now. Then we just need to use electromagnetic waves first, just like we did last time against the gas bomb in Arbok. And then bet on the paralysis trigger. Kishu quickly sorted out his thoughts and explained to the barrage. Although this seems to be the same old thing, as the saying Gosans in Koryu can eat anywhere. Faced with the extremely high difficulty of this game, you must make good use of all the resources you can. At the same time, the item called Leftovers also reminded him that both of his Pokémon could carry items. It's a pity that she doesn't have such props on her now. But fortunately, she seems to have picked a few orange fruits on the roadside. According to the introduction of this fruit, once it is equipped on a Pokémon, it can be used automatically when the health volume drops to a certain level, thereby restoring some physical strength. Although the recovery is relatively small, it is better than nothing. After equipping the 2 Pokémon with the orange fruit, Kishu walked into the gym again and challenged Azalea. This time his plan was quite successful. The electromagnetic waves launched by Dendon Mushi successfully paralyzed Tentacle Lily, preventing him from using the strange light. After several rounds, Tentacle Lily had almost no chance to attack. Under the continuous paralysis triggering, the only strange light showed that it did not hit. At this moment, as the electric ball from the Dendon Mushi bombarded Tentacle Lily's body, his physical strength finally dropped below half and turned yellow. Good jobs, keep it up. Kishu's excited voice echoed in the live broadcast room. The barrage also began to refresh, handsome anchor. Fuck for consecutive paralysis attacks. Isn't Sister Kishu's luck a bit too good? If it is not closed, it is open. As soon as I saw the host, I turned it on. Of course, I was talking about the computer monitor. I feel like this time I have a good chance. At least I can kill this Pokémon and see the gym leader's next Pokémon. Right? Kishu glanced at the barrage, pressed the keyboard confidently, and selected the electric ball skill to attack again. The battle with this Pokémon just now had already made him judge that the opponent probably did not have any skills that could directly threaten the electric mushroom. Otherwise, it would not be used back and forth in strange light and super absorption. According to the opponent's attack pattern, the next move should be super absorption. Even if this move hits, the electric bug will only receive a little damage due to its resistance to grass attributes. And Tentacle Lily naturally has no way to recover too much physical strength from this skill. As long as you can keep grinding like this and trigger the paralysis a few more times, the electric bug should be able to maintain a 2-3 health level and enter the battle with the next Pokémon. While Kishu was thinking, the electric ball popped out and hit the Tentacle Lily again. This caused his health, which was already flashing yellow, to drop a little more. Although the damage was not particularly high, it was still considerable immediately afterwards. A paralysis effect flashed across Tentacle Lily's body. But there was no trembling. Kishu's experience told her that this was a sign that the paralysis state had not taken effect successfully. But she didn't care after Allah's she had just analyzed. This super absorption trick could not have any reversal effect on the battle situation. But the next moment, something beyond her expectations happened. Tentacle Lily suddenly raised its head, and a beam of white light fell from the sky and landed on his body. What kind of move is this? Kishu was stunned for a moment. She suddenly had a bad feeling. The game prompt suddenly popped up in front of her eyes. Tentacle Lily used photosynthesis and recovered her strength. In the light, the health bar above Tentacle Lily's head instantly began to soar and returned to the 2/3 position. Another new tip. The leftovers brought by Tentacle Lily helped him regain some strength. The blue light spot jumps, and the blood volume is restored again at this moment. Looking at the almost fully restored health bar of Tentacle Lily, and then looking at the electric bug whose skill PP value was almost depleted. Kishu was stunned in front of the screen. She suddenly felt like going offline. At the same time in Tokyo City, in a simple rental house, a series of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Ling Feng's eyes. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the emotions shock, confusion, excitement, and satisfaction from the special character Kishu, generating a total of 320 points, ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 430 points total, representing the various emotions shared by both livestream viewers and game buyers. You have received a total of 750 emotion points this time, and the current remaining balance is 923 points. Ling Feng was sitting in front of the computer, polishing some details of the game, and was suddenly startled by the prompt that popped up. He reacted immediately. Serna just finished the live broadcast of her own game. And how come Kishu came to play right after that? If I remember correctly, this Kishu is a big anchor. It is because of her live broadcast that the Nyanguang gym has flourished and developed into its current scale and become a popular gym. 750 emotion points brought his points to nearly 1,000 in one go. And Ling Fang found that the points seemed to be still growing slowly, which meant that Kishu's live broadcast was still going on. He thought about Ike-sighted the game window, opened the search interface, typed in the word Kishu, and quickly jumped into the other party's live broadcast room. Then she saw the scene where Kishu was carried away by Tentacle Lily and forced back into the Pokémon Center. In the window in the lower right corner, Kishu's face was red. Obviously, this was not the first time he had lost like this. The barrage is also refreshing frantically, 11th time. Come on, Anchor, you can definitely do it. What a shame we were so close. If he hadn't used self-regeneration, we would have won. To correct the above comment, it's not about winning, but about finally being able to see what the gym leader's second Pokémon is. I feel like there are even more infernal Pokémon waiting for the host. The Anchor is already in debt of 15,000 yuan gigui. Seeing this, Ling Feng also understood the other party's current situation. He must be stuck in front of Kanaz's gym. In fact, Ling Feng was not surprised by this, because when he first played Ultra Emerald, even if he didn't choose the crazy difficulty, he got stuck here for a while. There's no way around it. Gym leader Azalea's Pokémon are simply too abnormal. Just the Tentacle Lily with full double defense, self-regeneration, super absorption, and Strange Light is almost invincible in the early stages. After a leave-in at the first evolution stage, both its defense and base stats are already close to 100. At this level of noobs fighting each other, it's like a wall. Who said there's no Pokémon called Wall isn't this one? Not to mention that the Cuckoo also has a very high attack value, and one shot can destroy the world. There is also a cranial dragon that can use fire punches when advancing and lightning punches when retreating, with a very wide attack range. And the leftovers he always carries with him, KO Beibai, has super durability and also has the high-powered skills Power Gem and Magic Shine. Even though the last rock dog has little presence, it has advanced skills such as Loud Voice and Earth Power. It can be said that none of Duan's Pokémon are vegetarians. Pure numbers and mechanisms coexist in such a situation. If the player does not use some unexpected tricks, he will not be able to win at all, back then without any guide. Ling Feng tried many times before he finally passed the level. In the Emerald games he made, since there is a limit that players cannot capture more than 15 Pokémon in total, Ling Feng made dynamic adjustments to the difficulty and changed Duan's Pokémon to only 3. That is Archaeopteryx, Tentacle Lily, and Craniopagus. Although it seems that the difficulty has been reduced by half, with the addition of Crazy Mode. He also added intelligent AI to Duan, and even helped Tentacle Lily bring an extra leftover food prop. The difficulty is actually higher than the original. But this is the effect Ling Feng wants. The current positioning of this game itself is a high difficulty challenge. If it is not set to this difficulty, it will be boring. As for whether some people would be discouraged because it was too difficult, Ling Feng was not particularly worried. Because high difficulty games are exactly the type that the current market lacks. There will always be a large number of players willing to climb to the top and challenge difficulties. As for those players who prefer leisure and just want to experience the game, we can add a standard mode or health mode to this game later. Speaking of this, if the focus of the crazy mode is the difficulty of the game, then the focus of the health mode and standard mode is undoubtedly the plot and gaming experience. The plot of the original game Ultra Emerald is actually quite interesting. Although it becomes a bit boring in the later stages, it adds a lot of novel plot content based on the original. Correspondingly, Ling Feng, who had made games, knew that the development costs of the game plot were actually quite high and required a lot of time and manpower. Not only does the screenwriter need to prepare the plot script in advance, but the artist also needs to produce corresponding pictures and animations for the content of the plot script. And it also needs to be revised repeatedly. Even the music must match the core emotions of the plot. A seemingly ordinary and simple main storyline actually requires cooperation from multiple parties and takes several weeks to complete. For Ling Feng, who has the system, this is not a problem. However, he hopes that he can produce the highest quality plot to show the charm of the game to the world. In order to achieve such high quality, technical support is necessary. He looked up at the system panel and saw several modules that he had selected and collected in advance today. Emotional Rendering Module Intermediate. Introduction through screen linking. The player's heart rate data is read to automatically generate the corresponding emotional color tone. The screen turns red when anxious, turns to a cool blue when sad, and increases brightness when excited. It also automatically increases the fit of the soundtrack, slightly changing the tone according to the emotional state. Points required to purchase, 2,200 points. Pressure Materialization Module Intermediate. Introduction. The game fully recreates the intimidating feeling brought by powerful Pokémon and important characters, and transmits it to the player's heart through electronic frequencies, making them feel as if they are actually there. Points required for purchase, 2,000 points. Soul Music Module Intermediate. Introduction. Add music that fits the game's plot and touches the heart, ensuring it evokes emotional fluctuations within players. Required points, 1,500. Advanced CG Module Intermediate. Introduction. Automatically generate ultra-high-quality Blu-ray game CG based on your thoughts. Once activate all emotion points generated by game CG, animation and film and television content will be doubled. Required points, 1,400. There is no doubt that if you want to create a good plot that arouses the player's emotions, these modules are almost essential. But these 4 modules are not cheap, and the total cost is almost 10,000 points. This price, Ling Feng can't afford it even if he sells himself now. So for now, let's prioritize improving the Madman difficulty. First, earn enough emotional points. Then talk about creating a deep game plot. Having said that, although Ling Feng cannot buy any of these intermediate modules with his current emotional points, it is not a problem to buy a few low-level ones. Ling Feng's gaze fell on those low-level module areas, and a series of information prompts began to appear in front of his eyes. Weather Compilation Module Low-Level. Description adds weather effects to the game, dynamically changing the weather and automatically activating corresponding mechanisms. For example, in rainy weather, the power of all water-type Pokémon moves is increased. The power of fire-type moves is reduced. Some moves become guaranteed hits, and the probability of spawning special Pokémon such as Mothrope and Piplup is increased. Points required for purchase, 250 points. Skill Particle Effect Module Low Level. Introduction. adds additional particle effects to the skill effects used by all Pokémon in the game to enhance visual performance. The required points for purchase are 150. Text Decryption Module Low. Introduction. This module can be used to convert ancient characters into inscriptions on ruins within the game, increasing the historical authenticity of the game. After activating this module, the host can understand and use the language of any civilization. 200 points required to purchase. I have to say that there are many low-level modules in this module store that can be described as good quality and low price. While they are powerful, they also generally have impressive abilities. But Ling Feng was not in a hurry to buy these modules, but first turned his attention to a module he had collected before. Production Efficiency Improvement Module Low Level. Introduction. After obtaining this module, the production efficiency of all types of games will be increased to a certain extent. Emotion points required to purchase, 450 points. The description of this module is concise and to the point, but it is exactly what Ling Feng needs now. He was well aware of the existence of the system, and that when he made a game himself, he would most likely be working alone, and it would not be convenient for him to recruit other people to make the game together. Otherwise, some functions of the system are not easy to expose. Even if we really recruit people, the core work will still be done by ourselves. So in the future, no matter what type of game I make, I will be the main force. If he doesn't improve his production efficiency, he will probably faint from exhaustion when he makes some bigger games. Under such circumstances, efficiency is obviously a very important matter. Even with the production efficiency boost of the Pixel Game module, Ling Feng is still not satisfied with the current production speed. Normally, the progress of your own games must exceed the player's gameplay progress in order to attract more people to play. He knew that in the early stages of the game, many players would probably get stuck in the first gym, or even in front of a strong enemy or team rocket. But as the game progresses, the player's level and understanding of the game will gradually improve, and they will advance the game faster and faster, which will test Ling Feng's production speed. Therefore, the best approach is to prepare subsequent game content in advance, and then make real-time changes based on players' performance and feedback. With this efficiency improvement module, Ling Feng has more confidence to do this. As soon as he thought of this, he chose to buy it. The efficiency module immediately appears in the existing area and points are deducted accordingly. As for the remaining 500 points, Ling Feng selected for a while in the low-level module area and finally made a decision to purchase the Weather Compilation module. Skill Particle Special Effect module. An NPC Personality Image module. He had just carefully seen the effects of the first two, so there was no need to elaborate. The effect of this NPC Personality Image module is to add unique personalities to the characters in the game, making their reactions more like real people, which is equivalent to further strengthening the artificial intelligence installed in the game. The three modules together cost Ling Feng a total of 550 points, and the balance on the panel dropped directly to single digits. However, Ling Feng was not in a hurry about this. As more and more people play this game, he believes that the emotional points gained will continue to increase. From now on, all I have to do is make good games. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush, of course. Once the game is perfected, it is necessary to find ways to promote it, after all. The more people who break through the defense, the more points you will get. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Zhuguangling, who was still sleeping beside him, opened the folders, and continued to create the content of the game. At the same time, Sinnoh Region Waterline City. This is a famous port city close to the ocean, with thousands of cruise ships docking and departing here every day. Such a large number of cruise ships naturally brought a lot of popularity to Shumai City. In the bustling port there is a quiet alley, da-da-da. The sound of high heels broke the silence in the alley, and then suddenly stopped. A tall blonde woman wearing sunglasses stopped, even though she has been deliberately restrained. Her every move exudes mature charm and temperament. At this moment, the woman looked around. Her eyes fell on the ground beside her and she spoke softly. It seems you arrived earlier than me again this time. Sorry to have kept you waiting. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the shadow on the ground. It turned out to be a young man with black messy hair. Wearing a neat black suit, the man smiled. That's not true, Sister Julian. I'm used to arriving early for everything I do, you know that. Well, that's right. His smile suddenly faded and he scratched the back of his head. I have a problem with the person you are looking for. Serna seemed a little surprised. Huh, what's going on? The man clicked his tongue and smiled bitterly. Tusk. To put it simply, I found out that this game was indeed developed by one person. When Serna heard this, she was a little surprised. Such an amazing game was actually developed by an individual instead of a studio. Listen to what the young man said, however. I can't find any information about this creator in the official database of the Alliance. He waved his hand and pointed to a door nearby. Let's discuss the details inside. I've already ordered everything. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. In the dry-aging cabin under the spotlight, the dark red beef exudes beautiful marble patterns. As the steaks on the cast iron grill are flipped, oil splashes and the aroma of meat and black pepper fills the air. White-gloved waiters carried silver trays through the old elevator barriers, and soothing piano music echoed throughout the store. Serna picked up a piece of white bread with a fork and dipped it into the gravy on the plate. So according to what you said, this person's information is protected by the Alliance. The young man opposite her took a sip of the juice in front of him and nodded. That's right. I couldn't find any information about him in the Alliance's database. So I wondered if he was an unregistered person with no information. But then I thought that shouldn't be the case. Because according to what you said, he created that game all by himself, so when he uploaded it, the League officials would have asked him to provide his identification information. So he couldn't be an illegal immigrant in this case. The only possibility is that his identity is protected by the Alliance and does not exist in ordinary information databases, but in a hidden database. When Serna heard them, her beautiful eyebrows immediately raised. It seemed that it was just as she thought. The author of this game, Feng, is definitely not an ordinary person. The secret database was designed by the League, specifically for those who need to hide their identities. Even his identity and hometown information as the champion of the Sinnoh region is not stored in it. Only geniuses in the scientific research community who have created world-shaking technology, or people who are of vital importance in a certain field, can receive such treatment. This is for their safety. While Serna was thinking, the young man opposite her spoke again. As for the hidden database, I can actually find a way to hack into it. I'm not completely sure, but I think I have at least a 30% chance of success. If I try harder, I might be able to reach 40%. But that's already the limit. Serna put down the bread and shook her head slightly. No need, Zaya, oh my, I appreciate you going this far for me. But if you're going to the black hidden database, forget it. The young man opposite was obviously stunned. Why? Isn't that person's contact information very important to you? Well, he knew clearly how enthusiastic and eager Serna was for information and data about these mythical beasts as a mythological archaeologist. In the eyes of others as a champion, there is nothing impeccable about Serna, whether in her behavior or strength. However, once she came into contact with things about ancient mythology, she seemed to become a completely different person. What's more, the mythical beast this time is the legendary sky dragon Rayquaza. The young man was puzzled, and Serna's voice sounded again. The risks and costs of investigating hidden databases are too great. You were caught once before when you went to the advanced database to look for me. If the Alliance finds you again this time, it won't be as simple as writing a self-criticism. Cough, cough, cough. After hearing this, the young man almost choked and patted his chest for a long time to calm down. Sister Julian, didn't we agree not to talk about this? I was young and ignorant at that time, and my skills were not good enough. It's different now. Even if I didn't sneak in, they couldn't catch me. Forget it, there's really no need to do this. Serna's tone was firm this time. I've thought about it carefully. Since he has such a high status, I should respect him and follow his rules and wishes. His rules? The young man showed curiosity and stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth and chewed it. Yes, it's that game Emerald. As long as you become the first player to complete it. You can get his contact information. Serna nodded. Hey. You told me it would be like this earlier. I'm an expert at games, leave it to me. I can help you clear it in minutes. The young man swallowed the steak and patted his chest confidently. What type of game is it? Racing strategy card. If it's shooting me, skills might be a little bit worse. But getting a first pass should be enough. Serna glanced at him and said nothing. You know, I thought so too at the time. How could a game centered around Pokémon battles possibly be difficult for me? As a result, not long after, Strawberry Ice Cream was beaten twice by the black-haired boy and woke up immediately. After a while, she finally spoke. No, this game is not what you think. It's like a battle simulation, but it's quite difficult. After hearing this, the young man was also stunned. Simulated battle quite difficult. You have to know that the person sitting in front of you is Serna, the champion of the Sinnoh region, and a contender for the top spot on the trainer pyramid. It's hard to imagine that she could actually describe a simulation battle game as quite difficult. How difficult can this be? While the young man was stunned, Serna spoke again. How about this? I'll give you a copy when the time comes. You'll know when you have time to play with it. The young man shrugged and instantly became timid. But let me tell you first. I've been busy lately and may not have time to play. It'll take a while. Serna saw through it but didn't expose it. She glanced at him and changed the subject. Has the spread of black holes accelerated recently? Look, although the last hole was handled relatively easily. Another one appeared in the Hone region this afternoon. And the energy fluctuations were a bit abnormal. I have to rush over there tonight. The young man sighed helplessly. Black hole. Serna nodded slightly. Her expression somewhat complicated, and the light in her eyes seemed to dim a little. Thanks for your hard work, of course not. Sister Julan, you're the same way. I heard the spirit world hasn't been peaceful lately. Youth Road, this time Serna did not respond immediately. Instead, she remained silent for a moment before speaking again. No matter how difficult the situation or circumstances are, everything will eventually pass. We just need to fulfill our responsibilities and have a clear conscience. That's enough. It's all worth it to be able to protect those ordinary and kind people. After saying that, she raised her glass and nodded towards the young man, tilted her head back and drank the last sip of wine in the glass. Then stood up. Well, I'll go back first. Take care and don't be too stubborn. Okay, let's get together again when we have time. The young man nodded and looked at Serna's graceful back as she stood up and walked away, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. He is indeed the senior whom I have admired since childhood. One day I will become as powerful as her. He secretly made up his mind. However, the next moment a waiter came over. Hello, sir. I see your companion has left the store. Can we check out now? The young man was stunned and couldn't help asking. Didn't she pay the bill when she left? No, sir, she just left. The waiter shook his head. Your total bill is 13,250 yuan. Would you like to pay by scanning a QR code or by card? Well, young man, didn't we agree that Sister Julan would treat us? Why is she bringing runaways with her? If I had known, I wouldn't have ordered such expensive dishes. He looked down at his wallet with an awkward smile on his face. That can I pay on credits, however. What he didn't know was that Serna didn't actually refuse to pay the bill on purpose. At the same time, high in the sky on the back of Land Shark, a look of realization suddenly appeared on Serna's face. Why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing now is to go home and play games. If I'm not mistaken, that game called Emerald should already be played by quite a few people. But there's only one chance to get the contact information of the game maker by completing it for the first time. It is very likely that I will need to go out on another mission next time. So I must make full use of all my time and try my best to complete this game. 2 hours later, Serna returned to her villa in Ziobo Bay. Walked into the room, turned on the computer, and directly started the Emerald game at the same time. He opened the live broadcast room and greeted the audience. Good afternoon everyone, I'm back, Emerald today too. During the game's startup process, a series of barrages began to emerge crazily. Sister Nana, you're finally back. Thank you for your hard work on the mission. I miss you so much, my dear. Every minute and every second you are away is torture 555. Hurry up, host. Kishu next door has already conquered the first gym. Looking at the last comment, Serna couldn't help but be stunned. Of course she knew Kishu, the electric-type gym leader in the Padia region, who was somewhat famous both online and in real life. In her impression, he was a young man with considerable strength and talent. Despite being so young, he already possesses the strength of a quasi-king. I didn't expect that the other party has already started playing Emerald and is even challenging the first gym. She took out her mobile phone outside the screen and entered Kishu's live broadcast room with ease, and found that the other party was indeed challenging the first gym in the game. But at this moment, Kishu's face was red. But it's not a shy red but a warm red. She waved her sleeves, with a nervous and expectant look on her face. Clasped her hands, Toj Thuran muttered, "Paralysis, paralysis, paralysis, on damn it. Come again." Serna was slightly stunned when she saw Kishu skillfully exiting the game and restarting it. Although this girl has a lively and cheerful personality in my impression, she is not like this. Why do you seem to be in a somewhat abnormal mental state now? It seems that the first gym in this game is not that easy to challenge. While Serna was thinking, Kishu had already controlled the character and started challenging Duan again. But when the tentacle lily appeared, Serna was stunned again. Okay, wait. This Pokémon called Tentacle Lily. She was sure that she had never seen it before. But why does it look so familiar, and the more I look at it, the more I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. After a brief thought, Serna suddenly realized something. She directly opened Kishu's live broadcast room on her computer, took a picture of the Pokémon, and posted a message on the social software with the photo attached. Doctor, take a look. Is this one of those fossil Pokémon you mentioned? The contact's name on the screen was none other than Professor Oak. That's right. This world-famous top doctor of elves from the Kanto region has a very good relationship with Serna. 2 months ago, the research team under Professor Oak discovered a batch of special Pokémon body fossils in ancient ruins, which were suspected to be left behind by ancient Pokémon from ancient times. This was a huge discovery, and Dr. Oak immediately led his research team to try to restore their appearance and habits. Knowing that Serna would be interested in these ancient Pokémon, Professor Oak sent her the information one day, and just now. The reason why Serna felt that this Pokémon looked familiar was because this elf called Tentacle Lily looked very similar to a Pokémon in the information that Professor Oak sent him at that time. After sending the message, Serna glanced at the time in the upper right corner. 3:30 in the afternoon, if I remember correctly. Professor Oak should be holding a very important meeting at this time today, and it is unlikely that he will reply to my message immediately. So she turned off the screen of her mobile phone and prepared to go back to watch Kishu's live broadcast to study the challenge method of that gym. However, the next moment their cell phone started vibrating. Professor Oak called directly. After the call was connected, Serna turned off the microphone in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but wonder. Doctor, shouldn't you be holding the Alliance World Scientific Research Seminar right now? How did you find time to call me? Professor Oak's hurried voice, accompanied by heavy breathings, came directly from the other end of the phones. This is certainly more important than the seminar. Jolan, where did you see this picture? Although it's a pixelated image, it's almost identical to the Pokémon we anticipated. Some details are even better than our model. Serna didn't expect that Professor Oak would give such a high evaluation to this pixel picture. But she still answered truthfully, Doctor. I saw this in a pixel game called Pokémon Emerald. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Doctor. Oak was standing outside the conference room, holding his mobile phone with a confused expression on his face. Games. He originally thought that this pixel image was the product of a laboratory that was also studying fossils. And he wanted to visit these peers to learn from their techniques. After a leave-in, if you are the top elf doctor, you still have a lot to learn. But now Serna's answer almost made his brain crash. What do you mean this is in the game a minute later? With Serna's explanation, Professor Oak finally understood the whole story. There was a hint of regret in his voice, so now we can't contact the creators. And we have to complete the game first to get his contact information. Well, that's right. You know how strict the Alliance's hidden database is. I'm trying to get through it. You're already trying to clear the games. So you're interested in this person too? Professor Oak asked curiously. I guess so. He used Rayquaza's image and picture at the beginning of the game. I guess he has clues about Rayquaza. Serna answered truthfully, oh, I see, that's no wonder. Professor Oak nodded in response, but the next moment, his eyes widened and his voice suddenly rose 18 degrees. And many more. What did you just say, Rayquaza? This time, Serna took a full half-minute to explain the matter clearly to Professor Oak. After hearing this, Dr. Oak obviously found it a little unbelievable. Is this really possible? Serna had previously entrusted him to find information and clues about this sky dragon. However, even though Professor Oak used his own resources and connections to visit, inquire and search ancient books in the Fengyuan area, he found nothing in the end. Not even a hair related to this mythical beast was seen. But now Serna told him that she saw this mythical beast on the cover of a game. But after a brief moment of disbelief, Professor Oak immediately became excited. Not only did the creator of this game manage to perfectly recreate the appearance of a fossil Pokémon, he even used Rayquaza as the cover. This means he might even have more information about rare Pokémon. Moreover, the fact that he could produce such a restored image of ancient Pokémon showed that his attainments in the field of fossil research far surpassed his own and that group of researchers. If we can recruit such people or cooperate with them. As soon as he thought of this, Professor Oak's eyes lit up. What was that game called? Let me try it too. Doctor, you want to play too? On the other end of the phone, Serna was stunned this time. It's no wonder he reacted like this. After all, Dr. Oak is almost 70 years old this year. The word video game really doesn't relate to people of his age. What's wrong? Zio Julin, I'm just old in body but not in heart. Back then, I was a trainer who was no less than you. On the other end of the phone, Professor Oak laughed. After hearing this, Serna remembered that this world-famous doctor was also a champion trainer in his youth. It was only later, because of his love for Pokémon, that he turned to the path of Pokémon research. In that case, I'll send you the link later, Doctor. However, this game may be a little difficult and requires serious treatment. Serna said, Hey, it's just a game, what's so difficult about it? Don't look at my age. I actually play various games secretly. This is not difficult for me. Professor Oak smiled cheerfully, worrified. An old man take over Shoutong. You will also have that guy's contact information. Thank you, Dr. Serna said for some reason. He always felt that Professor Oak looked a little familiar with his current confident look. Isn't this me when I first started playing Emerald? After hanging up the call with Professor Oak, Serna turned her attention back to Kishu's live broadcast room. After watching for a while, she finally understood the difficulty of challenging the first Pokémon Tentacle Lily in this rock gym. In addition to having extremely high dual resistance, it also carries items that can continuously restore physical strength. Using the self-regeneration skill can directly restore half of the physical strength. Coupled with the control effect of the strange light, it is indeed a very tough opponent, however, as a champion. She is knowledgeable and has seen such Pokémon before. Some advanced trainers will tend to focus on defensive counterattacks when training their Pokémon, using super high defense and recovery capabilities to engage in a war of attrition with their opponents. If she used her own team configuration to deal with a Pokémon like this, there shouldn't be any big problems. But now we are in the game and still in the early stages. The Pokémon that can be captured and cultivated are quite limited. This is the difficulty of Cradle Lily, which has undoubtedly increased dozens of times. Seeing that Kishu's electric spider was confused and used a bug bite to hit her face, successfully taking away her last bit of physical strength, Serna couldn't help but chuckle and turned off her live broadcast room. She also knew that she shouldn't laugh. But when she saw Kishu's face flushed and he stood up from his seat and stood at attention, she was indeed a little unable to hold it back. By watching Kishu's live broadcast, she obtained some key information. The attribute of the next gym is Rock attribute, so you can prepare yourself in advance. This seems to be good news for his own tree gecko, after all. The Grass attribute restrains the Rock attribute, but she didn't think that Boshigan could successfully break through the Cradle Lily. After all, the attributes of the Cradle Lily seem to be Grass plus Rock. Due to the mutual resistance between Grass-type skills, Boshigan's Grass-type skills were not advantageous. Therefore, we must find a way to cultivate a Pokémon that can deal with Cradle Lily. But the most important issue at the moment is to deal with the powerful enemy, black-haired boy, who is waiting for him at the end of the road. Otherwise, let alone the gym. I can't even leave this novice village with this thought. Serna turned on the camera and microphone again, sat back in front of the computer and said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm sorry for the long wait. I just had to make a phone call, it's okay. I'm willing to wait no matter how long it takes. She warms me and makes me cry. Who is it for? Not the Dodo, right, or Stone Brother at this moment." The Emerald game has also been successfully launched, and a window pops up. However, this time the opening animation was replaced with a prompt box. Serna looked at the content in the prompt box and couldn't help but be stunned. Is this an update prompt, moreover? Judging from the time in the upper left corner, it seems that the content was updated just a few minutes ago. She looked at the prompt box with some curiosity. Dear players, please note that the game has been updated. Current game version 0.2. The latest update content is as follows. 1. Added a weather system. The weather conditions in the game will change with the region and time. When fighting outdoors under weather conditions, it will have a corresponding impact on the battle and activate some non-combat mechanisms. Please explore it on your own, too. Further enhance the intelligent AI of Pokémon and NPCs. And they now have more distinct personalities. 3. Optimize the animation particle effects when Pokémon use skills in the game, making them more visually appealing. 4. The map has been developed to Fighting City now. After clearing the first gym, players can go to Fighting Island to challenge the second gym. After seeing this series of prompts, Serna's first reaction was a little surprise. If I remember correctly, this game seemed to have been released just the day before yesterday. How come there are already 2 updates in just 2 days? While she was thinking, her eyes suddenly fell on the second line of the update prompt, and she was stunned. Wait. What is Enhanced Intelligence AI? When did this game quietly incorporate AI? Having played Battle Road for more than a year, Serna naturally understands how difficult it is to add intelligent AI to the game. Even a large company like DreamWorks spent a significant amount of time and resources adding AI to some PvE characters in its games. But the results were minimal and instead, a host of bugs were introduced. This is understandable, as AI is a relatively new field globally, only a few years old. And the difficulty for game companies to develop it in depth is exceptionally high. But now I haven't seen the Emerald game I'm playing for just 1 day. And you're saying that I've taken out the AI. If it were any other games, Serna would never believe anything you said. But if it is this Pokémon Emerald, the situation is completely different. She believed that if the author said it existed, then it must be true. While Serna was thinking, the barrage began to refresh. Ah, there really is AIs. Has anyone bought the game and can tell me if this is true? Don't ask. Who has bought the game and has time to watch the live broadcast? They're too busy playing it, you know how fun this game is. Is it my love for the streamer that keeps me here? No. It's the poverty of not being able to afford games that keeps us here. What? Some viewers who watched Kishu's live broadcast gave a positive answer. It really exists and it's super smart. You'll know when you see it in a moment. But the performance of this game on the first day of live broadcast has far exceeded the expectations of most viewers. Now after only 1 day, they say they have come up with an AI function. Even if someone in the live broadcast room proved it, others still didn't dare to believe it. When everyone was in disbelief, Serna had already re-entered the game and controlled the character to walk out of the Pokémon Center. She glanced at the prompt on the screen. Can I use the E key to interact with the user by voice or inputting commands? Just as he was talking to himself, he suddenly noticed that the wood gecko following him had a subtle expression at this moment. This is different from the cool look that wood gecko always put on when he first started playing. At this moment, the wood gecko stood beside Serna, looking at him with squinted eyes, his hands folded in front of his chest, and chewing a branch in his mouth, as if he was very dissatisfied with Serna. Although it is a pixel, but because the picture is very delicate, Serna can see at a glance that her wood gecko seems to be a little emotional at the moment. Seeing this, tried to press the E key to input a command, wanting to touch the wood gecko's head, however. The next moment, as the character in the game stretched out his hand, the wood gecko actually took a step back and jumped away. Chamo, he even let out a cry of disgust seeing this scene. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Immediately, barrages of comments were flying all over the sky again. Holy crap, there really is artificial intelligence. How is this different from real Pokémon? Hahaha, I lost twice in a row, I'm not happy. Is this a preset setting? If you lose to someone repeatedly and then interact with them again, it'll trigger everyone's focus was different. But Serna looked at the wood gecko in front of her, took a deep breath and pressed the E key again. But this time she didn't type in any instructions, but spoke directly in a sincere tone. Kimiya, I'm really sorry for the defeat just now. The 2 battles were not lost because of your fault. Later, I will find a way to improve our team. I won't let you fight with disadvantaged attributes, but instead find a way to bring out your strengths. Besides that, I promise that one day, I will make you able to fight no matter how powerful and difficult the Pokémon is. So give me one more chance, okay? After saying this, Serna stared closely at the wood gecko on the screen. Upon hearing this, the latter turned his head to look at Serna's character, curled his lips slightly, wagged his tail gently, and took 2 steps towards her without leaving any trace. Chamo Chamo, along with this somewhat dissatisfied cry. A prompt popped up on the screen. It's obvious that the wood Garami seems to have reluctantly agreed with your statement. But you must prove it with your actions next, also. He told you that if you ask him to fight a fire-type Pokémon again, he will go on strike. Seeing this scene, the barrage of comments exploded again. If everyone was still doubting the authenticity of the intelligent AI in this game just now, now there is absolutely no doubt this so-called AI is absolutely real. Otherwise, how could there be such a quick, accurate, and real reactions? Holy crap, this AI is way too advanced. It's like a real Pokémon, right? Isn't it that even the narration is equipped with AI intelligence? This wood gecko is so tsundere, I love it. So this is what they mean when they say Pokémon all have unique personalities. This is way better than Dream Factory's awful Battle Road AI. In comparison, theirs is pure artificial idiocy. At the same time, Serna was slightly stunned when she saw the reaction of the wood gecko on the screen. Some images from deep within her memory suddenly emerged in her mind. That was many years ago, when she had just obtained her first Pokémon and was just an ordinary little girl. At that time, the land shark was not as powerful and majestic as it is now. It was just a round land shark that had just hatched from an egg. in the important first battle with other trainers of the same age. He ended up failing due to his own command mistakes. After the battle, the round land shark was like the wood gecko, with its hands on its hips, its head held high, and a look of displeasure. But my younger self immediately made a promise. Roundland shark, don't be angry. It's really my fault for giving orders this time. I will definitely work hard to improve my command ability and won't hold you back. I promise one day we'll be powerful. Powerful enough to surpass all the other trainers. These promises made the round land shark curl its lips, snort reluctantly and move closer to him. As for what happened after that, naturally there is no need to say more. In the end, I fulfilled this promise, and now. Serna looked at the wood gecko with his hands behind his head and a dissatisfied look on his face, and suddenly chuckled. This moment is just like that moment, isn't it? Does this count as becoming a trainer again? With this thought in mind, Serna put the Bimbisara back into the piquet ball and began to think about countermeasures for the current situation. It is obvious that whether it is from the powerful enemy in front of us or from the situation of the rock gym leader later, the creator of this game has only one purpose. That is to allow players to prepare from the beginning to build a reasonable, complete, balanced Pokémon team that can cope with various situations and opponents. After all, this is a game, and the cost of breeding Pokémon in the game is very low, or even non-existent. You only need to spend time to improve their level and strength. Unlike the real world, each Pokémon requires a lot of money and energy to grow and become stronger normally. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of building a mature team can be said to be thousands or even tens of thousands times that of the game. More than times, but at the same time. The creator of this game has added a restriction for players that they can capture no more than 15 Pokémon. This means that players must make careful decisions and cherish every position when capturing each Pokémon. With this thought in mind, Serna began to think quickly. When facing fire attribute Pokémon, the best counter attributes are naturally water and rock. But in his memory, the wild Pokémon he had just encountered along the way did not meet this attribute. Rock attribute Pokémon generally do not live in roadside grass or flat areas. They generally live in caves and mountains. The Pokémon he encountered were all Pokémon like Pidgeot, Rattata, Spearow, and Hound, which can be often seen in the suburbs around the city. From this point, it can be seen that the creators of this game have strictly designed the Pokémon distribution areas according to the actual situation. Back to the game process. If she can't defeat the strong enemy now, she naturally won't be able to move on to the next area. In this way, it seems that it is not easy to get a water or rock attribute Pokémon in the early stage. Just as Serna was thinking about how to deal with the situation, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Yes. If I remember correctly, the first Pokémon I encountered when I got Bimbisara and went out just now met the requirements. She immediately controlled her character back to the bushes above the entrance where she had just left the town and began to run repeatedly. This is the mechanism for encountering monsters in the game. Whenever you walk in the grass, caves, or other places where Pokémon may refresh, there is a certain probability that Pokémon will appear. This monster encounter mechanism is completely random. You may encounter a common Pokémon, or you may encounter a rare Pokémon. This is one of the fun and essence of the original work. At this moment as the character ran, she began to encounter enemies again and again. But Serna did not fight with Pokémon like Houndoom and Spearow, but chose to retreat directly as she continued to refresh. When she encountered monsters for the 7th time, a green figure appeared in front of her. It was a Pokémon with a light blue body and a lotus leaf on its head. And it had a cute and short appearance. This is exactly Serna's target, Lotus Leaf Boy. Lilliputten is a dual attribute Pokémon of grass and water attributes. Due to the existence of its secondary attribute, it perfectly makes up for its weakness against fire attribute Pokémon, and can even restrain fire-type Pokémon. To deal with the fire chicken, it is the best choice in such a situation in the early stage. After controlling the Bimbisara to perform 2 consecutive slap attacks to lower the health of the Lotus Boy. Serna threw the Pokeball shook 3 times. And with a ding sound, it meant that the Pokémon was successfully captured. This is also the first Pokémon she captured in the game Emerald. As the battle interface ended, Serna began to explain the barrage. I've thought about it. Although its grass attribute overlaps with forest lizards, given the current situation, Lobloa seems to be the best choice. On the one hand, it can help forest lizard make up for its weakness against fire. On the other hand, as a grass and water-type Pokémon, it relies on the complementary nature of these 2 attributes to avoid the 3 disadvantages of ice. Electric and fire, giving it excellent resistance. After saying that, Serna suddenly remembered something. By the way, if I remember correctly, it seems that you can directly check the characteristics of Pokémon in this game. The characteristics of the Pokémon Lotus Boy have not been discovered yet. So what kind of characteristics will the author give him? She opened the Pokémon interface of her backpack and checked the characteristics of this Lotus Leaf Boy. But she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because what appeared before her eyes was a characteristic she had never seen before, leisurely and free. The specific effect is, in rainy weather, the speed of Pokémon with this characteristic will be directly doubled. With the appearance of this feature interface, the live broadcast room's bullet screen also began to refresh rapidly. Free and unrestrained, what the hell? I've never heard of this Pokémon having this ability. But speaking of which, I seem to have heard someone say that the characteristics of the Lotus Leaf Boy have not been studied and investigated yet. Right, that's true. But this feature seems a bit too outrageous, doesn't it? Double the speed, it's so powerful. I think the author must have designed it for fun. Bullshit. Even if I designed it myself, it's not that amazing, right? It has to rain to work. How many days of rain do we get in a year? If it's in a drier area, wouldn't this feature be useless? The barrage of comments was discussed quickly, however. Serna's gaze fell on that line of characteristic information and did not leave for a long time. As a champion, her knowledge of all aspects of Pokémon can be said to be quite rich. The situation where characteristics have not been discovered is actually not uncommon in the Pokémon research community. Because the conditions for triggering and the effects produced by many Pokémon's characteristics are so strange, it is difficult to imagine them using normal thinking. Therefore, exploring the characteristics of each Pokémon can be regarded as one of the important projects and tasks in the scientific research community. So is this ease and freedom feature a feature created by the author at random? Or does it really exist? Intuition told Serna that this characteristic might be true, but she couldn't believe it for a moment. Because if that's really the case, this matter is a bit complicated. She knew clearly what would happen if a Pokémon's speed doubled in real battle. Not to mention doubling it, even if it's just increased by a few %. It will bring a qualitative leap to the combat power of that Pokémon. Once this characteristic is confirmed, it will cause a sensation in the entire upper-level trainer circle. Why only the upper levels? Because in the eyes of ordinary trainers, weather such as rainy days and sunny days are natural phenomena and cannot be controlled by humans. But recently, a trend of developing weather skills has quietly started among the circles of superstar and champion trainers. Because everyone has discovered that the weather created by weather-type skills can directly provide bonuses to Pokémon. As long as the Pokémon is strong enough to use weather skills, it can bring huge improvements to Pokémon with corresponding attributes, with weather being a controllable factor. Once this feature is proven, it is estimated that many trainers who specialize in water and grass types will have to start urgently cultivating the Pokémon Papillon. Otherwise, when the Civil War comes, when someone takes out the Lot Kappa in the rainy weather, then he will be beaten black and blue in addition. Even in the field of scientific research, this is a huge discovery. Because this also means that many water-type Pokémon whose characteristics have not been discovered may also possess this characteristic of free and easy. At this moment, more Serna thought about it. the more she felt that this characteristic should really exist. How could someone who even knows something about legendary beasts can perfectly recreate the appearance of an ancient fossil Pokémon and possesses a wealth of Pokémon knowledge and understanding of trainers? Casually add a characteristic of his own, moreover. In today's game update, the weather was clearly mentioned, and it was specifically stated that the weather will directly affect the situation in the battle. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and shook her head slightly. It is actually very simple to judge whether it is true or false. Just contact Professor Oak and tell him about this matter. Let the doctor take some Lotus Leaf Boys to a rainy environment and record some data, and he can immediately determine whether the Lotus Leaf Boys really have this characteristic. But I just disturbed Professor Oak because of the fossil Pokémon matter. Now I should let him focus on the meeting. It won't be too late to find him after the meeting is over. After all, it takes a lot of time to collect a batch of Lotus Leaf Boys and then conduct experimental record comparisons. Even if I want to know the authenticity of this characteristic now, it will not be possible in a short time. Thinking of this, Serna shook her head slightly. At the same time, a new idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Yup, since this game has a weather system, and I just happened to capture a Pokémon with the ability to swim freely. What's that next? Can I try to build a team with rainy weather as the core? Her team in the real world is already fully formed, and it is no longer possible to breed a new batch of Pokémon from scratch. This is why she often plays the battle path, however. The development of weather-related skills has only recently become popular among high-level trainers. Given DreamWorks' update and efficiency, it may take another year or two for the weather system to be officially launched. However, this emerald in front of me gives me such an opportunity to try boldly. With this thought in mind, Serna thought about the composition of the future team in her mind, and started fighting wild Pokémon in the nearby grass with Lotus Leaf Boy to improve her level. 20 minutes later, after the Lotus Leaf Boy's level was raised to level 12, and he mastered the restraining skill Water Gun, Serna challenged the black-haired boy again. The opponent's Fire Chicken has mastered Flame and Peck, although it can use Peck to cause restraining damage to the Lotus Leaf Boy. It is not his original skill after all, and the power is not that high. Under the repeated attacks of the two Pokémon, Charmeleon was finally defeated. Declaring Serna's victory at the end of the battle, Serna released the two elves from the ball. Input: the Commandant touched the head of the Lotus Leaf Boy. Well done, Lotus Leaf Boy, ye tilde. The Lotus Leaf Boy squinted his eyes and looked very happy. The wood gecko on the side was leaning against a tree, with a dogtail grass hanging from its mouth and a look of indifference on its face. Chamo and you boku no mayo, you're great too. Serna input the command to let the character walk forward and touched the head of the wood gecko. The wood guard glanced at her, still looking disdainful. However, his tail, which was shaking rapidly up and down, betrayed his true thoughts deep in his heart. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene and couldn't help but speak out. It's so nice the corpse feels warm. Even when playing games, she pays so much attention to the bond with the elves. She is worthy of being our sister Na. How else could I become the champion? It's all because of my love for Pokémon. The next plot is logical. He returns to the Research Institute to get the illustrated book. Sets off for Chenghua City. Meets the protagonist's father in Xiaoguang. Then enters Chenghua Forest and heads to the next city, Kanazi City. During the game, Serna seemed quite immersed in it. She only occasionally raised her head to interact with the comments, and the rest of the time she stared intently at the screen. This made the audience in the live broadcast room sigh with emotion. The serious anchor is so handsome, I want to marry him. Do you know what a champion's demeanor is? Even when playing a game seriously, he is so charming. Even when she played Battle Road before, Nana had never done this before. It seems that this game is really to her liking. At this moment, Serna was in the depths of the Orange Forest. She was not in a hurry to leave, but recalled the scene she saw in Kishu's live broadcast room. Cradle Lily has super high defense and recovery capabilities, as well as some control capabilities. If you want to pass the next gym, this Pokémon is a hurdle you must overcome. Now my Wood Guardian and Lotus Leaf Boy have reached the upper limit of level 15. In addition to the slap and super absorption skills that it already mastered, the Wood Gecko has also learned 2 new skills, See-Through and Quick Defense. The effect of the former is somewhat similar to Protection, which can unconditionally block one damaging skill for yourself. But it cannot be used continuously. Quick Defense has the same effect as the former, but the protection it provides can only be effective for group skills and cannot be used continuously. From a long-term strategic perspective, these 2 defensive skills are of great significance. But these skills are obviously useless in defeating Tentacle Lily. The skills that Lotus Leaf Boy currently possesses are Absorb, Water Gun, White Mist, and Scream. The first 2 are attack skills of normal power, while the latter 2 can clear the enemy Pokémon's enhanced status and reduce the enemy Pokémon's physical attack level by 1 level respectively. Apparent Lithas had no effect on the Cradle Lily, which was as fleshy as a city wall, so Serna knew that she would probably have to cultivate a new Pokémon to help her pass the gym. Although she wanted to build a weather team, Serna also understood that this kind of complete team building was something that needed to be considered in the middle and late stages. After all, maps of other areas are not unlocked in the early stages, and there are not many opportunities to capture suitable Pokémon with specific attributes. Players are more inclined to initially build a combat-ready team. Therefore, it is okay to place a Pokémon even if it has nothing to do with the rainy day team. After all, the author gave the opportunity to capture 15 Pokémon, and in each battle only 6 can be used at a time, so the question now is, what kind of Pokémon should be captured and bred to deal with Tentacle Lily? Serna fell into deep thought at the same time. On the other side in Kishu's live broadcast room, paralysis, 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 paralysis. Kishu's face flushed red, and he put his hands together as if praying, shaking them up and down wildly, and the next moment, as an electric current flashed across the body of Tentacle Lily, the paralysis state was successfully triggered. His health finally dropped to the last third. Nice. Seeing this scene, Kishu almost jumped up from his chair with excitement. It's finally going to succeed. As long as Cradle Lily is paralyzed once more, the electric bug's 2 bites will be enough to take it away successfully. At this moment, barrages are also flying all over the sky. This is the 15th time already. Will I finally be able to successfully see the second Pokémon? After so many times I should have been very sleepy. But the fact that the host was in jail made up for it very well. Come on Kishu, go to hell just one last time. Kishu took a deep breath with excitement in his heart. He pressed the insect bite option again. However, the next moment, something unprecedented happened. The Tentacle Lily suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The owner, Duwan, has retracted the Tentacle Lily. Immediately afterwards there was a flash of light, and a brand new Pokémon appeared on the field. The owner, Duwan, sent out Archaeopteryx Kishu. Not buddies, who are you? I beg you all to follow my reading cac. I have combined 2 chapters into 1, so it looks like there is only 1 chapter to update more. But it won't work during the new book period. I will definitely update more chapters once it is released. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Hone region, in Kana City, in front of a building, a girl wearing a black miniskirt, crimson tights, and a bun was sitting on a chair. She was holding a small Geodude in her arms, who squinted his eyes and looked very comfortable. Because the girl was using a dry towel to carefully wipe the dust off Geodude's body, the girl looked extraordinary, with confidence and determination revealed in her deep red pupils. If someone passes by here, they will recognize at a glance that this is the owner of the Kana's gym. Duhwanik named Genius Rock Girl at this moment. Duwan wiped Geodude's body, placed him on the chair next to him, and stretched comfortably. Her life without challengers is so good. It's so relaxing as the owner of the Kana's gym. In the past year, for some reason, fewer and fewer trainers have challenged the gym. Perhaps it is because the number of gyms recognized by the Alliance in the Hone region has begun to increase sharply recently. And the relatively difficult Kana's gym will naturally not be the first choice of those trainers. Du Huan was quite happy about this. On the one hand, this was a recognition of her strength. On the other hand, she is actually a person who likes to be idle. Or rather, likes to slack off. If you go to work every day without fishing, wouldn't that be crazy, Pika Pika Tilda? Just as Du Huan was leaning back in her chair and lamenting the ease of life, the cell phone at her waist suddenly rang. Okay. Du Huan was a little surprised. She picked up her phone and found that the screen showed an unfamiliar number. She didn't think much about it and answered the phone directly. Hello, this is Du Huan. Who is this? A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, my name is Kishu. Du Huan was stunned for a moment. This name sounded familiar. Hello, what can I do for you? She continued to ask subconsciously. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone before the voice sounded again with a tearful tone. I'd like to ask, do you have the two Pokémon? Archaeopteryx and Tentacle Lily. If I may, I'd like to ask, what are these two Pokémon afraid of? I really can't beat them, Du Huan. What? At this moment, the leader of Kana's gym, the genius girl of Rock Du Huan, was stunned on the spot. On Kishu's side, because of the devastating rock slide pushed the team by Archaeopteryx's 112 physical attack racial value, and broke the defense and called Du Huan. Serna was also thinking seriously in front of the screen. I have to say that the fighting method chosen by Kishu does make sense. Since control is based on probability, and there are countless opportunities to try. As long as you try enough times, there will always be a time when you pass. But Serna didn't want to imitate her completely. For a simple reason, on the one hand, such pure gambling on probability is too torturous. On the other hand, she felt that with such a high challenge difficulty, repeatedly betting on probability was probably not the game author's intention. She had already seen that the game maker's original intention was to allow players to form a perfect team to make up for the team's shortcomings. The Tentacle Lily in the first gym is equivalent to the first test for the player. In the real world, configuring a reasonable and complete team is a compulsory course for these superstars and champions. It can even be said that the gap between two elite-level trainers is often not in the individual Pokémon, but in the situation of the entire team. Even at the champion level, the situation still exists, but it has been weakened a bit due to the terrifying strength of individual Pokémon. But there is no doubt that if a champion who does not pay attention to team composition, but focuses on improving the strength of each Pokémon fights against a champion who has given a little consideration to team composition, the latter will definitely win. Having said that, she is now even more certain that such a test can be set up in the game. This game maker is not only a professional scientific researcher, but also an extremely strong trainer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have this understanding and accomplishment. If Serna was previously only curious about the identity of the creator because of the cover of Rayquaza, now she is truly interested in the creator himself. Back to the game. Tentacle Lily's attributes are Grass plus Rock, and its restraining attributes are Bug, Steel, Ice, and Fighting. Serna roughly summarized the Pokémon she encountered along the way and found that there were more normal Bug, Flying, and Grass-type Pokémon among these attributes. Only the Insect type can restrain Cradle Lily. But the Insect system has a problem before evolving. Its combat effectiveness is generally very low. Kishu's Electric Bug is a good example. Even when restraining Cradle Lily, a single bite from it can only deal less than a third of its HP damage. What? If it's a Bug-type Pokémon that can transform into its final form before level 15, then it would be a good choice. But Serna was not sure whether these Insect-type Pokémon could complete the evolution at this level. After all, there is no concept of level in the real world. She herself had little experience with Bug-type Pokémon. So do you want to try it? Standing in the orange forest full of Bug-type Pokémon, Serna hesitated, however. The next moment she had a new idea for some unknown reason. Next, Serna controlled the character through the orange forest, fought against several nearby trainers on the bridge, and successfully arrived at Kana's city at this time. The two Pokémon in her team also successfully reached the current level limit, level 15. As Serna's character got closer and closer to the gym, the barrage of comments suddenly refreshed excitedly. Coming soon. I've already started laughing. Come on, Nana sister. Let this little hone owner learn what it means to be a champion. I'll post this in advance. The Sinnoh champion is being chased and beaten by an unknown gym leader in the Hone region. How could I have such a dream, obviously? After witnessing the difficulty of this game and watching her challenge the gym in Kishu's live broadcast room, the audience did not think that Serna could win, however. The next moment, something beyond their expectations happened. The character controlled by Serna came to the Kana's gym, but did not go in instead. She walked directly past the building and headed towards the top of Kana's city. Looking at this scene, the barrage instantly laughed. Sister Julan, why did you run away? Not good. Our army is doomed to fail. Retreat immediately. Amidst the cheers and laughter filling the live stream, Cynthia spoke up. I just realized that since each region has its own unique types and species of Pokémon, there should be other Pokémon around Rustboro City as well. Based on the author's design, he should have placed some Pokémon nearby that can restrain Tentacle Lily. As soon as she finished speaking, a brand new road and grass appeared in front of Serna. She smiled slightly, so this should be it. At this moment, Serna was controlling her character in the grass to refresh Pokémon, and the comments in the live broadcast room were also shocked by her operation. 666 is indeed a veteran champion. He is very understanding and even guessed the author's design. The areas ahead were blocked by people, and I thought I had to complete the gym before I could move on. I didn't expect that to be the case. This author is really thoughtful, by the way. Do you think there's any Pokémon here that can take out that Tentacle Lily? I think it's suspenseful. That thing is so abnormal, who can beat it? While the barrage was discussing, Serna's game screen suddenly flickered, indicating that she encountered a wild Pokémon. When the monster encounter scene dispersed to both sides, what appeared before her eyes was a pink Pokémon that looked like a bear. When she saw this Pokémon for the first time, Serna was stunned. It's actually him. Of course she knew this Pokémon Kusto, the original form of a Pokémon called Kusto from the Alola region. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance of this little guy now. Just like a doll, its final evolved form, the wearing bear, has extremely high physical attack ability and physical endurance, which is terrifying even in the Alola region. It is considered a well-known Pokémon, but its rarity is not high and it is quite common. The reason they are so famous is because they are so strong and love to hug others. If they are not careful, they may break the trainer's bones. If it weren't for this shortcoming, the number of Pokémon trainers who could train bear-wearing Pokémon would probably increase by at least 10 times. Thinking of this, Serna shook her head slightly. Tongpuxing's attributes are Fighting type plus General type. The Fighting type is exactly what he needs to fight against Cradle Lily. Moreover, the difference between Fighting type Pokémon and Bug type Pokémon is that their ability distribution often emphasizes physical attacks, and their defensive capabilities are very weak. After all, the biggest feature of Fighting-type Pokémon is the ability to unleash fierce attacks. Like an indestructible spear, this is exactly the style of Fighting-type Pokémon. And such a spear happens to be the best way to deal with the shield of the Tentacle Lily. Or judging by the tankiness of that Tentacle Lily, it should be a battle between a siege vehicle and a city wall. While thinking, Serna sent out Carcharonix to use 2 consecutive slaps, easily reducing the health of the Bearcat to a flashing red, and then threw out the Piquet balls. However, this time the capture was not smooth, and the previous Piquet balls failed to capture it successfully. On the contrary, under the continuous fierce attacks of the bear doll, the blood volume of the wood gecko has begun to flash red. and there is only one Pokeball left in Serna's backpack. At this critical moment, a dramatic scene occurred. On the screen, Borobudur turned his head and looked at Serna with resentment. Its little eyes were filled with silent accusations against Serna. Before Serna could react, a line of prompts suddenly popped up below. The wood gecko seems to be getting angry. Bashima snatched the last Pokeball from your hand. Bashigan throws the Pokeball. The red and white ball drew a perfect arc in the air and landed precisely on the body of the bear doll, transforming it into a beam of white light and absorbing it. The Pokeball began to shake once, twice, 3 times, with a click accompanied by exciting music. A prompt popped up: "Congratulations. The bear has been successfully captured. New Pokémon information has been recorded in the Pokédex." Serna is in the live broadcast room. Everyone was naturally also crazy about the scene just now. Sister Nan, your ball throwing skills need improvement. They're not even as good as Xiao Gong's. Your Pokémon couldn't stand it anymore and chose to help you throw the ball to capture it. I'm dying of laughter. 2333. Serna looked at the Pokémon that had already run back to its ball to rest after giving her a blank look. Then glanced at the Pokeball in her character's hand that contained the teddy bear. And for a moment her expression was a little complicated. Well, at least it had a happy ending, didn't it? The basic level of this teddy bear is level 11, which is 4 levels lower than the highest level. So after successfully capturing him, Serna immediately took him to the surrounding bushes and began looking for other wild Pokémon to increase their levels. At the same time, you can also take a look at the distribution of wild Pokémon in the vicinity. 15 minutes later, the level of the bear doll successfully reached level 15. Serna then opened the backpack interface and checked the information of this Pokémon. Children's bear level 15 limit reached. Character stubborn attribute general fighting. Mastered skills wild dance evil / power fighting glare normal tooth for tooth evil. Chinese letter 16 Chinese letter 38 Chinese letter 21 Chinese letter 21 Chinese letter 21. When she saw the skill panel of this teddy bear, Serna couldn't help but look slightly happy. The physical attack attribute of 38 can be said to be quite high, even more than 10 points higher than the special attack value that the wood gecko is best at in the team. Moreover, he also mastered the skill of releasing strength. Fighting type skills not only have considerable power, but also have a 30% chance of paralyzing the opponent. This skill is simply the best way to deal with Cradle Lily. It can not only cause a lot of damage, but also produce a control effect and interrupt his self-regeneration skill. Now it should be no problem to deal with that Cradle Lily. Just as Serna was about to set out to challenge the gym, she suddenly remembered something else. Oh, if I remember correctly, it was a bit dangerous to touch stuffed bears or bear costumes. Therefore, their characteristics have not yet been discovered by the scientific community. So what will be their characteristics in the game? As soon as she thought of this, Serna immediately looked at the feature interface, and a line of text quickly caught her eye. And what appeared this time was actually a feature she had seen before. Features furry. Pokémon with this characteristic will receive half the direct damage. But when attacked by fire attribute moves, the damage received will be doubled. This furry characteristic was first discovered in a Pokémon called Braided Sheep in the Galar region. The reason for the discovery is a bit funny. A farmer who raised a large number of braided sheep found that his braided sheep were particularly afraid of torches. So he reported the matter to the local scientific research institution. Logically speaking, it is normal for a sheep covered in fur to be afraid of fire. However, the local scientific research institute had nothing better to do. So they followed up on this research and accidentally discovered the characteristics of the braided sheep. Serna never expected that the characteristics of this stuffed bear would be exactly the same as those of the braided sheep. I'll tell Professor Oak about this matter later, along with the clues about the free-flowing characteristic. From the perspective of the current game, This is undoubtedly a very good feature, which means that Tompu Bear has an equivalent of 50% damage reduction against most physical attacks, although he passively gains a fire attribute weakness. Considering that the team already has Lotus Leaf Boy to make up for this shortcoming, the negative impact of this characteristic can be said to be negligible. Generally speaking, the gains far outweigh the losses. After understanding the status of the teddy bear, Serna immediately returned along the same route, arrived at the entrance of the gym in Kana City and entered. Next, just as Serna expected, the bear doll faced the NPCs blocking the way in the gym and easily crushed them with just one move of exerting strength. And she finally stood in front of the museum owner Du Huan. The rocky earth can bear everything, and I will show you the charm of rock Pokémon. With Du Huan's announcement and the extremely passionate music, the gym battle officially begins. The first thing Du Huan sent out was naturally the Tentacle Lily. On the other hand, Serna chose to use the teddy bear as a debutante. At this moment, the barrage was all cheering for Serna. Come on, Sister Na, let him see the strength of a champion. Is this fleshy, sickening Tentacle Lily finally going to be punished? Bamboo Orchid Gods, Bamboo Orchid Gods, Bamboo Orchid Gods. Serna's gaze focused, and her entire demeanor changed instantly. An invisible aura emanated from hers, indicating that she had completely entered a serious state. If other champions saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. This is the serious form that Serna will enter only when battling against a sufficiently powerful trainer, who is also a champion-level trainer. But now she acted like this because of a game at this moment. Facing the Tentacle Lily, Serna chose the skill Release Strength without hesitation. But the next moment a red light flashed, and the figure of Tentacle Lily disappeared instantly. The owner of the museum, Du Huan, took back the Tentacle Lily. The owner of the museum, Du Huan, sent out the Cranium Dragon along with 2 prompts. A new Poké Ball appeared, and a blue Pokémon that looked like a little dragon and had a circle of bumps on its head appeared opposite Serna. This is none other than the rock-type Pokémon, Craniosaurus. Do you want to keep the Tentacle Lily status? Although Pokémon cannot be switched as freely as they are now in real-world battles, Serna still saw the other party's purpose at a glance. But she was not worried, because the opponent's craniotomy was also a rock type that was restrained by Fa Jin and could not withstand it either. Judging from the previous performance of Bearcat, as long as the opponent is not a durable Pokémon, he can kill the opponent's Pokémon of the same level instantly with one exert force in a restrained state. Therefore, even if Du Huan switches to Craniofacial Dragon to take this move, it will only delay 1 round, but the next moment, after being hit, the Craniopagus's health bar, which had rapidly dropped to freezing point, suddenly stopped. The Cranidos's imposing aura sash withstood the attack. His health is preserved. Looking at the Craniosaurus that had successfully locked its health, the barrage was suddenly filled with question marks. 666, the owner of the museum, has won a prize aura belt. What the hell is that? Can it lock HP? Serna was also a little stunned at this moment. Such an item had never appeared in either the real world or in the road to battle. However, the current situation made her roughly understand the effect of this item, that is, it forces the Pokémon to retain the last bit of physical strength when suffering fatal damage. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing should have certain conditions for effectiveness, and it will probably only be effective once in a battle. Otherwise, there would be no balance at all and it would be too chaotic. With this thought in mind, Serna decided to let the bear use its strength again to absorb the last bit of the Skull Dragon's remaining strength. But the next moment, the blue figure on the opposite side of the venue moved first. He rushed forward and bumped into the body of the teddy bear, and the screen began to vibrate violently. Craniosaurus uses Slam, a knowing blow. The health bar above the bear puppet's head began to drop rapidly, and was emptied in an instant, and was taken away directly in one move. The barrage refreshes like crazy, bear brother. Fuck, what kind of damage is this? Another critical hit. Oh my god. However, when faced with this scene, Serna seemed to be thinking about something and said nothing. After a moment, she simply closed the game window and started the game again. This was something she learned from Kishu's live broadcast room. As long as she felt that the battle could not be won, she could start a new battle in this way, of course. Restarting in this way will also be considered a battle failure. And the money in the backpack will be deducted as usual. The good news is that the money deducted for failing a gym battle will be relatively less. Otherwise, a certain TV anchor would have already owed hundreds of thousands of dollars. At this moment, as Serna began to challenge Duan again, the same situation began to repeat itself. Duan sent out Tentacle Lily and Serna sent out Teddy Bear. Tentacle Lily switches to Skull Dragon Tompu Bear attacks. Chi Waste is triggered and Skull Dragon locks the blood. However, when everything seems to be repeating itself again. Serna decisively chose to switch Pokémon and sent out Lotus Leaf Boy. The Craniosaur's violent attack also followed. Another heart-wrenching blow. The health bar above the Lotus Leaf Boy's head was quickly emptied and returned to 0. However, the next moment, the last bit of blood left in the Skull Dragon disappeared. The Cranium Dragon received counter-injury. The Cranium Dragon fell at this moment. Some of the audience in the live broadcast room instantly understood what was going on. And just as they thought, Serna's explanation came slowly. In any case, the bear's fighting strength must be reserved to deal with the Tentacle Lily. So we must ensure his condition in this battle. And the Craniosaurus's Ramel, though extremely powerful, will cause rebound damage to itself. In other words, by switching one Pokémon, we can keep Bearcat and have him face Tentacle Lily at full strength. But I didn't expect this guy to hit me again. Serna sighed slightly when she said this. After this battle is over, I must use the interactive function to appease the Lotus Leaf Boy. Otherwise, you'd get hit on the head for no reason and then be sent down. Anyone would get a little angry. Just as Serna was thinking about it, the opposite Azalea had already sent out another Pokémon, which was the Tentacle Lily from before on the Serna side. With the flashing red light, the bear doll appeared again and faced the tentacle-shaking Lily. The two Pokémon stood on the battlefield again, and everything seemed to have happened just seconds ago. But in just this short round, both trainers had lost the combat power of a Pokémon. After a brief thought, Serna still chose the Fa Jin skill. This time, Duan did not choose to retract Tentacle Lily. The body of the Tompu Bear suddenly rushed forward, and a powerful brown-yellow airflow burst out from his arms, hitting the body of Tentacle Lily directly. The bear used his power and the effect was outstanding. The blood volume on the top of Tentacle Lily's head dropped rapidly, falling directly below half, and began to flash a deep yellow light. Immediately afterwards shook his body, and a ray of light lit up from above his head, but suddenly disappeared. Tentacle Lily used strange light but missed. Serna was not surprised by this, because the probability of hitting the skill of strange light itself was quite low. And it was almost the same in Kishu's live broadcast. Out of 10 uses, at least 4 were misses, but at this moment, facing such an advantageous situation, Serna had no intention of relaxing. The extremely strong physical attack power of the doll bear did cause huge damage to the Tentacle Lily. However, when the round ended and the leftovers item was triggered, the Tentacle Lily's health returned to green. This means that his physical strength has returned to more than half. But for Serna, this situation is not too good. He once again controlled the bear puppet and exerted his strength, bringing Tentacle Lily's health down to the lowest point. But the next moment, a bright light appeared on Tentacle Lily's body, and his physical strength instantly returned to a healthy green. Serna frowned slightly. Sure enough, once the Tentacle Lily's health drops below 2/3, it will immediately use the self-regeneration skill to recover itself, including the recovery from the leftover food item. He can recover more than half of his physical strength in each round. If the damage caused by the exertion of strength of the Tompu Bear does not exceed this threshold, the Tompu Bear will definitely lose in the end. Because in this game, The opponent's Pokémon has infinite skill PP value, while the player's PP value is limited, and there is no way to use props to recover during battle. Next, unless the bear can produce a critical hit, or the 1/3 paralysis probability of the force can trigger. Then when the PP runs out, it will be troublesome. While thinking, Serna once again controlled the bear doll to use her force. But this time, what was beyond her expectation was that as the bear attacked, a dazzling electric light flashed across the body of the Tentacle Lily. Tentacle Lily is paralyzed. Moreover, an even more exciting scene appeared. When it was Tentacle Lily's turn, electric current appeared on his body again, indicating that the paralysis effect was triggered. Skipping his chance to act this time, however, his health had not recovered and had already reached the bottom. Flashing red like a candle in the wind, the next round came. And with the last attack of the doll bear, the last bit of Tentacle Lily's health dissipated, and she lost her combat ability. Looking at this scene, the comments in the live broadcast room were already going crazy. One finally got rid of this troublesome guy. As expected of a host, he nailed it on the second try. Many of them had watched Kishu's live broadcast and knew clearly how disgusting and difficult to deal with this Tentacle Lily was. But now, Serna successfully got rid of him in the second attempt. Not only Thaith also solved another Pokémon of Azalea. Craniophonia, now Azalea only has the last Pokémon left, while Serna still has the nearly full status Turtle. And the Bimbo, which restrains the rock attribute and has not yet appeared in full status. No matter how you look at it, victory is a foregone conclusion. While the barrage of comments was going wild, Serna's eyes were as calm as water, staring at the screen intently. Her qualities as a champion told her that the battle was not over yet, and the opponent's last Pokémon had not yet appeared. Now was not the time to celebrate in advance for her. The gym battle in front of her is no longer a virtual game, but a real battle between trainers at this moment. Du Huan appeared on the screen again, with a confident and accepting smile on her face. I admit that you performed well and have a will and strength as strong as a rock. But I will not lose to you. My rock Pokémon and I will fight to the bitter end. Come out my pride. As she read the words, a brand new Pokémon appeared before her in a flash of light. It has a bird-like appearance, a body of red, blue, and yellow, and sharp teeth growing wildly in its huge beak. Although this Pokémon is small in size, it is full of primitive and wild beauty. With the appearance of this Pokémon, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Another new Pokémon? What species is this? I suddenly have a bad feeling at the same time. Serna was slightly stunned as she looked at this bird-like Pokémon. This Pokémon, she had never seen it before. Serna immediately looked up at the top of its head. Originator birds. Could it be that this is another fossil Pokémon from ancient times? After a brief moment of surprise, her eyes fixed. No matter what kind of Pokémon this is, I have to defeat it now. He clicked on the skill again and chose Exert Strength. But in the next moment, a scene beyond her expectations appeared with a sharp cry. The body of the Archaeopteryx turned into a gorgeous 3-color afterimage, bursting out at an astonishing speed, and rushed straight towards the bear doll. Archaeopteryx uses its wings to attack. Excellent effect. The teddy bear's physical strength began to drop instantly, and was directly and cleanly emptied to 0. Kill instantly with one strike. A brilliant 3-color light flashed, and among the flying feathers, the stamina bar above the bear doll's head instantly returned to 0. It lost its combat capability and was automatically retracted into the Pokéball. The battle interface reappeared, and both Azalea and Serna only had the last lit Pokéball left. This means that the battle has come to an end at this moment. It is obvious that the battle situation is quite unfavorable for Serna, as the ace Pokémon of the team and a crucial existence in this gym battle. Ursa Major was killed instantly by Arcturus before it even had time to use any moves. Although there was an attribute restraint, that move did not produce a critical hit. This is enough to show how exaggerated the physical attack power of this ancestral bird is. The last remaining elf wood gecko in the team was also restrained by the wing attack just now. Seeing this, Serna's heart sank suddenly really. As a challenger, you can target the attributes of the gym leader. On the other hand, the gym leader can also make preparations in advance and find ways to fight back. The Pokémon in front of him, called Archaeopteryx, is obviously a flying type plus a rock type. The flying type can just restrain the weaknesses of the fighting type and the grass type. Which are the two rock types? It is the key to Duan's joint defense. Serna shook her head slightly. It seemed that she would not be able to pass this time. The speed and physical defense of the wood gecko are actually slightly lower than those of the teddy bear. Under the same restrained situation, since the teddy bear is no match, the wood gecko naturally is not either, but then again, this second challenge was already quite successful. Not only did he defeat Duan's two elves, but he also saw the last remaining trump card of his opponent. Nor rather, every one of Duan's elves is very powerful and can be used as her trump card. But she will judge how to use these three elves according to the different situations of the opponent's team. With this thought in mind, Serna was ready to quit the game and end the battle early. After all, not long ago, she had just promised the wood Gurami that she would find a way to bring out its strengths and try not to let it face opponents with unfavorable attributes. But the next moment, the game screen suddenly changed. A red and white Pokeball suddenly popped out from the screen and began to shake violently in front of him. Your elf wood gecko wants to take the initiative to fight. Did it meet his expectations looking at this scene? She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. And the Pokeball continued to shake as if urging Serna. Her eyes narrowed. Since your Pokémon want to fight, how can you as a trainer escape? Even if you lose, you must lose without regrets. Giving up after encountering a strong enemy has never been her style. So she has to at least try once. If you lose, just bring your Pokémon and win again next time. As Serna pressed the confirm button, a white light flashed and the wood gecko appeared, kimono. The opponent is very strong, you must give it your all. Serna pressed the interaction button and reminded quickly. Chamo, the one who responded to him, was the wood gecko. Shouting with high fighting spirit the next moment, Serna directly chose super absorption. This is the skill that Boscombe can use to cause the greatest damage to rock-type Pokémon. And it is also the most powerful skill Boscombe currently possesses. Even if it is impossible to confirm whether the opponent has a flying-type skill, this is the best choice at the moment, however. The next moment, the emerald green light did not flash on the body of the wood gecko. Instead, the Archaeopteryx on the opposite side turned into a three-colored flash of light again, and instantly attacked in front of Boshigan, flapping its two wings fiercely. His speed was faster than that of the wood gecko, and he earned the right to attack first. Two prompts also popped up at this moment. Archaeocornes uses its wings to attack, and the effect is outstanding, a heart-wrenching blow. This scene caused the commentators in the live broadcast room to wail. It's over, I definitely can't handle this, yeah. This guy's damage is already high. And he's also good against the wood gecko now. A critical hit from him is definitely going to kill him instantly. Looks like I'll have to come back next time. But to be able to play like this, the host has done his best. At the same time, the wood gecko was hit, and its health dropped rapidly, reaching the bottom in an instant, and continued to fall at an alarming speed. There is no doubt that his body cannot withstand this move. But at this moment, the Serna in front of the screen pressed the E key for some unknown reason and shouted loudly, "Hold on, Boku no Myogu, I believe in you." As soon as she said this, she was stunned for a moment. It's just a game, why would I make such a subconscious move? Perhaps it was probably because I really wanted to stand behind Bokudo and give him support and encouragement like a true trainer. Serna shook her head slightly, with complex emotions flowing in her eyes. This action seems inexplicable, but even if she could go back 2 seconds, she would still do the same, although it has no practical significance. But in the next moment, boom. In the eyes of the wood gecko, a bright light like a flame flashed by. Large sections of rainbow fonts suddenly burst out, accompanied by extremely passionate music. At this critical moment, Bashigami responded to your expectations. The Beast King miraculously withstood the fatal attack. Is this the bond between a trainer and Pokémon? The health bar of the wood gecko flickered like a candle in the wind. Falling to the last bit, however, it came to an abrupt end. He didn't fall the next moment, Chamo. As the woodbane roared a powerful, deep green light surged from his body, countless dense emerald green points of light transformed into a violent storm, sweeping towards the ancestral bird. Bashigome's lush is triggered, a knowing blow. The effect of the lush characteristic is that when the health volume is less than 1/3, the power of all grass-type skills will be doubled, plus the double damage of critical hit. The damage was quadrupled, and the Archaeopteryx's health was instantly wiped out. Completely depleted. Archaeopteryx has lost its ability to fight. The last Pokéball icon above Duan's head dimmed. Announcing Serna's victory, then came a reminder, What does a wood gecko look like? A bright light like a rainbow suddenly appeared above the body of the wood gecko. Wrapped in the light, the figure of the wood gecko became blurred and began to change rapidly. This is surprisingly the light of evolution. In that dazzling, colorful light, the appearance of the wood gecko has completely changed. His body became taller, with a slender leaf on his head extending to his back, and emerald green forked triangular leaves, one on the left and one on the right, distributed on his left and right claws like weapons. Congratulations! Your elf wood gecko has successfully evolved into a forest lizard. When the wood gecko has completed its evolution, the cuckoo will also appear, a truly spectacular battle. The bond between you and your Pokémon transcends the hardness of rock. I am truly impressed. This is the Kana's badge. With this, you can command higher-level Pokémon. And here's another one for you. Duan handed a silver badge to Serna and took out a CD. This is the skill learning machine, Rock Blockade. After using it, you can use the rock to block the opponent and cause damage. At the same time, it can also restrict their movement and reduce their speed. Be sure to make good use of it. I look forward to competing with you next time. Next time I will definitely not lose. Duan left after saying this, which also meant that Serna's gym battle came to a successful conclusion. However, at this moment, there was silence in the live broadcast room, obviously. Everyone was immersed in the battle just now and did not come back to their senses for a long time. After the screen was blank for a few seconds, everyone's comments started to surge and flood the screen. 666,666 passed twice. Oh my god. This game actually has a setting like a Bond health lock. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned Nuz interaction with the elves in the battle just now. I'm guilty, archaic bird, I don't know. They shouted about bonds and friendship and rushed towards me. At the same time, Serna was also stunned in front of the screen, looking at the Kana's badge hanging on the character's body and the forest lizard beside her, and did not speak for a while. After a long while, she pressed the interaction button and patted the forest lizard's back. You did a great job, forest lizard, and congratulations. You're even stronger now, just. The forest lizard showed a proud expression and curled his lips. It was obvious that his personality had not changed at all after evolution. And Serna looked at him and suddenly smiled. The trust and bond between trainers and Pokémon. An unprecedented sense of identity surged within her, yes. Few people know that this is the most powerful force. No doubt about it. Pokémon and trainers that lack a bond will never be able to unleash even half of their abilities, no matter how strong their physical strength is. She reached out and smoothed her hair. This game brings me more and more surprises, then. Let's continue our journey. I don't know how many challenges are waiting for me ahead. She controlled her character and left the gym. At the same time, in Kanto region, Viridian City, Ling Feng stretched in front of the computer and took a long breath. It has to be said that after purchasing the efficiency bonus module, His game production speed has indeed been greatly improved. Within these few hours, he had successfully completed the maps and NPCs of the fighting town, the fighting gym and the cave above the gym at the same time. The nearby waterways and the sunken ship were also brought out. Although players cannot access these things in the early stages of the game, they will eventually be used later. After updating and uploading the prepared content, Ling Feng also stood up Budo Town as the city where the second gym that can be challenged is located. Is not very large in area and has less plot content. But the cave above is the highlight. According to his game design, it not only involves the key character Dawu, but Ling Feng also stuffed a little surprise in it, however. This time when players meet Dego, they will just get to know him briefly and make him look familiar. As for that surprise, whether it can be discovered by the players depends on their level. By the way, after the fighting town and the caves, the next gym to be challenged is the Zijin Gym in Zijin City. But between Zijin City and Wudu Town, there is actually another city, Kaina City. Ling Feng plans to arrange a battle between the player and the rival and Shinji here. What? He hadn't forgotten the scene when he first played Emerald. He chose Swampert as his starting Pokémon. Excitedly came to the bridge above Kaina City, ready to go to the next city to play in the gym, but was killed by a sudden strong enemy with a forest lizard. That was one of the shadows of my childhood. So with this feeling, Ling Feng naturally wants to let the players of this world go to jail. No, let it be experienced. Thinking of this, Ling Feng stretched lazily. Tonight I will make the map and NPC battles near Kaina City. And tomorrow I will make the content of Zijin City. As for now, I'll take a break and see how my game is selling. He casually opened the backend of the sales software, but was stunned by the numbers in front of him. Over 9,000 copies have already been sold. This number may not seem large, but remember that it has only been 2 days since the game was released. During this period, Ling Feng did not do any publicity. On the day when Serna live-streamed playing games, sales only increased by 2,000. This shows that as time goes by, this game has gradually spread in the gaming circle. The subsequent sales growth will be exponential. More and more, over 288 copies, each copy is. After deducting taxes and commissions, the net proceeds should be at least over million, right? Ling Feng muttered to himself, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, 2 million. Since I traveled through time, when have I ever been so rich? I'll cash out the money soon and move to another place with Candlelight Spirit. I've been fed up with this shabby rental house for a long time. While Ling Feng was laughing, he suddenly remembered another important matter. The game has sold so many copies, so the emotional points should have been quite a lot, right? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately opened the system panel and looked up. The information is also refreshed quickly, ding. The host has received emotions such as surprise, curiosity, recognition and anger from key characters Serna, Kishu and Professor Oak. The points provided by the 3 characters are 80 points, 100 points and 50 points respectively. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Ling Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Dr. Oak. This guy is already old, but he also plays games. After imagining the scene, he smacked his lips. Tusk, this really is old but still strong. Thank you for your monthly recommendation votes and comments. If you have any ideas, please put them in the comment area. The author will read them. But if you think about it, it seems okay. After all, he was a champion back then. Now that he's older, it makes sense for him to play games and try to find the feeling of being a trainer back then. Right. But why are there so few emotional points given this time? Ling Feng was very sure that it wasn't a problem with his game content. After all, when Serna first live-streamed her game, the points she provided were almost 200 points. But this time the points provided by Kishu Serna and Professor Oak only added up to 230 points. Just as Ling Feng was pondering, a system prompt popped up in front of him. Answering his doubts, ding, please note host. The emotion points gained from the same person in the same game will gradually decrease over time. reaching a minimum of 1/4 of the original value. Ling Feng took a look and raised his eyebrows. This means I have to find a way to let more people play this game. In other words, we have to promote emeralds thoroughly. Moreover, he has seen from the emotion points earned in the past 2 days that when the purchasing base is not large enough, the number of emotion points from players who purchase the game is quite small. The highlight is the special characters with identities such as Serna, Professor Oak and Kishu. Therefore, if he wanted to gain a large amount of emotional points, besides promoting the game, he also had to find a way to attract special people with status like them to play Emerald. But obviously this is not an easy task. At Ling Feng's current level, it would be quite difficult to even contact them, let alone reach them after all. Not every champion will broadcast live on the platform like Serna and Kishu. Also, how did Serna, Kishu, and even Professor Oak get in touch with his emerald? Ling Feng still has no idea. It can't be purely the promotion effect of the new game festival. Right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Ling Feng shook his head slightly. Now that the game's revenue has increased, I might as well spend some money on promotion. Pokémon Emerald itself is a phenomenal game, and its quality will get higher and higher as its model is upgraded. As long as it does a little promotion, it will become extremely popular sooner or later, of course. What is more important is to win the championship of the new game festival. The official traffic promotion position of the Alliance cannot be bought with money. Just as Ling Feng was thinking about how to do it, he suddenly felt a chill beside him and a cold wind blew past. He turned around and saw that it was the Candlelight Spirit who had been sleeping for a long time and had finally woken up. Sufu, as soon as she woke up, Zhuguangling jumped directly to Ling Feng's side with a pitiful expression. You must be hungry, here, this is for you. Ling Feng was prepared. He smiled slightly, took out a can of Pokémon food from the drawer and handed it over. In this world, although the entertainment industry is not well developed, the number of internet users is not small at all. Pokémon Emerald has been released for 3 days, and video clips of Serna and Kishu's live broadcast of the game, as well as news about the game, have gradually begun to appear on the internet. On the largest short video platform on the internet, a website called Magneto Station, the popularity of several videos has quietly begun to soar and has been listed on the rankings. A newly released pixel game sold for a whopping 288. It's incredibly difficult, yet it has a 100% positive review rate. The biggest dark horse of the new game festival. It's already topped the charts in just 2 days, and is poised to surpass DreamWorks. Sinnoh champion Serna and Padia gym leader Kishu play Emerald and break the red temperature defense in the whole process. All in one collection. Shocked, Serna successfully became the first to pass the Emerald super difficult gym leader battle. Do you understand the power of bonds? Looking for someone. Excuse me, who is this Du Huan? Why is he so powerful? As these videos became increasingly popular, Pokémon Emerald also gradually began to enter the sight of many netizens. But at the same time, it naturally attracted the attention of some people. At this moment in the Sinnoh region, Zhuking City, on the top floor of a building, a young man in a brown suit and sunglasses hurriedly pushed open the door of the room. He held a tablet in his hands and rushed to the desk, panting. Boss, something happened. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man in casual clothes with a middle-parted hairstyle. He had a calm look in his eyes, but he inadvertently exuded a sense of oppression. Anyone who knows the business can see that this is a temperament that is naturally formed after fighting countless times in business wars. This person is Kiwi Yu, the boss of DreamWorks, the largest and most powerful gaming company in the world. At this moment, Kiwi Yu raised his head, looked at the other party and said coldly, "How many times have I told you, knock before you come in? Tell me, what's the matter that makes you so panicked?" The man in the suit wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly handed the tablet forward and explained quickly. Boss, 3 days ago, a game called Pokémon Emerald was suddenly added to the new game festival. In the past 3 days, he has jumped from over 1,000th on the popularity list to number 20. And his popularity is still increasing, Emerald. Kyoyu chewed on these 3 words, then lowered his head to check the content on the tablet. It was the live broadcast recording of Serna's first visit. After a moment, raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness in just a few minutes. He understood the general content and gameplay of the game. What attracted him most in the video was that although it was a turn-based game, the city and road scenes were so detailed. This picture. As the boss of a game company, although he usually does not participate in the production, he understands that this level of technology is definitely not simple. Even with their company's mastery of pixel gaming technology, there is no way to restore it. Have you found out who made the game? He asked coldly. Boss, I checked it right away. The information said it was made by an individual. But I don't think that's possible. It's probably a company using their name. I guess it could be Pokémon or maybe Grey Trace. Kyoyu put down the tablet, took out a cigar and lit it. No matter who they are not enough to pose a threat to our dream factory. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that we can't watch him continue like this. He puffed out smoke rings. Go and inform the development department that there will be an emergency meeting at 8 o'clock tonight. Those on holiday must also return. Those who are short of time must attend online meetings. No one is allowed to be absent. The man in the suit was startled and asked carefully. Boss, what do you mean? Kyoyu glanced at him. Imitate just like we did before. The development cost of pixel games is so low. And with our technology, we can always make better ones. We'll bring their combat methods and content over. Change the region, add some game plot, speed up updates. And lower the difficulty level to make the game more enjoyable for players. Their idea is good. But setting the difficulty level so high and the price so high is simply courting death. Also in a while, our new products will be on display at the new travel festival. By then, with 2 sides attacking at the same time. On one side there are competitors with higher quality and lower prices than his. And on the other side there is the traffic grabbing from the new game festival. What kind of waves can he make? The man in the suit smiled and gave a thumbs up. Boss, you're brilliant, you're worthy of me. I'll go down and inform them right away. He held the tablet and left the office. Kyoyu stood up. Walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looked down at the entire city from a high vantage point. With pride flashing in his eyes, and snorted coldly. HMPH Emerald, no one, no matter who they are, can shake DreamWorks' position in the gaming industry. I won't allow it even a little bit. Meanwhile, in Viridian City, Ling Feng didn't know that his game had been targeted by DreamWorks. He was looking at the Candlelight Spirit in front of him, who was devouring the can of Pokémon food with a kind smile like an ant. I wonder who came up with Pokémon. This is too cute. As expected, I don't need to be a trainer at all. As long as I can live with 1 or 2 Pokémon, I will be very happy. Eat slowly, there's more after you finish. As Ling Feng spoke, he opened the drawer, revealing dozens of jars of Pokémon food stacked inside, which he showed to Candlelight Spirit, Muff. When Zhu Guangling saw it, her eyes lit up and she ate even harder. You eat so much and sleep so much. How long were you hungry and sleepy before you saw me? When Ling Feng saw his expression, couldn't help but sigh. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of a question. By the way, where did the Candlelight Spirit come from? Even though he was in the suburbs of Viridian City, it was still within the jurisdiction of a large city. And there were a lot of people moving around nearby. It was logically impossible for ghost-type Pokémon to appear here. Well, ghost-type Pokémon usually live in remote wilderness or in long-abandoned buildings. Once a wild ghost-type Pokémon appears in a city, it will immediately cause a commotion and attract law enforcement officers to capture and expel it. If you want to figure out this problem, based on the current situation, the best way is to ask Candlelight Spirit directly. After all, I have a module that can translate the Pokémon language. So why not use it with this thought in mind? Ling Feng patted Zhu Guangling's body and asked his own question. Can you tell me how you got to my room? In response to Ling Feng's question, Zhu Guangling stopped eating, and a confused look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Cha, he began to explain after a while. After listening to Zhu Guangling's story, Ling Feng had figured out the whole story. So what you're saying is, you were living in a special space before, and then you ended up in my room for no apparent reason. Candlelight nodded Matafuku. Now Ling Feng felt a little strange. Why does it sound like this guy also came from another time? Then what do you remember about that space you mentioned? He asked again. Zhu Guangling thought about it and immediately gave an answer. The end of the summer. There are so many scary guys there. The sky is completely different from here. I don't like it there, it's so dark, so hungry, so scary. After hearing this, Ling Feng fell into deep thought. In his memory of the original work, there seemed to be no such space as the one mentioned by the Candlelight Spirit. The only thing that somewhat fits this description might be the ultimate space. But the Ultra Dimension is full of terrifying Ultra Beasts, and ordinary Pokémon cannot enter at all. There's no reason for a Candlelight Spirit to appear in a place like that. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and touched Zhu Guangling's head, smiling and said, "It's okay. Since you don't like it, just follow me from now on. Brother Fang will take you to the pinnacle of your life." How about that? Upon hearing this, Zhu Guangling nodded blankly. Matafuku, although I don't quite understand what Ling Feng is saying, but as long as there is food, it's fine. After comforting the Candlelight Spirit, Ling Feng opened the system panel and checked his current emotional point balance. Ever since Serna and Kishu livestreamed the game for 2 days, the emotion points have been slowly increasing over time. Up to this moment, including the 230 points provided by the 3 people, the current point balance is a total of 620 points. Since the points reached single digits after the last module purchase, Ling Feng could also clearly calculate the points provided by the players who purchased the game during this period, which should be around 400 points. Considering the number of people who actually purchased the game, Ling Feng felt that the points gained were actually quite small. Not to mention that the points provided by these players can be said to be one time, and the points given by the same player will become less and less over time. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. Any intermediate module you choose to purchase will cost you at least 2.0 points at this rate of gaining points. How long will it take me to buy all the intermediate modules I want? No, we have to think of a way, we can't just sit here and wait. Ling Feng fell into deep thought, but at this moment, a prompt appeared in front of Ling Feng's eyes. Ding. Detected that the host has a strong need for emotional points. The task function has been unlocked. Ding. The host has received the side quest, part-time activity. Mission difficulty C. Task requirements, register as a live streamer on any platform, and the peak number of viewers in the live stream room reaches 1,000. Mission reward, random special low-level module X1. 200 emotion points. Task note: if you don't like playing games, I also know a little bit about the show effects. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Ling Feng was stunned. Yup, according to the system, not only can you earn points when your own games cause people to have emotional changes, it is possible for him to do this himself. Starting a live broadcast yourself is undoubtedly the best way to influence other people's emotions. So what about the content of the live broadcast? Ling Feng glanced at the icons on the desktop, then looked at the words program effect in the task notes, and suddenly came up with a bold idea. The next moment, an evil laugh echoed in the room. Candlelight Spirit, who was eating sigma degrees. This kind of laughter, am I? Back to that damn place again, tonic QAQ. Ling Feng didn't know that his extremely evil laughter had already scared a kid in the room. Speaking of which, since I'm going to rely on live streaming to gain emotional points, I naturally have to go to places with the largest number of viewers. At this moment, opened the browser, clicked on the Pikachu live broadcast platform, and began to register an Anchor account. But when he entered his identity information, the situation before him made him feel troubled. No matter how he entered his personal information, the final result was a string of garbled characters. A bug just when he was feeling a little confused. The system prompt appeared before his eyes, ding. Please notice since the host crossed over, the novice protection function has been activated. The host's identity has been strictly confidential. No one can investigate or obtain the host's information. Current remaining protection time, 4 days. 3 hours and 23 minutes. Renewing 1 week of protection requires 10 emotion points, and the consumption increases with the number of renewals. Looking at the information in front of him, Ling Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the identity information he filled in when registering on the gaming platform turned into a string of garbled characters. He thought there was something wrong with the Alliance's website. It turns out that this is due to the influence of the system. He tried to select OK on the web page in front of him. And sure enough, even with a bunch of garbled information, the registration successful prompt still popped up. Is the renewal only 10 points? Ling Feng touched his chin. This feature is really useful in this way. Even if the game you make becomes extremely popular in the future, you don't have to worry about being targeted by others. Of course, his main concern is the rival game company, or the villain organization in this world, after all. He still doesn't know what the villain organizations like Team Rocket and the Galactics are like in this world. What if a villain boss finds out that I know too much and sends someone to silence me? With this identity hiding effect, you don't have to worry about this. This incident also reminded Ling Feng that in reality, he should act more cautiously and low-key. As for online, that's up to you after all. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, no one will know his true identity. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng closed the panel in front of him and opened his own live broadcast room. But he did not start the live broadcast immediately. Instead, he clicked on the icon on the desktop and started the road to battle. That's right. Ling Feng's idea is to live broadcast the gameplay of this masterpiece of DreamWorks first. On the one hand, this is the only relatively mature online battle game on the market. On the other hand, you can also take this opportunity to take a closer look at this game. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be victorious in every battle. There is no doubt that creating a virtual Pokémon battle game is Ling Feng's next inevitable step. Because there are many things that DreamWorks cannot do in game production. For him, as long as there are more advanced modules, there will be no difficulty at that moment. A cheerful musical accompaniment played as the game started, and the Dream Factory logo popped up. A soft female voice then issued a notification. Welcome to the world of Battle Road. Please enter your player name. After a little thought, Ling Feng quickly tapped the keyboard and decisively entered 4 words. People of quality. After successfully registering an account, Ling Feng spent a few minutes going through the game's tutorial and gained a general understanding of the game's mechanics. In a sense, Road to Battle is actually a turn-based game. But unlike Emerald, the battles in the game are more realistic. The general battle process is that the player inputs a voice command through the microphone to direct the Pokémon's next action. Then, the game program spends some time calculating and deducing. And after a few seconds, it shows the confrontation between the Pokémon of both sides under the command. After a round of confrontation ends, both players input new voice commands to proceed to the next round. Although this is not real-time command of the battle and there is a huge delay, real commands such as dodge to the left and use jet flames at the sky can also be implemented. In fact, judging from the level of game production in this world, technology like this is already leading the world and standing at the top. It's no wonder that even with DreamWorks' poor performance, Road to Battle still holds the title of the most popular game. However, for Ling Feng, this kind of battle game is definitely not what he wants. Just as he switched back to the main interface from the novice tutorial, a huge prompt box flashing with colorful light popped up on the screen. Congratulations! You have unlocked the limited time first deposit benefit. Recharge 6 yuan to get the limited edition Pikachu hat and a random specified purple Pokémon unlock card, X1. Ling Feng was stunned for a moment and closed the prompt box. But more prompt boxes popped up. The cumulative recharge event has started. During the event period, if you recharge a total of 648 yuan, you can receive a rare item, special red Pokémon box. Summer rebate. Recharge to different levels and receive different levels of prisms. The new season has begun. The pass is online. Unlock the deluxe version for only 388 yuan. And directly upgrade to level 20. Looking at the dazzling recharge activities in front of him, Ling Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This is just right, it tastes so good. Although Road to Battle is a free-to-play game, it seems that there are quite a few built-in payment links. This familiar style vaguely reminded him of an old friend. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Feng closed all the interfaces, opened the Pokémon interface and took a look. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. As a simulation battle game, every Pokémon in it needs to be unlocked. There are 5 levels in total from white, blue, green. Purple to red, the more popular and powerful a Pokémon is, the lower its color rank will be. For example, Quasi-Dragon-type Pokémon like Garchomp and Dragonite are all red. To unlock the right to use theme, each one requires 1.0 prisms, which is the in-game currency. According to the recharge ratio, it would cost a full 500 yuan. In other words, if you want to build a strong team, it may cost you thousands of dollars. If you want to go a step further and unlock more than 100 powerful Pokémon and expand the Pokémon pool, that will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Even for a professional trainer, this is not a small amount of money. The only good news is that recharging does not increase the Pokémon's in-game stats. Otherwise, Ling Feng estimated that the number of online comments and posts criticizing DreamWorks would increase several times. Ling Feng looked at it carefully for a while and found that it was actually possible to unlock those powerful Pokémon without spending money. Dream Factory will launch some activities in this game every once in a while to give players some small rewards and props. As long as you play diligently for a few months. Unlocking a red Pokémon should not be a problem, however. In most cases, this unlocking item is completely random and cannot specify a Pokémon. This means that even if you unlock a red-level Pokémon, it may not be what you like or want. As for wanting to build a strong team, then just spend money honestly, kid, at this moment. Ling Feng looked at the reward he got for completing the novice tutorial, a card that could unlock a designated purple-grade Pokémon, and fell into deep thought. With the money he has now, it is not a problem for him to unlock all the popular Pokémon by spending a little money. But he has no intention of doing so at all. One of the great charms of Pokémon is that there are no useless Pokémon. Only useless trainers. Even some unpopular Pokémon that everyone thinks are weak actually have their own tactical value. They can even become the core of the team and produce unexpected results. With this thought in mind, he directly opened the team configuration interface and started selecting from the purple-level Pokémon. There are creatures like Scyther and Charmeleon that have certain strength, but are not the most popular. As he looked, a familiar figure suddenly made Ling Feng stunned. There are 2 yellow eyes on the sharp protrusion, and the blue leaves like petals expand and contract. This is a Pokémon with a very strange shape. The mineral Pokémon Crystal Flower, to be honest. When Ling Feng saw the crystal flower, he thought he was seeing things. He had absolutely no way of understanding how such a powerful Pokémon could appear in the second-tier purple zone. You know, this is the ace spiker that champion Yi Ci used most frequently in Zhu Zai's doubles matches. From this point, Ling Feng could realize that the battle level and understanding of the players, and even the planners of Road of Battle, were actually not strong. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng directly used up the novice reward item and chose to unlock the right to use the crystal flower. He did not hesitate, because not only was Lumina itself very strong, but Ling Feng also just happened to think of a routine that used ordinary Pokémon to make Lumina play a vital role in the team. After selecting Crystal Flower, Ling Feng switched back to the Pokémon interface and began to make further configuration adjustments to it. Fortunately, there is no charge for this step. You can freely choose the Pokémon's level effort value and the items it carries. But Ling Feng soon noticed something was wrong. Many important items were missing from the item list, such as the Aura Sash, which could lock health, and the powerful herb, which was crucial for Crystal Flower. At this moment, Ling Feng finally understood. No wonder Crystal Flower was placed within the range of purple-quality Pokémon. Because a Crystal Flower with Power Vanilla and one without it are completely two different Pokémon. Powerful Vanilla can skip the charging round of charging skills in battle and use them directly, although the item will disappear after it takes effect. In actual combat, combined with Crystal Flower's super powerful charging skill, Meteor Beam, it can directly reduce the number of opponents. More importantly, Meteor Beam will also increase Crystal Flower's special attack level by 1 level. Combined with Crystal Flower's own special attack racial value of 130. Once activated, it will directly transform into a mobile turret and bombard anyone it sees. In the original works, at least Crystal Flower has a speed disadvantage. If it encounters a Pokémon that can restrain it, it will be difficult for it to cope as it is fragile. But in a simulated battle like this, who strikes first doesn't depend on speed. Thinking of this, Ling Feng shook his head slightly. It seems the world's understanding and development of Pokémon isn't as advanced as I imagined. Otherwise, how could DreamWorks, the world's largest game company, have overlooked so many crucial items in battles? Moreover, Crystal Flower's hidden characteristic, Corrosion, does not appear in the adjustable range, which means that the people in this world may not know the hidden characteristics of some Pokémon. But this is actually a good thing for Ling Feng after all. The less people know about Pokémon, the greater the sensation the next game I make will cause. Having said that, it doesn't matter if there is no strong vanilla, after all. The Crystal Flower is not a turret output player in its own team, but has other uses. He quickly adjusted the effort value and carrying skills of Crystal Flower, and began to check other Pokémon. The good news is that white, green and blue grade Pokémon are all freely available. However, the Pokémon of these grades are generally not very popular and have low racial values, such as Wolfhound, Parasite, and Magma. Ling Feng took a quick look and directly searched out 2 Pokémon and added them to the team. They are the electric-type Pokémon Drumo, which are round and look like small balls, and the normal Pokémon Twin-Tailed Hand, which is purple and has 2 long tails like 2 hands on its back. These 2 seemingly ordinary Pokémon will become the core of his next tactics. When he thought about what he was going to do next, he felt like laughing. Then Ling Feng looked for a while and added the 3 Pokémon Pidgeot, Swampert, and Diggle to the team. After completing the specific configuration of each Pokémon, he directly opened the PvP interface. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, PvP, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. 1v1 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter to v2 Chinese letter, 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 6 Chinese letter. Each mode has its own score ranking from low to high. There are 5 levels: Ordinary Ball, Super Ball, Advanced Ball, Luxury Ball, and Master Ball. Most of the players are at the Super Ball level all year round. Advanced Ball is the rank for some excellent players who have a good understanding of the game. As for the Deluxe Ball and Master Ball, they are the top ranks that can only be reached by gym owners, or even powerful trainers like the King and Champion. At this moment, Ling Feng directly clicked the doubles matching button. At the same time, he also opened his own live broadcast room and entered the title. Quality people, challenge a new account with 0 Krypton and get a Master Ball with a 100% win rate. Losing a hand will win a 100,000 yuan red envelope. I'm only 1 place away from being on the new book list, or the overall list QAQ. I'm begging for monthly votes. Alright, kowtow to everyone bang bang bangs. If you don't have a monthly ticket, you can also comment and read end of this chapter. Ling Feng had carefully considered this title before coming up with it. Since you want to use live streaming to attract viewers, the title of the live streaming room must be explosive. If I really lose, the worst that can happen is that I can draw a red envelope of 10 yuan. But then again, it's impossible to lose. I can't lose in this life. After Ling Feng edited the team and started the live broadcast, he also initiated the doubles mode match. Compared with the singles mode, the doubles mode has more room for operation and matching, and naturally tests the player's command skills and understanding of the battle. So it is more popular among players. At this moment, Ling Feng quickly found an opponent. The trainer on the other side is a young boy wearing a straw hat, and his game ID is bug type #1 in the world. As a battle animation played, the opponent also sent out 2 starting Pokémon, a Beedrill and a hunting butterfly. Ling Feng discovered that this was most likely a new player, because the Pokémon in his team were Beedrill Swallowtail, Butterfree Alido's venomous white Flyan Mothra. It can be seen that he really likes bug-type Pokémon. Thinking of this, Ling Feng glanced at the Pidgeot in his team, who had maxed out his speed attack configuration and paid attention to the headband. Brother, you may like it, but you'd better consider the issue of zone defense. As it turned out, Ling Feng's guess was correct. The opponent's 6 bug-type Pokémon don't even have a single skill that can be used to fight against flying-type Pokémon. After a one-sided burst of killing from Pidgeot, he easily won the battle at this time. People began to enter the live broadcast room one after another. About 10 in total. Most of them were naturally attracted by the title of Ling Feng's live broadcast room. There's a new anchor. This is a challenge, seriously. Do you really win a 10 yuan red envelope if you lose a round? Wait for the anchor to go bankrupt. Why doesn't the anchor turn on the camera? Ling Feng was not in a hurry about these comments. Yes. 10% win rate 0 Krypton to buy Master Ball. Lose a game and draw directly. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast room. He continued to match the next opponent. Road to Battle is a popular game that has become a global phenomenon. There are actually quite a lot of players playing it. According to statistics from DreamWorks, the number of players is even calculated in the hundreds of millions. Under such circumstances, those who can stay in the ordinary ball rank are either newcomers or people whose understanding of the game is comparable to that of terminal cancer, and who come here purely to play games. The opponents Ling Feng matched with this afternoon were naturally of this type. With his basic understanding of combat, he quickly won 10 consecutive victories. The ranking score also increased significantly, reaching 1950 points as long as he wins one more game. He can reach the next level Super Ball. After finishing the 10th battle, Ling Feng exited the game interface and added a few words after the title of the live broadcast room. Current winning streak at 10. With the change of titles and continuous victories, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room began to gradually increase, and now reached about 70 or 80. Some questioning comments naturally began to pop up. Can you play Master Ball for free? Just bragging. If you can play Advanced Ball, I'll give you a rocket right there, unbroken victory. Dudes, you don't know how the game matches, do you? People nowadays are really willing to say anything to attract traffic. But they won't draw if they lose. Ling Feng just glanced at these comments and did not respond. Instead, he directly set up a lottery window. Such live lottery draws are subject to fair supervision by the platform. That is to say, once he fails, a red envelope of 10 yuan will be automatically drawn in the live broadcast room. As soon as the lottery window appeared, the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room changed instantly. 6666. The streamer is here to do charity. Although the streamer is a good person, I'm really waiting here for you to lose. In fact, it's no wonder that everyone reacted like this. The matching mechanism of the game Road to Battle is quite smart. When you win consecutively in a certain rank, the ranking points you get for each victory will continue to increase. For Exemplito advance from ordinary ball to super ball. Under normal circumstances, at least 50 rounds of net wins are required to advance. However, Ling Feng has only won 10 rounds now, and is only 50 points away from advancing. But correspondingly, once the winning streak exceeds 10 games, the next opponents you will be matched with will also be players with extremely high winning streaks. And if you can win continuously under such circumstances, you will be able to cross several major levels and match with stronger top players. This setting is naturally to prevent people from maliciously going to low rank to fish for points. So in the eyes of the audience, the challenge set by Ling Feng was simply an impossible task. At this time, with the traffic brought by the lottery window setting, a group of people flocked into the live broadcast room. Just arrived. How is this anchor's level? I watched a few games just now, and the streamer's skills are indeed quite good. Although he used ordinary Pokémon, his operation and command were quite good. Tusk, they're just playing catch-up in the regular game. Once they win more games in a row, their true colors will be exposed. Following the discussion in the barrage, Ling Feng pressed the match button again. This time the matching took a lot longer, and it took more than 10 seconds to show that the match was successful. This time, the opponent is a player with red hair and sunglasses. Named the strongest dragon. Seeing this name, Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's the difference between this name and the strongest insect type just now? The insect catcher just left, and the dragon catcher is here again. But soon he discovered something wrong. Why is this player's name so bright? Not only is the font dynamous, it also flashes a cool red light. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room has completely exploded. Holy crap, red name brother, the whole collection is here. Tahahaha Ankaryu are done. You are now matched with the Krypton Gold boss. It's too late to unplug now. Why don't you just start drawing red envelopes? Just finished 10 consecutive wins and now he's ranked red. A moment of silence after taking a glance at the barrage. Ling Feng reacted immediately. No wonder the name is so cool, it turns out it's Krypton Gold. If you want to collect and unlock all the Pokémon in this game, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? But he moved his shoulders. What if I recharge the money? The ones I'm going to beat up are you guys who paid money. At the same time in Chengdu area, Manjin City, in the study of a certain villa, a red-haired man wearing a black cloak was sitting in front of a computer. A handsome face with the temperament of a strong man. He is actually the former champion of Kanto and Chengdu, and the current Dragon King Du at this moment. The corners of Du's mouth rose slightly, and he was obviously in a good mood. The game that Chihong recommended to himself is indeed quite interesting. With just a little money, you can experience some Pokémon that you have never raised or come into contact with before. Playing it occasionally in your spare time can really make you happy. It's just that the skills of these low-rank players are too low, and it's a bit boring to play against them. I have a rare free day today, so I have to quickly get my ranking points up, maybe. I can even match with an old friend like Serna later. While Du was thinking, the successful matching interface popped up on the screen. Looking at the trainer opposite him, whose skin was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him at night, Du couldn't help but subconsciously read out the name of his opponent. A person of quality. The core of this article is still to make games, and live broadcasting occupies a relatively small part, mainly to gather emotional points to make games better. To be honest, this name really stunned him. He knows the fighting person red, and also knows the cultivating person green. So who is this person of quality? While Du was still confused, the battle in the game had already begun. The high-level battles that result from this winning streak have the same rules as those in the high-level segments, and neither side has a way of seeing the other team's configuration in advance. After a brief selection, both sides sent out their starting Pokémon. The Pokémon on this side are a scaled Aoki and a Garchomp, while the Pokémon on the opposite side are a Sprite and a Pidgeot. As both sides sent out Pokémon, Barrages of comments began to appear in Ling Feng's live broadcast room. As expected of a Kryptonian, he starts with 2 top-tier quasi-gods. On the other hand, the host has 1 blue and 1 purple. How do we fight? Judging from the quality of the Pokémon team alone, Ling Feng's side is no match at all. But he doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. After the first 10 battles, he had roughly understood the command method of this game and was able to skillfully give orders directly through voice. Pido uses Tailwind. Crystal Flower directly charging Meteor Beam. Following his command, the crystal flowers on the field instantly closed their bodies, and dazzling light began to continuously condense towards his body. The charge command will be displayed directly the moment the trainer gives the order. On the one hand, it simulates the obvious pre-swing of charging skills in reality. And on the other hand, it also gives the opponent's trainer some opportunity to respond and react. After all, skills that require time to charge are often quite powerful. At this moment, Du was looking at the picture on the screen. Obviously lost in thought. He was familiar with Pokémon like Crystal Flower. If he guessed correctly, the opponent should be charging Meteor Beam. This move is extremely powerful. Although the ground-type Garchomp can resist this skill, it is difficult for the armored dragon to withstand it. What's more, once the opponent successfully uses this skill, the special attack level will also increase. And then dealing with the Crystal Flower will become extremely troublesome and difficult. Therefore, the best way is to focus fire on the opponent during the time when he is accumulating strength. Not to mention killing him instantly. At least we have to interrupt his power accumulation. Greco Grumpy charge up and use Stomp on him. Scaled Armored Dragon. Quickly use Sonic Blast on Crystal Flower to interrupt him. As soon as he thought of this, Du immediately gave the order. As the trainers on both sides completed the command input. After the system counted for several 10 seconds, the 4 Pokémon in the game all moved. Pidgeot spread his wings and chirped, it flapped its wings. And fierce air currents began to swirl around its body, turning into a strong wind, blowing towards the direction of the Lebeting Landshark and the staff-tailed Scaled Dragon. This is the skill Tailwind once activated. It can greatly increase the speed attribute of friendly Pokémon. In reality, it increases the speed of Pokémon's movements and uses strong headwinds to slow down the opponent's movements. In a 2v2 doubles match, this is undoubtedly a highly profitable team skill. And there is definitely no problem using it as soon as you come on the field. However, after seeing Pidgeot's actions, Du immediately made a judgment about this player called People of Quality. This must be a newcomer who got lucky and happened to have a winning streak. In fact, he doesn't have much understanding of the battle. Normal for a charging skill like Meteor Beam. You either let another Pokémon buy time and opportunity to charge it, or you can seize the opportunity to charge it in the heat of battle. Letting Crystal Flower charge up at the beginning, and not letting Pidgeot cover hers, but instead letting her take advantage of the situation from the side, is really too naive in Pokémon double battles. The most important thing is for the 2 Pokémon to cover for each other and cooperate. If they each do their own thing, then defeat is the only outcome at this moment. While Pidgeot's Tailwind was successfully activated, Garchomp had already strode forward, heading straight for the Crystal Flower that was charging up its power. The staff-tailed Scaled Dragon also raised its head and roared. And the sonic halo visible to the naked eye had already hit the Crystal Flower first. Although the health bar above the Crystal Flower's head only dropped by less than 1/4 due to the rock system's resistance to normal system skills. But this move successfully interrupted the light condensed on his body. The next moment Land Shark arrived. He raised his claws and stomped down heavily, and the blood bar above Crystal Flower's head fell rapidly and was directly emptied. Although the basic power of Stomp is not high, it is a skill of Garchomp at the same time. It will also have a 4-fold restraining effect on the rock and poison-type Crystal Flower. After one round, Ling Feng's side suffered casualties. In the live broadcast room, there was a lot of discussion. It's really touching. This is the Krypton Gold Master. All sweat and hard work numbers are bullshit. Isn't this just the host's poor command? Charging in front of these two and not even letting Pidgeot help. Isn't that just giving it away for free? Yeah, I can't possibly be this bad at playing. One is charging while the other is using the tailwind. I don't know what they were thinking, obviously. After the first round, no one thought Ling Feng could win. After all, there was only one purple quality Pokémon in the entire team. Crystal Flower. And now it was killed without doing anything. What to fight with next, however, what they didn't know was. Ling Feng sat in front of the computer screen, watching the purple light quietly emanating from the body of the crystal flower, quickly covering the area on Du's side. And a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, the team's strongest output is ready. The tailwind also came out, it's about time at the same time. Du naturally noticed the changes on the battlefield. The area on his side was already covered with a layer of purple light. And the bodies of the armored dragon and the Tyrannosaurus were also covered with the same light. And were still trembling slightly. The word poisoned appeared in purple above their heads. But he was actually not surprised by this. The characteristic of crystal flower is poison all over the ground. Once it is attacked by physical attributes, it will directly burst out toxins, causing the opponent's field to be engulfed in poison. Whether it is the Pokémon currently in battle or the Pokémon exchanged later, they will enter the poison state and continue to lose physical strength. But there was actually nothing to be afraid of, after all. The characteristic of crystal flower had only been triggered once. This level of poison would only cause his Pokémon to lose less than 1/10 of its physical strength in each round. Next, with the advantage in numbers. I just need to fight quickly and speed up the attack to easily defeat the opponent. While Du was thinking, as the player who lost the Pokémon first, the people of quality got the right to exchange Pokémon for a round. Pidgeot and Crystal Flower were also taken back. The next moment, the two Pokémon that appeared in front of Du made him suddenly stunned. Oh no, you two are, in fact. It is no wonder that Du reacted like this. Because the two Pokémon that appeared in front of him were indeed quite rare. A two-tailed monster hand and a dong-dong rat. Du couldn't help but feel a little strange. If I remember correctly, Longhand seems to be only a blue-quality Pokémon. And Stromter is even white. In a battle game where Pokémon stats are crucial, how could anyone use a Pokémon like this to play ranked games? It seems that he is really a lucky new player at the same time. There was laughter and joy in Ling Feng's live broadcast room. Oh my gods. The twin-tailed monster hand is still acceptable. But is the dong-dong rat here? The host probably thought this was a baby cup, didn't he? Child, please come back after you evolve to a higher level. How do you have a host? Why don't you just click and draw the red envelope instead? In everyone's impression, the Pokémon Voxeller is no different from a mascot. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever heard of any champion breeding this Pokémon. The reason is simple, because Dong-Dong Rat is too weak. Not only is it timid by nature and has a narrow skill pool, it doesn't even have room for evolution and improvement. Generally speaking, trainers who own Strombas simply like their cute appearance and hope to become their traveling partners, rather than expecting them to play a big role in the battle. So now seeing Ling Feng sending Dong-Dong Mouse onto the field, the live broadcast room and the surrounding area were naturally filled with a happy atmosphere. However, facing these barrages, Ling Feng ignored them and decisively issued an order. Dong-Dong Rat Longtail Monster Hand. Use throw directly on the opponent in front of you. At the same time, on the other side, Du also spoke. Groshark uses Earthquake. Scaled Dragon jumps up and uses Sonic Boom on them. Earthquake is an extremely powerful ground skill. Can cause huge damage and will also hit any Pokémon standing on the ground, including its own people. As long as the staff-tailed scaly dragon jumps up in advance, it can avoid the damage of the Earthquake. This is a fairly simple and practical tactical combination. After giving the order, Du was actually a little disappointed. This kind of battle where he crushes new trainers is really boring for a champion like him. Better to quickly gain points and go to higher ranks to match stronger opponents. While he was thinking, the game calculation ended and the screen began to move. However, the next moment, a scene beyond his expectations appeared. Before the two dragons could make any move, two objects flew over from a distance and hit them on the head with a bang. The health bars above the two dragon heads suddenly dropped slightly. Du looked closely and found that what was flying towards him was a tattered golden crown and a sharp tooth with a strange shape. Is this the proof of kingship and sharp teeth? So this is the item carried by the opposing Pokémon. While he was thinking, he looked up and found that his land shark and armored dragon had actually stopped where they were. Two prompts popped up. Garuda coward. Morphonix coward, what's the situation? After a brief moment of daze, he immediately reacted. That's right, it should be the throwing skill. This skill allows Pokémon to throw the items it carries to attack. And the power and effect will vary depending on the items it carries. If you throw a high-quality item like the Black Iron Ball, it will cause great damage, and now, King's Certificate and Sharp Fang should have a shrinking effect. This skill sounds good, but in actual combat, no one would want their Pokémon to use this move. Because this skill is completely one-time use, the items you carry will be directly consumed after use. After all, the things have been thrown away. You can't just pick them up and throw them away again, right? Your opponent is not a fool. How could he just watch you pick it up, however? Such a one-time skill will directly use up the precious and only carrying slot of Pokémon. In most cases, this is a choice that does more harm than good. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus and Scutosaurus were in a cowering state and naturally had no way to move normally. So the game went straight to the next command round. Du was not in a hurry. This move is equivalent to delaying a round and has no practical effect. At most, it relies on low damage and poisoning to consume some of your own physical strength. He wants to see how his opponent will get through the next round. With this thought in mind, Du once again issued the same order as in the previous round. However, the next moment, the King's Certificate and Sharp Fang lying on the ground suddenly flew up, switching positions left and right, and flew back to the bodies of the twin-tailed monster hand and Dong Rat. Dong Rat's pickup feature is triggered. The pickup feature of the twin-tailed monster hand is triggered. Du, no, you really picked it up. Wait, doesn't this mean? Just when Du's expression changed, and he realized that things were not that simple. The next round has begun with the help of Tailwind. The two things flew over again at an astonishing speed and hit the land shark and the armored dragon. The King's Certificate was directly pressed against the face of the Lebite land shark, while the Sharp Fang was directly inserted into the nostril of the staff-tail scaled ankylosaur. Their bodies suddenly stiffened. Cringe triggered again. What happened next was dramatic. The two items kept returning under the triggering of the picking up feature, and were thrown out again and again by Dong Rat and the two-tailed monster hand using throw. As the rounds passed, land shark and armored dragon were completely unable to move, and could only watch their health drop little by little. Two dignified dragon-type quasi-gods could only stand there and be trashed, in addition to the poison laid by the crystal light flower in advance. Their health will drop a little bit each round due to the poison. Just like that at the beginning of the 9th round, Tyrannosaurus and Garchomp could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. The three-headed evil dragon and sticky dragon that Du sent out next were hit as soon as they came into play. Du was completely dumbfounded. Bro, is this how you use the pickup feature at this moment? In front of the computer screen, his expression was a little distorted, and he finally understood why the other party chose this name for the game. A person of quality, this guy really has no quality at all. Is there anyone who can take care of him? At the same time, in Ling Feng's live broadcast room, he stretched himself and explained to the audience, okay, now this routine is considered to have been successfully executed. The core idea is actually quite simple. First, deliberately use the threat of the crystal flower charging meteor beam to attract the opponent's attention, forcing them to focus their fire on the crystal flower first. This will trigger the effect of his special ability, Poisoned Ground, poisoning all the opponent's Pokémon and the next Pokémon on the field. At the same time, this can also be used as a diversionary tactic, allowing Pidgeot to retreat with a Tailwind, and then replace it with two Pokémon with the pickup ability. The pickup feature allows them to exchange and recycle their consumed items, and this cycle continues indefinitely. As for why I chose Tumbler and Slasher, it's because their speed is the best among the Pokémon that can learn the throw skill. Combined with the bonus of Tailwind, throwing skills can hit the opponent first, causing a flinching effect and interrupting their actions. Of course, you can also understand that Dong Dong Mouse is cute and I want him to play on the court. If such a cute Pokémon hits me with a crown, I probably won't become popular that easily. As Ling Feng explained, the three-headed evil dragon and the sticky dragon on the screen were unable to move, and their health dropped to less than half. The opponent could not bear the humiliation and chose to surrender. The victory screen popped up along with the rank promotion animation. Ling Feng touched his nose and said with some regret, "Hey, are you running away now? I haven't lost my temper yet at this moment." The barrage of comments in Ling Feng's live broadcast room had completely exploded. Holy shit, can the pickup ability be used like this? A poet on airs. How could you even come up with such an incredible trick? The damage is not high, but the insult is very strong. The all-red team was just completely wiped out like that. Could someone please pinch my thigh and tell me if I'm dreaming? The address is 26 3rd Street, Jinhuang City, Kanto region. What? Today, I finally understand that people can actually laugh when they are extremely speechless. Obviously, Ling Feng's advanced, tactical thinking is enough to make people stunned. Not to mention in this Road to Battle games. Even in real trainer battles. Who would have thought that a throwing skill could be used in so many ways? As Ling Feng won, he also cut out and changed the winning streak title in the live broadcast room to 11 games. And added a note that the Super Ball has been reached. At this moment, a series of prompts suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding, congratulations, host. Your actions have caused the audience in the live stream to feel surprised, shocked and other emotions. You have earned 20 emotion points 20. Ling Feng glanced at the prompt and lost interest. There are not many people in the live broadcast room now, so the number of emotional points generated is naturally not large. He was not in a hurry. He would wait until his live broadcast room became famous. As the number of viewers increased, the revenue that a live broadcast could bring would naturally increase. Just as he was pondering this, another golden notification popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your actions have caused the special character Yulong due to experience extremely strong feelings of surprise, helplessness and frustration, converted into 370 emotion points. Looking at this prompt, Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, what so? The player who just called himself #1 in the dragon world is actually Dodo-san. No wonder so rich, no wonder it has such a name. At the same time, he also realized a problem. This was the first time I used this tactic, and I managed to trick the former champion of the Kanto region. No, how can this be called yin? This should be called using reasonable and sophisticated tactics to win the final victory in a tense and exciting battle. Yes, it is like that. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room. Very good. Now the number of people in the live broadcast room has begun to increase dramatically, reaching more than 700 people. There are less than 300 left to reach the 1-0 required by the mission. He pressed the match button again without hesitation. Now please welcome the next victim. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Du was slumped in his computer chair. Looking a little dazed. You are a champion, but you come to play a fighting game, but end up losing in the ordinary ball rank. Moreover, it was exchanged for 6. If you think about it carefully, that crystal flower might have been given to you intentionally by the opponent. This is like a veteran player of a game, wearing max-level equipment, only to be kicked to death by a stray dog on the side of the road in the novice village. But a champion is a champion after all, faced with failure. He quickly adjusted his mentality and began to analyze his opponent's tactics. This routine is really ingenious. The interaction between the pickup feature and the throw skill directly achieves a nearly permanent control effect. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, the real core of the opponent's routine does not lie in these places, but in that move of Tailwind, after all. Only by using the throw skill to hit the opponent first can you use the fear state to interrupt the opponent's actions. As a powerful team-boosting skill, Tailwind actually requires a lot of time to use. Experienced trainers will immediately be on the lookout for Pokémon that may activate Tailwind, ready to prevent it from taking effect at any time. But at that time, my attention was attracted by another thing. That is the crystal flower that is accumulating power. No wonder the other party asked Crystal Flower to start charging power as soon as he came up. The purpose was to force me to focus on Crystal Flower and ignore the existence of Pidgeot. Now that I think about it, I was completely led by my opponent. Fell into a trap and was defeated. When he thought of this, Du suddenly frowned. Such a strong game strategy. Such a sophisticated battle routine. Who is this opponent called the person of quality? Why have I never heard of it before, however, no matter what? What is certain is that the other party must be an extremely strong trainer in the real world. It is even possible that he is also a champion in a certain region like himself. With this thought in mind, Du took a screenshot of the battle record of this game along with the ID of quality person and sent it to a group chat named Champion King Family. Dragon Sego, could you please see if you recognize this person? His tactics are very interesting. I'd like to exchange ideas with him the next moment. The silent group chat suddenly became lively. Manchu Lihua, huh, isn't this that game? How could you lose at the Piquet ball level with your lineup? How shameful, Longzai Sai Gao, don't yell you old bitch. You'll lose even if you go ends. A tree full of pear blossoms, look, it's anxious again. I love mining few Kona, hey, what's going on today? Why is it so lively? Obviously. This is a special group chat that brings together the kings and champions from various regions. It can almost be said that the most powerful trainers in the world have gathered here. Because people of their status have a lot of things to do every day. This group is usually quiet. But once something interesting happens in the group, all the lurkers will come out, just like now. As more and more people began to speak up and ask about Du's specific situation, he simply downloaded the previous battle in the game as a video and forwarded it to the group. Longxi Sego, I met someone who used a very interesting tactic. You can all take a look as soon as the video came out. The group suddenly became quiet again. It was obvious that everyone was watching it seriously. After a few minutest people began to express their feelings. I love mining, utilizing the throwing ability of 2 Pokémon to create a permanent control loop. While this might be difficult to achieve in reality, it's certainly an interesting concept. Malicious slander when I think about you, brother Du. Being thrown garbage for an entire game. I can't hold it in any longer. Dishuli Hua ha. Since everyone is a trainer at this level, they can naturally see at a glance the opponent's tactical ideas and concepts in this battle. It has to be said that even they have to admit that although it is a game, it does have some subtlety. Dragon Sego, everyone's laughing. So could you please give me some information about this quality person? I really want to get to know him. Yishu Lihua, it's better if you want to get to know someone. Not just compete with them offline. Kona, I think you could go find the high-scoring players in the group. Or maybe they know this person. Darkness emerges. The highest-scoring members of our group should be Boss Red and Serna. But Red is probably out training lately. So we can't contact him for now. How about asking Serna? Pure White at Strawberry Ice Cream. A Pear Tree Blossom at Strawberry Ice Cream. As someone suggested, Eitvrion started to tag Serna. But 2 minutes later, Serna did not respond at all. A person with a fire-breathing dragon avatar suddenly appeared and sent a long message. Don't call me Fire Afro, don't bother tagging me. I can't get in touch with her lately. I initially thought she had some quest coming up. But when I logged into the gaming platform, I realized she seems to be addicted to a certain game. I can see her online all the time. That game is called something like Pokémon Emerald. I don't understand why it's so appealing to her. She hasn't even played her favorite battle path in a few days. Yitsuki Rika, okay, thank you for the information. Fire-type Afro. Don't call me Fire-type Afro. I'm coming to your house on Dragonair to challenge you. I'll be there in a few minutes, so you'd better not run away. Dragon Sega, take me with you. After sending this message, Du left the group chat. He originally wanted to rely on the information network of everyone in this group to see if there was any information about the identity of this quality person, so that he could get to know the other person. Now it seems that I can only wait until I can contact Serna or Chihung to find out. While thinking, he suddenly thought of another thing. Correct, just now in the group. The Fire King, De Yi of the Sinnoh region, seemed to have mentioned that Serna has been addicted to another game called recently. But according to my impression of Serna, she is actually not very interested in video games. The reason she plays Battle Road is simply because it can improve her understanding of battles and Pokémon knowledge. Not because she really likes playing games. So what kind of magic does that game have that can make Serna so addicted that she doesn't even reply to messages? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Anyway, I'm on vacation soon, why not give it a try? What was that game called? It seems to be something. Pokémon Emerald. He opened the search box and began typing according to his memory. An hour later in Ling Feng's live broadcast room. With his opponent choosing to surrender, he has successfully completed his 15th consecutive victory. The game's rank score has also reached advanced level. But what made him a little regretful was that the opponents he met in these matches were not as famous and influential as the first time. They were just some high-level players, therefore. No additional emotional points were given to him, however. His goal has been achieved so far in the live broadcast. Ling Feng looked up at the number of viewers displayed in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room. It had now reached 1,200 people, exceeding the task set by the system. So Ling Feng cleared his throat. Well, everyone, our challenge for today ends here. We will continue the live broadcast tomorrow at the same time, 2:00 p.m. After saying that, he closed the live broadcast room. Only more than 1,000 viewers were left in the live broadcast room. Looking confused, the show is now off the air. Buddy, you've only been broadcasting for less than 2 hours. You finally got a lot of viewers. So aren't you going to make money? Is he running away because he's afraid of losing and having to draw red envelopes? What they don't know is that the reason Ling Feng started the live broadcast was simply to gain more emotional points. Buy modules and further produce games. Now that the mission has been completed and the points have been obtained, it is natural to go back to making games at this moment. In the rental house, he stood up at the table stretched and glanced at the prompts in front of him. You have earned points from the Shockjai Resentmentanger and other emotions expressed by the livestream audience and your matched opponents, totaling 100 points. After nearly 3 hours of live broadcast, I only gained 100 points. The cost-effectiveness is undoubtedly not high. Fortunately, the bulk of the profits from this live broadcast are in another place. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest part-time activity C. Task rewards have been distributed. Gain 200 emotion points and obtain the primary module text decoding module. Text deciphering module. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Ling Fang felt that this module seemed a little familiar. So he recalled it. Oh yes. It seems to be the module that can convert real ancient characters into inscriptions on ruins in the game, increasing the historical authenticity of the game. At the same time, you can also understand and use any language of human civilization. This module is clearly only icing on the cake for game development. But considering its original price of over 200 points, it's not a bad deal as a random reward. Just as Ling Feng was pondering this, a new notification suddenly popped up. Ding. Because the host completed the task excellently, you received an extra reward. You have obtained a low-level module upgrade card, B, consumable. After using this card, you can upgrade any low-level modules you already have. Looking at the information prompt in front of him, Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A surprise reward for completing a mission. He fixed his eyes on the card and fell into deep thought. This card can upgrade any primary game production module. And if he wants to maximize its cost-effectiveness, the first thing he thinks of is to upgrade the production efficiency improvement module. This module can help me speed up the production of all types of games in the future. From a physical point of view, the efficiency improvement after purchasing it is quite obvious. In order to purchase this module, he spent a full 450 emotional points, which was much higher than other primary modules. From this, we can judge that the purchase price and effect of this module when it reaches the intermediate level will far exceed other intermediate modules. That's probably the difference in counting in thousands. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng consumed the card without hesitation and directly chose to upgrade the production efficiency improvement module. The next moment the system prompt popped up, ding. Congratulations! The module has been upgraded successfully. A golden handle icon refreshed before his eyes. Production efficiency improvement module intermediate. Introduction: when you create any type of game, your production efficiency will be significantly improved, and the emotion points you gain from all subsequent games will increase by 30%. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I made the right choice. While the efficiency of all game production is further improved, there is also a buff for obtaining extra points. Moreover, 30% is not a small amount. He closed the prompt panel in front of him with satisfaction, and at the same time a new task was refreshed in front of him. Ding, main quest obtained, Rookie Champion S. Task requirements: make the game you created successfully win the championship position in the new game festival. Mission reward: 2,000 emotion points. 1 random advanced production module. 1 special system item chest, A. Mission description: it is said that a new game has arrived at the new game festival. Its content is very explosive, and those who have played it will be flying in the sky. After glancing at the information about this task, Ling Feng nodded slightly. 2,000 emotion points plus a random advanced production module, and a system prop treasure chest. This reward can be said to be quite generous. Becoming the champion of the new game festival was originally my goal. Rounding it off, this is the reward given to me by the system. He took a deep breath. There is still 1 month left until the end of the new travel festival. Within this month, I not only need to complete the crazy mode Sinnoh region, Hone region maps and the first and second round processes. Moreover, it is necessary to produce standard mode content. Unlike the crazy mode, which focuses on difficulty and challenge, the standard mode focuses on the plot and gaming experience. Based on the original work, Ling Feng has many new ideas to implement. This is also why he created crazy mode right from the start. Because only by unlocking enough modules can he create the true emerald standard model in his mind. So now Ling Feng opened his panel, including the rewards he just received from the mission and his previous savings. His emotion point balance has now reached over 1,300 points. This data seems high, but in fact, it is still a bit short of buying a cheaper mid-level module. For example, it takes 1,400 points to consume the advanced CG module. Thinking of this, Ling Feng shook his head slightly. It's better to just play the game honestly and accumulate emotional points. He sat back in front of the computer and was about to start working when a series of prompts suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding, special character Du has expressed surprise, confusion and love for your game. You have earned 100 emotion points. Looking at this prompt, Ling Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Why did Du just torture himself for a while and then run off to play with emeralds? He thought about it, but couldn't think of any connection between the two things. He was very sure that Du didn't know that the emerald was actually made by him. After all, there was a system that strictly kept his identity confidential. So this is just a coincidence. Forget it, take care of him, I can only say. Thank you, Boss Do, for the emotional points. You are so generous, after silently thanking Do in his heart. Ling Feng directly chose to consume all points and unlock the advanced CG module. From now on, he can directly use this module to create special CG for Blu-ray HD. Combined with the ancient text translation module just extracted, Ling Feng suddenly had a bold idea, originally. He was planning to devote all his energy to creating content for China City and Zijin City tonight. Now it seems that some things can be arranged in advance. As soon as he thought of this, he created a new folder on his desktop, Voodoo Cave. Rock God Pillar Ruins. Meanwhile, in Celebration City in the Sinnoh region, in a conference room at DreamWorks headquarters, a group of young men and women in suits were sitting in the room, talking to each other and venting their inner dissatisfaction. Boss B is really disgusting. He even wants to call back employees on their annual leave. It's truly outrageous. They only give us such a small amount of money every month and still ask us to work hard for them. If there wasn't a suitable next employer, I would have run away long ago. Hey, the gaming industry is in a downturn right now. DreamWorks is in this state, where else can we go? The salaries at other companies are so low that all the money we spend on rent and living expenses. At this point, an older man spoke up. Okay, let's get real, what do you think of that game? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became interested. You mean that Emerald he released? Honestly, I think it's really well made. Very creative and high quality, indeed. The graphics are exquisite, the content is rich. And the turn-based combat is a good idea. But it's a pity that the boss has targeted it, yeah. I guess they called us for a meeting today just to copy someone else's stuff again. Then throw money at it. And finally update it several times faster than the original author. Driving them to death, Makuyu. This isn't the first time you've done something like this. Though, what a pity that the game's studio died just as it was starting to get off the ground. Just as everyone in the conference room was discussing, a figure pushed open the door and walked in. This person was none other than Yu, the boss of DreamWorks. The moment he came in, everyone shut up at the same time, and the entire conference room fell into silence. There's no way around it. Anyone can say bad things about him behind his back. But naturally no one dares to say a word of that kind in public. After all, this is your immediate boss. And no one dares to joke about his job. Yu came to the front of the round table and sat down, looking at everyone with a stern look. Have you read everything I sent you? Does anyone have any questions? As soon as the words fell, a slightly fat man raised his hand tremblingly and spoke. Well, boss, their pixel art technology isn't much better than ours. But it's certainly impressive. I'm afraid our artists won't be able to catch up or surpass their level anytime soon. Why don't we just stop making pixel games like them and make 3D or 2D instead? After all, pixel games aren't our specialty. Yu frowned when he heard this. If we want to completely suppress them, we must do exactly the same thing and do it better than them. As he said this, he raised his head again and looked at everyone. I'm going to invest 80 million yuan in this project for you to develop. Each department will allocate their own resources. I'll give you 1 week to do better than them. Can you do it? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. 80 million in funds. Although all this money would eventually have to be used for gaming. The boss had rarely been so generous after. Yu is usually a stingy person who is reluctant to pay extra overtime pay. Moreover, know that everyone has so much money. They are going to develop a pixel game. This is actually no different from using a cannon to kill a mosquito. No matter what, they are all top talents in the game production industry. If they have enough funds, there will naturally be no problem in achieving this. At most, time is a bit tight, as for this kind of plagiarism, or even taking over the host's role. Will it corrupt their conscience? I can only say that they know this is a dirty job. But they really have no choice. People under the eaves have to bow their heads, what's more. Those who can't accept this kind of thing have been fired from the first day they start working at DreamWorks. At this moment, another person behind the round table raised his hand. He was a young man wearing round-frame glasses. He looked young, but he had a bald spot on his head. Obviously, this is a programmer, he said with difficulty. Boss, their game code isn't very advanced. But the AI on board. The man held his mobile phone in his other hand, and the video playing on it was the one of Kishu interacting with the NPC in Emerald and his Pokémon through voice. Qiyu glanced at him and snorted coldly, "Zhang Bo. You're one of our top programmers. But you didn't really believe it, did you? Are you crazy from coding? This is clearly pseudo-intelligence, providing fixed feedback based on instructions. Besides us, which other gaming company on the market has mastered AI technology? What's the current status of this thing? Do you have any ideas?" The programmer named Zhang Bo seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by Qiyu. Didn't the AI R&D department have a new breakthrough? Just add our new AI into it. Add some feedback based on instructions. And it's definitely better than this fake AI. Since Qiyu had spoken, Zhang Bo could only nod obediently. "Okay, boss," Qiyu lit a cigar and stood up. "Okay, get to work. I want to see your results within a week. Before our Pokémon world is released. Your progress in this game must be more than twice that of Emerald. Remember this. This matter is very important to the company. Anyone who can't do it well will be fired." The night is getting darker, Ling Feng let out a long breath. Clicked the upload button and completed this update. After upgrading the production efficiency module, he found that his game production speed was much faster than he had originally imagined. In just one night, they successfully created maps of Wudu Town, Wudu Cave, and Kaina City. In fact, if the normal speed is followed, there should be enough time to complete the 2 battles between the rival and Shinji. But this time Ling Feng spent a large part of his time on one thing, that was the cave of the rock god pillar Regilok. According to his memory, the people in this world seem to be unaware of the existence of Pokémon like the legendary beast. Many people don't even know the existence of most mythical beasts. Under such circumstances, he is looking forward to how many emotional points this carefully crafted content will bring. Anyway, Ling Feng opened the sales backend and took a look at the number of games sold. He was surprised to find that the number of copies sold had reached more than 18,000, obviously just as he had expected. The name of Emerald had gradually begun to spread on the internet. If it weren't for the high price of 288, I'm afraid the sales volume would have been more than 10 times higher. Alas, I don't know when I can take the initiative to price the game. If this were a free game, he couldn't even imagine how many copies it could sell. However, the high price also has its advantages. Ling Feng glanced at his bank card balance of more than 400 million, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Things are getting better these days with so much money. I will definitely not live in this shabby rental house next time. I can move to a place with better scenery. So where should we go? How about going to the Hone region? I heard the scenery there is pretty good. While Ling Feng was thinking, he suddenly realized something. By the way, where is Candlelight Spirit? Why haven't I seen him since noon today? He thought for a moment. Zhu Guangling seemed to have run out to play, and even said hello to me before leaving. But I was immersed in my work at the time and didn't pay much attention. In fact, it is quite normal for Candlelight Spirit to want to go out and play. After all, according to his description, he had been staying in a dark and scary space before. Now that he finally came to the outside world, he would naturally feel curious about everything around him. Then let's wait for him to come back and talk about moving tomorrow. Ling Feng stretched. I have to remind Zhu Guangling later that you can go out and play. But don't let anyone see you otherwise. A ghost-type Pokémon without a trainer appearing in the city can scare many people to death. In Kishu's live broadcast room, Malip used electric shock. Along with Chishu's excited command, an electric current passed through, and the figure of the ancestral bird fell from the sky. Its blood bar was emptied, and it completely lost its combat ability. The figure of Duan appears. Your perseverance is as admirable as a rock. Hundreds of failures can't stop you, please keep going. I believe you can go further. As the Kana's badge appeared on the screen, Chishu couldn't help but let out a cheer of celebration. Yeah, I finally passed. The barrage of comments also started to appear in the live broadcast room. It makes me sigh, how many times has this been reopened? It must be at least 100 times, right? Didn't you see what Du Huan said? This has happened over 100 times already. Even the NPCs are moved. Ha, I suspect Duan couldn't help but let go. Congratulations to the anchor. Congratulations to the anchor after hundreds of battles. Kishu finally found the perfect timeline and managed to win the gym battle with great difficulty. After the battle, the first thing she did was to turn on voice chat and praise all 3 Pokémon in her team. Yes, 3 Pokémon instead of 2. After realizing that it was impossible for 2 Pokémon to defeat Dukai, Kishu had no choice but to go around the orange forest again. He was lucky enough to meet a Pikachu and successfully captured it. Malip, nice ending, Pikachu. Your paralysis is super important. Otherwise, I don't know how to beat that ancestral bird. Dendon Mushy, give me a high five. There was a bright smile on her face, and it was obvious that she was really happy. After winning the gym battle, Kishu did not continue to advance the game like Serna, but stopped in Kana's city. She spoke to the audience and expressed her thoughts. The recovery effect of the berries was actually crucial to our victory this time. But I picked up the berries while wandering around on the roadside. So I was wondering, will this game also have some props that players can pick up or obtain in other places? The next opponent will be very strong anyway. So why not prepare well before continuing on? As she spoke, she controlled her character and began searching from the first room in the lower left corner of Kana's city. As it turned out, Kishu accidentally discovered an important way to play this game. That is, there may be some useful and valuable props lying on the roadside at any time. If you chat with the NPCs in the room, you may get some unexpected rewards. In just a few dozen minutes, Kishu searched almost the entire city of Kana's, and the harvest was quite amazing. Star sand and golden beads that can be sold for money. Equipped with a Pokémon, it has a certain chance of causing the Pokémon to attack regardless of speed differences. Preemptive Claws, a precious evolution stone that can transform grass-type Pokémon into leaf stone. There's even a learning machine that allows Pokémon to learn a special move called EI Slash. In addition, there are a lot of small things, such as medicine fruit and so on. Kishu simply cleaned his backpack and went to the store, where he sold all the things he didn't need, including Yejeshi the 15. 0 yuan debt in the upper left corner instantly turned into a positive 0 yuan. Seeing this scene, Kishu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile. I knew this game was so difficult. The author would at least leave some room for players to survive. The barrage in the live broadcast room is also refreshing rapidly. Rebirth, I am the super invincible junk king. Shocking. A well-known electric-type gym leader and live streamer actually makes a living by picking up trash. What kind of cruel truth is hidden behind this? The anchor is like a robber, entering someone else's house and rummaging through everything. Is there a Miss Junsha to arrest her? Looking at these comments, Kishu couldn't help blushing. Coughed lightly and said defensively, "Can gaming be considered trash picking? This is called rational use of resources." Then came some difficult-to-understand words, such as trainers are inherently poor, and training Pokémon also costs money, which made the audience laugh. And the live broadcast room was filled with a happy atmosphere. After looting Kana's city, Kishu was just about to leave when he suddenly discovered a dilapidated little house in a corner of the city, which seemed to be one he had never been to before. Her eyes suddenly lit up. and her intuition told her that there might be something good in here. After all, more precious the props I discovered before, the harder they are to find. The valuable things are all found from some corners and crevices. She immediately excitedly controlled the character to enter the room. But the scene that came into her eyes made her a little disappointed. There was no furniture in the room. Only an empty table and a middle-aged man sitting behind the table. Obviously, there doesn't seem to be any hidden props here. Just as Kishu was about to leave with regret, an exclamation mark appeared above the middle-aged man's head, and he walked quickly towards him. "Hello, young man, have you seen her?" The man handed over a photo. The photo showed a young girl with blonde hair, holding a mushroom and smiling brightly. "My daughter, Alice, came to this area for a trip a month ago and disappeared. I'm looking for her everywhere now." The man's tone was filled with anxiety and urgency, and his haggard and bearded face showed anticipation, as if he really wanted to get some information from Kishu. Faced with this situation, Kishu tried hard to recall, but could only press the interaction button and answer softly. "I'm sorry, I haven't seen your daughter either, but I'll be traveling around the area from now on. Don't worry, if I find her, I'll definitely bring her to you." Upon hearing this, the man sat back on his chair, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. "Okay. Young man, sorry to bother you," he murmured softly with endless pain. "Oh, what should I do? I don't have money to go to the next city. Alice, my Alice. Where are you? Daddy really misses you." Hearing this, Kishu was silent for a few seconds. She suddenly entered a command on the screen. Her character walked forward and placed a purse on the table. Then she walked out of the room. At this moment, the character balance in the upper right corner of her screen has been completely cleared. "I might lose all this money anyway, so I might as well leave it to someone who can help me. That uncle must miss his daughter very much." The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly began to refresh frantically. "Oh my God, I'm in tears. The anchor is really kind, I support you. This is why I like Kishu, his values are really positive. There might be scammers in the game. What if they want to cheat you out of your money? Yes, one can tell at a glance how sinister society is." Just as the comments were discussing whether Kishu was right or wrong, the door of the dilapidated hut behind Kishu was suddenly pushed open. The middle-aged man rushed out, tears in his eyes. "Thank you, girl, thank you so much. With so much money, I can go find her again. This is our family heirloom, please accept it." As he said that, he stuffed a small box into Kishu's hand and hurried away. Kishu was stunned for a moment and looked towards the box. Inside lay a small round stone that looked like a glass ball, with red and yellow spirals mixed in the pale purple color. "What is this?" When Kishu was puzzled, a line of golden prompts suddenly popped up on the screen. Item: Super Electric Dragon Stone Special. Introduction: perhaps this strange stone can unleash incredible power. Looking at the two lines of prompts, Kishu was obviously still a little dazed. To be honest, she is really confused now. Electric Dragon Mega Stone, what is that? What does it mean to be able to play a unique role in battle? Obviously, she had never heard of such a thing before. However, according to the hints in this game, this should be an item exclusive to the Electric Dragon. Right. Or maybe it's a consumable that can provide instant bonuses during battle. Never mind, since it can be used by the Electric Dragon. Just take it first. Wait for melee sheep to evolve into an Electric Dragon. Try putting it on and you will know the specific situation. Right, thinking of this, Kishu shook his head slightly. The reason she helped this NPC was not for any reward. Even if the other party didn't give her anything, she did it voluntarily after all. Who can resist helping a father who is desperately searching for his missing daughter? Meanwhile, in Viridian City, after finishing today's game content, Ling Feng exhausted, lay down on the bed. Candlelight Spirit hasn't come back yet. It seems like she's having a great time outside. But it was not yet 12 o'clock, and he could not fall asleep for the time being. So he simply took out his mobile phone and opened Kishu's live broadcast room, wanting to see how the game progressed of this gym owner. But he didn't expect that as soon as he clicked in, he saw the other party obtaining the Electric Dragon Mega Stone. This made Ling Feng a little surprised, since the people in this world have not yet developed Pokémon to a high level. They naturally do not know about the existence of Mega Evolution. So Ling Feng made some preparations and plans within the game. Not only would he arrange some Mega Evolution stones in the hidden branch props in various regions later, but he also arranged a small house in the lower left corner when making the content for Kanna's city and added an NPC who was looking for his daughter. As long as the player is willing to pay to help him, and the payment amount is more than once, he can get an evolution stone that can Mega Pokémon in the team. If there is no Pokémon in the team that can Mega Evolve, they will receive one at random. It seems that exchanging $10,000 for a Mega Evolution Stone is a huge profit. But in fact it is quite difficult to trigger this reward, because this tests the player's compassion and kindness. It is not easy to make so much money in the early stage of the game. Like Kishu, he turned the entire Kanazi city upside down and only made more than 10. These are one-time incomes for players. Without this money when you enter the next area, you will not be able to buy medicine for injuries. Status medicining various props. The road ahead will be full of difficulties, and you will have difficulty moving forward. Therefore, few people would be willing to give so much money to help an NPC in the game under such circumstances. But it is obvious that Kishu did it. And her kindness also earned her the rewards she deserved. This is what they call good things happening to good people. Right. Ling Feng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. He had to admit that he was really looking forward to the other party's reaction when Kishu successfully made the Electric Dragon Mega Evolve for the first time. However, to complete Mega Evolution, the Evolution Stone alone is obviously not enough. And another key item, the K-Stone, is also needed. Only when the two are combined can the Mega Stone unleash its extraordinary bond power, allowing Pokémon to complete Mega Evolution. When should I arrange to obtain this item? Ling Feng fell into deep thought at the same time. On the Psyduck platform, Serna's live broadcast room was opened again. She sat in front of the screen with a serious look in her eyes. Today was supposed to be a day off. But in the afternoon, some unusual fluctuations occurred in the secret realms of the Sinnoh region, which was quite dangerous, so she had to help. After solving the problem over there, most of the day had passed. There might be another task tomorrow, so I have to seize the time tonight and advance my game progress as much as possible. Serna took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Although there is no doubt that with his understanding of the battle as a champion, his current progress should be among the best. But as the Emerald video and various news spread online, more and more players bought the game. Among these players, there are always those who are willing to sit in front of the computer screen 24 hours a day, eager to immerse themselves in the game. In comparison, my own available playtime is too short. If it weren't for the recent events that really required her to take action, she would have wanted to ask the League for a few days of leave. Forget it. Let's just make the most of every minute and every second. As soon as she thought of this, her game was successfully launched, and a large group of viewers once again poured into the live broadcast room. Sister Nana. Latest news, Kishu next door picked up a prop in Kanna's city for a long time and made over 2 yuan in one go. How dare you instigate the champion to pick up trash? What's wrong with picking up trash today? There's a mysterious streamer using the trash-throwing trick on the battle path. The zero-spending team has won 15 consecutive games. Do you understand the value of picking up trash? Serna glanced at the barrage and felt a little strange. The road to battle 0KR streamer. Trash-throwing routine, never mind since I got the emerald. The battle path is not that important anymore. I don't even have the mind to log in anymore, however. She did get a piece of information from these comments. That is, there are some hidden props that can be picked up near each city, or NPCs that can be rewarded after communication. Now I have to catch up with the progress. I have already boarded Old Man Boji's boat, and it is definitely not possible to go back to Kanna's city. All I can say is that during your future journey, Please pay attention to whether there are any props around you. Forget about going out of your way to look for it. While thinking, Serna suddenly found that her screen had gone black. Instead, a CG video appeared this time. It wasn't pixelated footage but a high-definition, high-frame-rate flawless video like a movie. The sky is clear and the vast ocean is covered with white waves. A small boat was sailing slowly on the waves on the sea. In the sky, countless blue and white long-winged gulls were flying happily. From time to time, a few of them flew over the water and caught a fresh sea fish. Agate jellyfish drift with the waves, and several goldfish jump out of the water-splashing waves. The soft and soothing music, coupled with the dreamy scene before her eyes. Even Serna couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She even felt the sea breeze blowing towards her face. After a few seconds, the picture disappeared and the boat in the game docked at the pier. She slowly came back to her senses. That was the game's CG. This quality, this special effect, just no for a moment. She even felt as if she was really on the ocean. When Serna was surprised, the barrage in her live broadcast room naturally exploded. Holy crap, what kind of quality is this? Is this just a cutscene CG? I thought I was actually on a boat. Today I finally understand what it means to burn through money. That part just now, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been possible without $1 million. Right. If a cutscene looks this good, why bother making a game? Why not just make a movie with visuals like this? Even if you put up a big plot, I'd watch it. As a series of barrages flashed by, Serna came back to her senses. She thought she had some understanding and mental preparation for the quality of this game. But every time something new appears in this game, it still surprises her. Thinking of this, she shook her head slightly. According to the plot in the games, Serna helped an old man named Hachi in a tunnel above the city of Canas, and snatched back his Pokémon Scafo from the members of the water fleet, thereby obtaining his help in providing a free ferry and being able to go to the fighting town. And no, after getting off Hatch's boat, the scene of Wudu Town also came into Serna's sight. This is an island town located in the ocean, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The sound of the sea breathed rhythmic electronic music, and some ancient buildings on the island. Just standing here and looking at these scenery seems to be a kind of enjoyment. The town buildings and surrounding scenery are still beautifully done. But in front of the CG of that level just now, these scenes seem nothing. Serna didn't waste any time and directly opened the map and found the gym in the town, which was also the second gym she was going to challenge according to the procedure, the fighting gym. The battles along the way have allowed all of her Pokémon to reach level 19, and Lilliputa has successfully evolved into Lilliputa Kid, bringing her one step closer to the final stage. Lord Kappa, I just don't know where to get the Water Stone, which is the item that allows Lotus Leaf Boy to evolve again. Having said that, considering the difficulty of the challenge at the previous gym, Serna didn't think she could win directly the first time. So the challenge of going to the gym this time was more about finding out the situation of the gym owner. At least you need to know the information about the opponent's first Pokémon so that you can formulate appropriate tactics for subsequent challenges. But when Serna arrived at the gate of the gym, she found a young man in fighting clothes standing at the door. He walked straight up and blocked her way. Are you the gym's challenger? Our gym leader has gone to the stone cave to train. Please come back later, of course. You can also go directly to the stone cave to find him. But there are many dangerous Pokémon living in the stone cave. And it is pitch black if you don't have that strength. I suggest you just wait patiently. After saying that, the man stood back in front of the gate and said no more. Stone cave, Serna murmured. Opened the map and saw that there was indeed a huge black shadow on the island. This cave is even larger than the area of Wudu Town. It seems that according to the process, I have to explore this cave and find the gym leader before I can participate in the gym battle. Recalling what the other party had just said about the cave, Serna thought about it and decided to take a look in the town first to see if she could get any useful props. In this way, Serna went around the rooms in the town and actually found some useful props. one of which was a portable item called Momentum Belt. The effect is when a Pokémon is carrying it and receives fatal damage, there is a low probability that it will retain some physical strength. When seeing this item, Serna's expression was actually a bit complicated. Why does the effect of this thing look familiar? Isn't this the bond and health lock, however? Considering the difficulty and intensity of the upcoming battle, a blood lock triggered at a critical moment can undoubtedly have the effect of turning the tide of the battle. So this item should be quite useful. She equipped this thing on the team's strongest output player, Tongmai Bear. The other items include pink medicine that can restore 200 health points of Pokémon at a time, a rope that can be used to quickly escape from the cave, and some fragments and star sand of various colors. Serna didn't know what effects the latter two had, but she went to the store and found that the price was pretty good. So she sold half of them with the money. She bought some potions to remove abnormal conditions and some medicine to restore physical strength in the store, and then entered the stone cave above Wudu Town. The area inside the stone cave seemed to be quite vast, and from the moment she entered the second floor, Serna was greeted by darkness. Her character can only explore the surrounding terrain and environment in a circle of extremely low visibility to find the right path. During this process, every few steps you take, you will be attacked by wild Pokémon from time to time, such as Zubat, Sandshrew, and Geodude. Based on her years of field mission experience, these were indeed common Pokémon that appeared in caves. This also made Serna more certain that the creator of the game must be someone who has a deep understanding of the habits of all Pokémon. While thinking, she walked in the second-level cave for a while, and suddenly met a man in a red uniform. The moment she saw the man's appearance clearly, Serna frowned. She would recognize this conspicuous red R symbol even if it was burned to ashes. This is the Rocket's logo. The creator of this game actually dared to make Team Rocket an NPC. Isn't he afraid that the real Team Rocket will cause trouble for him? But then she thought about it, that's right. Even the identity of this game maker can't be found out by himself. Team Rocket should be unable to do anything to him. But no matter what, this behavior also proves that the maker of this game is quite confident. Otherwise, how could he dare to use the image of the world's largest dark organization in the game he made? While Serna was thinking, the member of Team Rocket in front of her had already challenged her. "Where are you from, kid? This isn't the place for you." The light of the Pokeball flashed, and a Zubat suddenly appeared in front of Cynthia. The lightning icon flashes across the screen and the battle begins instantly. The new book list has fallen off. I'm begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets from all the big guys to keep reading QAQ. Thank you for your support. What happened next was really beyond Serna's expectations. The Rocket team member in front of him was not weak at all, and was much stronger than the two Navy Fleet soldiers he had encountered before, especially the opponent's starting Zubat, which also masters the Flying-type wing attack skill, which can cause high and restrained damage to all Pokémon in Serna's team. Fortunately, Zubat doesn't have the same strong physical attack power as Archaeopteryx. Otherwise, Serna might even be carried away by this soldier of Team Rocket. After winning the difficult battle, the Pokémon in Serna's team were all damaged. Among them, the most serious one was the Tongpu Bear. As the main force in the battle, he lost more than half of his physical strength. You have to know that this is in a cave in the wild. After the Pokémon battles, you can't immediately go to the Pokémon Center to restore your energy like in the city. At this time, the importance of props is reflected. Serna opened her backpacks, took out the medicine she had bought from the store in advance, and quickly restored the physical strength of several Pokémon to full value. At the same time, she also realized one thing. For his current team, the flying type is an extremely prominent weakness. Whether it is the fighting type Teddy Bear or the grass type Lotus Hat Kid, as well as the forest lizard, they are all very afraid of the flying type's attacks. There is currently no skill in the team that can counter flying-type Pokémon. Coincidentally, the cave where he was currently was full of rock-type Pokémon. which happened to be the perfect counter to flying-type Pokémon. Should I capture a rock-type Pokémon here to improve my team and make up for this weakness? As she was thinking, she suddenly remembered something. Oh right, rock-type if I remember correctly. After defeating Duan in the gym leader battle, she received a rock blockade skill learning machine as a reward. This move is a rock-type skill. It can also restrict the opponent's movements and reduce their speed. For flying-type Pokémon, this is undoubtedly a good countermeasure. She tried to open her backpack and clicked on the rock blockade skill learning machine, and found that the forest lizard and the bear doll in her team could learn this skill. After a little thought, she placed the cursor on the teddy bear. Russet is a Pokémon that excels at physical attacks, while Glairlix is stronger in special attacks. The former is definitely more suitable for learning physical attack skills such as Rock Block. But how do I use this skill learning machine? Just as Serna was thinking, she tried to press the OK button, but found that a line of prompts popped up directly. Ding. Your Pokémon Tumbler has mastered 4 moves. Do you want him to forget one move, replace Rock Block? So convenient. Serna couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There was also a commotion in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, he got it straight away. Initiation Tusk. How cool would it be if there was a machine like this in real life? Come on, Thighs is a game. How could something like this exist in real life? There must be a reason why everyone reacted so strongly. In reality, if Pokémon wants to learn some new moves, in addition to comprehending them by themselves through leveling up, another way is through skill cheats. These secret manuals are actually all paper or electronic content written by senior trainers, which record in detail the learning and use experience of a certain skill. Other trainers can only train their Pokémon by purchasing these cheats. As for whether you can learn it or not, that is another matter. After all, this form of teaching has significant limitations. Every Pokémon is different, and the actual learning experience will naturally differ greatly from what's written in the guide. But if there were a disc like the one in the games, you could simply place it on a Pokémon's head and it would instantly learn a new move. I'm afraid many people would laugh in their dreams. At the same time, after a brief thought, Serna replaced the Wild Dance and Swing of the doll bear. Wild Dance and Swing is a 60 power skill of the evil type. Although its power is not high and it is not from the original type, it can also help Tongmai Bear to supplement a certain range of attack. But now among the skills that Tongpuxing has mastered, there is another evil skill, Tit for Tat. Although the basic power of 50 does not seem high, this skill has an additional effect if it is used afterward. The power will be doubled to 100. Tongpuxing's speed is not very high, which means that in actual combat he will often be the last to attack. At this time, the additional effect of Tit for Tat is naturally easier to trigger, and is obviously better than Wild Dance and Swing. With Serna's choice, Wild Dance and Swing in the Bear skill column was successfully replaced with Rock Blockade. Rock Blockade physical/rock power 60. Introduction manipulates a large number of rocks to drop from the sky and strike. Upon hitting, there is a 100% chance of reducing the target Pokémon's speed level by 1 level. With this skill, flying-type Pokémon will naturally not be as threatening. But Serna knew that this was just a small measure to alleviate the problem. Capturing a Pokémon that can counter flying-type Pokémon and filling the team's blind spot is still what she wants to do next. After learning the skills, Serna continued to move into the cave along the way. She encountered many Team Rocket members who blocked her way. For some reason for these Team Rocket members, having a Zubat is like a standard, fortunately. With double restraint, Tongpuxing's Rock Blockade can easily kill these Zubats in seconds. In this way, Serna successfully entered the 3rd level of the cave without consuming many supplies. The barrage also started to discuss. This new skill is really useful, right? Indeed, I'm not so afraid of flying types now. Isn't anyone curious why there are so many Team Rocket members in this cave? What are they doing here? Could this be their lair? I don't think so. I think he's doing something bad in the cave. Stealing minerals, catching rare Pokémon. Conducting secret research. Holy shit, it feels like it's all possible. Tusk damn Team Rocket. What the commenters didn't know was that Serna actually thought the same. But she also didn't know what Team Rocket's plan was by running into such a cave. Anyway, it shouldn't be a good thing. Just as she was thinking, something appeared on the screen and suddenly attracted her attention. Wait, this is, in front of Heron, a high rock platform. There stood a huge golden boulder. Light emerges from the cracks in the cave, shining on the stone, reflecting its sense of vicissitudes of time. On the surface of the stone, there are extremely strange patterns and shapes. Looks like, after a brief moment of daze, Serna suddenly reacted. She controlled her character and quickly came to the front of the stone. On the screen, golden prompts began to pop up. Special item Pokémon fossil. Introduction, a fossil of some unknown ancient Pokémon. Seemingly containing the breath of life, obviously. Just as he expected. This is really a Pokémon fossil from ancient times. Not only that, judging from the appearance of the fossil, this is a new type of fossil that he has never seen before. Serna couldn't help but feel surprised again. From the previous tentacle lily to the later ancestral bird that was suspected to be an ancient fossil Pokémon. Why does this game maker know so much about ancient fossil Pokémon? He also deliberately placed a fossil here for the players. Combined with the system prompt that just popped up. Is there some way in the game to revive these fossils? When she thought of this, Serna felt a little regretful. After the battle with Duwans, she didn't ask where the opponent's ancient Pokémon came from, because the battle at that time was really too intense. When she finally won, even though she was so weathered, her heart was ignited with joy, and she completely forgot about being able to talk normally with the NPCs. She shook her head, slightly clicked the mouse, and put the fossil into her backpack. The barrage also began to refresh. What ancient Pokémon fossil is this? What a huge mouth. I don't know, but my intuition tells me that he has such a big mouth. He must be a big eater. Isn't being able to eat something a sign of strength? Snorlax can eat and so can Bangiras. Which one is weaker? So what fossils are just fossils? Can they be resurrected? Indeed, but if you sell it, you should still be able to make a lot of money, right? The commentators didn't know that the resurrected ancient fossil Pokémon had already appeared in the previous gym battle. So they don't think that this fossil can be resurrected as a Pokémon. At most, it has some collection value. But Serna doesn't think so. Her intuition told her that perhaps there would really be a chance to revive this fossil in the future. Although it is unlikely in reality, this is a game after all. What can't be done, by the way? I don't know what's going on with Professor Oak now. While I was playing games just now, I took the time to send him the information about the characteristics of the Lotus Leaf Boy and the Bear Doll. While she was thinking, a figure quickly walked forward from the darkness beside her. "Hey, young man, why are you in a place like this?" The speaker was a man with blue hair-orange goggles and a black tracksuit. His voice is rough and bold, and he exudes a sunny and positive temperament. This person is none other than Fujiki, the gym leader of the Butu Town gym in the Hone region. And he is also the target character that Serna is looking for when she enters the cave. Although Serna had never dealt with the gym leader in the Hone region, he had heard of this Fujishu, because the fighting king of the Kanto region Hiba once mentioned Fujiki to her, saying that Fujiki was very talented in the field of fighting, and maybe one day he could become a fighting king. "I came here to challenge the gym, and I heard you were training in the cave, so I came here." Serna pressed the interact button and responded in a polite tone. "Ahahaha, I see, I'm so sorry. Today happens to be my training time." Fujiki looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of his head, then smiled. "In that case, I'll go back to the gym and prepare. By the way, I seem to hear some fighting noises on the upper floor. Were you fighting wild Pokémon?" "No, it's Team Rocket." Serna controlled the character and explained the situation just now. Fujishu was stunned. "Team Rocket? Strange. What are they doing in this stone cave?" He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. then turned to look at Cynthia. I didn't see any Team Rocket members coming from this level. So it seems they're operating on the second level. Perhaps eyeing some minerals in the cave. In that case, I'll go up and meet them. After saying that, Fujishu turned and headed towards the second floor. Serna stood there, thought about it, and wanted to follow to see what was going on. But she suddenly noticed that not far behind her, there seemed to be a path leading to the next level. Moreover, it seemed as if something was attracting him in that direction. After a brief hesitation, she decided to trust her intuition and entered the next level through the passage. After a long climb down, she finally entered the fourth floor this time. The surroundings were no longer dark but extremely bright. Serna could also clearly see the surrounding scenes. The space on the fourth floor is extremely large. There is darkness more than 10 meters high above the head, and an extremely flat and wide open space under the feet. And in the very center of the open space stands a stone tablet. A brown light was continuously emanating from the stone tablet, lighting up the space. Apart from that, there is nothing else here. Serna's gaze and attention naturally fell on the stone tablet. However, just this one glance made her unable to look away, because there are some kinds of symbols densely arranged on the stone tablet, like the stars arranged in the universe. Mysterious and profound if you observe carefully. You will find that the light of the stone tablet actually comes from these symbols. The light rises and falls, as if these mysterious symbols are breathing. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also spoke one after another. What is this thing? It looks amazing. I don't know, I don't understand. But it feels like some kind of word, right? Isn't Sister Nana an archaeology expert? She should know him, as the saying goes. Laymen watch the excitement while insiders watch the door. As the #1 ancient mythologist in the Sinnoh region, Serna could naturally recognize that this was a special text from ancient civilization. This civilization has disappeared in the long river of time, leaving only some broken fragments of civilization. Even she only had a partial understanding of this ancient language, and most of it was completely incomprehensible to her. Ordinary archaeologists don't even know the existence of this font. But wise now, these words appear on the stone tablet in front of me in the game. When Serna was surprised, she subconsciously controlled her character and moved closer to the stone tablet. But the next moment, boom. The symbols on the stone tablet turned into streams of light and suddenly shot up into the sky. As the symbols turned into beams of light and shot up into the sky, the screen in front of Serna fell into darkness. The next moment, a brand new CG picture appeared. In the dark cave, a beam of light shines down from the crack at the top. And within this radiance ethos flickering, brown symbols seemed to actually come alive. They circled and danced in the air soon. The symbols were arranged into 2 rows, and several vacant positions appeared. There are also a few symbols floating alone, like derailed satellites. There is no radiance on their bodies, but an extremely dull gray at this moment. The CG in front of Serna ended, and the game interface on the screen also changed. It's like a spelling board, with 2 rows of symbols clearly presented in front of the player. And there are several floating and circling gray symbols below, waiting for the player to choose. Seeing this, Serna suddenly realized something. Is this to allow players to fill in these words in the correct position? In a sense, this is like a puzzle level, since the author can design such a level, does he really know the meaning of these ancient characters? When she thought of this, Serna's heart couldn't help but be shaken. He originally thought that the other party was well informed about ancient Pokémon, and that knowing about a legendary dragon like Rayquaza was already exaggerated and shocking enough. But I didn't expect that the creator of this game actually has some knowledge of ancient characters. Even the level of his understanding is far greater than mine. After a brief moment of daze, Serna shook her head slightly again. No. That shouldn't be right. After the extinction of the ancient civilization that possessed this kind of written symbols, only a very small number of broken ancient books were left. The contents on them have become blurred and are treasured and stored in the Alliance's secret museum. Countless experts and teams have conducted in-depth research and deciphered it. But this work is very difficult. Everyone has tried their best and can only understand the meaning of a small part of the symbols. Serna was once one of them, so she began to speculate that the game makers must have accidentally learned about the existence of this text from some channel and incorporated it into the game to increase the mystery of the game and to add some meaning. The content of this crossword puzzle is actually wrong. The author just scrambled it randomly. As long as you guess a few times, you can pass it, probably. Yes, is it? Considering the performance of this game before, Serna found that she was a little unsure about it for a while. The next moment, her eyes fell on the two lines of ancient characters. Those brown and yellow symbols continued to emit light and swayed slightly, as if urging Serna. Relying on her previous decryption experience, she discovered that some of the symbols were ones she had never seen before. The remaining small part is that I seem to have seen but have not successfully translated. There are also some that I know, for example in the second row. There are two symbols before the third space. The first one is a symbol with three protrusions like mountains and rivers, while the other one is a triangle. The meaning of these two symbols combined is of the earth. Serna continued to look at the floating symbols below, and the next moment their brows frowned instantly wrong. Among these floating symbols, there are two closely connected ones, which look like a butterfly, and their meaning is blessing. This meaning seems to be able to fill the blank just now. Could it be that? She held her breath and first tried to pick out two other symbols floating in the air that she didn't recognize and put them into the third blank. The next moment, with a sharp scream, two symbols were directly popped out, and one of the three golden lights at the top of the interface was directly extinguished. In the live broadcast room, the audience has already noticed some clues. So this is a puzzle. You only have 3 chances to put the correct symbol into the blank. Unfortunately, it seems I didn't guess right the first time. Nana is also a researcher of ancient Chinese characters. How could she have chosen the wrong one? Did the author make up these symbols himself? What happens if all 3 chances are used up? I have a bad feeling at the same time. Serna had no intention of reading the comments. Seeing the failed reactions, took a deep breath, immediately selected the 2 gray symbols that looked like butterflies, and dragged them to the third blank space. Amidst the dancing brown light, a crisp buzzing sound suddenly erupted, accompanied by a wave of air chewing in the space. The 2 symbols fell into the blank space, like rice paper falling into an ink pool. They were instantly stained with a layer of light and regained their vitality. Obviously, it succeeded this time. This also proves one thing. This maker didn't just do it casually. He really understood the meaning of all these ancient characters. But how is this possible? These characters clearly come from a lost ancient civilization. After a brief moment of shock, Serna suddenly came to her senses and realized something. If that's the case, then couldn't I use this special level to try to decipher the meaning of other symbols? Her eyes were burning, and she immediately began to observe the symbols herself. As a mythological archaeologist, he knew very well that deciphering ancient characters was more difficult the earlier one started, since the meaning of most of the written symbols was completely unknown at the beginning. All archaeologists could do was to start with some frequently appearing texts, guess their meanings and find ways to verify them. However, the efficiency of using this method is actually quite low, because there is no way to accurately judge whether this guess is correct or not. But now there is this in-game puzzle-solving feature. Whether her guess was correct or not, she would get the exact answer immediately. At this moment, her eyes fell on those symbols. She moved around and observed them repeatedly, whispering softly after thinking for a full minute. She suddenly selected 2 floating gray symbols and placed them in the blank space in the first row. The next moment, the buzzing sound broke out again, and the gray text was embedded in the blank space, successfully bursting out with light. She guessed right after this success. Shirna selected symbols faster and faster, star. Moon dark rock one after another's. Brown light lit up. And one blank after another was successfully filled by her. Her actions naturally ignited the live broadcast room successfully. As expected of a mythologist, he's a professional. Holy crap, I have absolutely no idea how this was chosen. Can someone explain it to me? You're asking me really. As time passed, beads of sweat began to seep out of Shirna's forehead. And when she successfully placed the last symbol into the blank space, all the shaking words suddenly stopped. Boom. The entire cave suddenly began to tremble violently. A gigantic figure suddenly burst out from the ground ahead. The screen in front of Shirna went black again. Obviously, she triggered another CG. But the situation this time seems a little different. Boom, 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 the rapid drum beats sounded first. The image on the screen began to become clear. In the violently shaking cave, countless pieces of rubble, accompanied by sand and dust, fell from the sky. On the ground in front of him, a huge monster was gradually rising from the soil. It turned out to be a temple-like building, the surface of which was covered with mysterious brown patterns and countless symbols emitting brown light. The sacred and magnificent orchestral music is about to begin with the appearance of this building. This looks like a temple if you look closely. You can find that these symbols are exactly the same as the ancient characters that Shirna just faced. However, Shirna's attention is not on these symbols at all. Because in this building there was a huge figure, which appeared in front of her along with the temple. It was a giant Pokémon that was more than 10 meters tall. His entire body is made of brown and gray rocks, just like a mountain. But these rocks have no sharp edges or sharp protrusions. They fit tightly together and are flat and regular, as if they were a work of art at the top of the rock, where the head should be. There are 7 inconspicuous gray spots of light, which seem to be the eyes of this Pokémon, in the shape of the letter H. Amidst the falling dust and the brilliant brown light, the magnificent temple emerged from the ground along with his figure. Such a scene made countless viewers open their eyes wide and were speechless for a moment. Because the existence of such a Pokémon is really too shocking, the CG continued to play, and the shaking of the cave gradually stopped. The entire temple has been completely unearthed and is now fully displayed before everyone. Dense ancient text symbols shone brightly on the 4 pillars of the temple. The giant Pokémon in the other hand sat on top of the temple, motionless, even saw through the screen. All the audience can vaguely feel the aura that this Pokémon constantly emits. It was a primitive and brutal feeling of power. The scene in front of me, coupled with the intense and rapid music, can be said to show this feeling to the fullest, making people breathe faster and their heartbeats quicken involuntarily. The CG camera quickly climbed along the ground, clearly showing the grandeur of the temple, the traces of countless years on the Pokémon's body, and its 2 huge arms made of rock. Finally, the picture stopped at the top, at the 7 gray spots of light. The music and the picture suddenly stopped. After a brief darkness, the game interface returned to normal. In front of Shirna's character, there stood a temple and a pair of feet made of rock. Because the height of the characters in the game is too small in comparison, players can only barely see the lower half of the Pokémon's body. At the same time, everyone in the live broadcast room woke up from their dreams and started to post comments. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Is this even a Pokémon? Why do I feel like this is a legendary beast? Such a strong aura, this is definitely the case. I'm sweating like crazy. I thought the CG for the ocean scene was incredible enough, but I didn't expect it to be even more impressive. This is so clear and realistic, and the quality is being suppressed by the live stream. Oh my god, it's hard to imagine how high the original quality was. Most of the people watching the live broadcast were ordinary people who had little experience with Pokémon battles. Of course, there are also some professional trainers who own Pokémon and came to watch the live broadcast because of Serna. But one thing is the same for them. Those legends about so-called divine beasts are too far away from people like them. They are even like a vague phantom and cannot be verified at all. But the moment they saw that huge figure, this rarely mentioned word emerged in their minds at the same time. Divine Beast at the same time. Serna was already sitting in front of the computer. Of course she knew this Pokémon, one of the 3 legendary pillars of the Fengyuan region. The rock pillar Regirox. As a mythological Pokémon scientist, studying mythical beasts is her profession and her passion. In addition to the mythical Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, the ones she knows most about are the legendary Pokémon of the Hone region. Like the Rayquaza, the 3 divine pillars have never appeared in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, Serna's understanding of them all comes from ancient texts and clues in some ruins. Regarding the 3 pillars, she once followed an expedition team to an ancient ruins in the north of the Hone region, near Akihabara towns, and discovered murals belonging to the 3 pillars there. The murals of the Rock God Pillar and the Ice God Pillar can still be barely distinguished. But the mural of the other Steel God Pillar has been erased and is difficult to distinguish. But today, the scene she just saw made her feel that every cell in her body was cheering, and even her soul was trembling. Such an existence is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is the true mythical Pokémon. Seeing it with my own eyes now, there is no comparison at all with those blurry murals and descriptions in ancient books. After the boiling emotions emerged, Serna suddenly came back to her senses correct. He knew very well that the image of Regirox he had just seen was indeed the same being as that depicted in the blurry murals and texts. Moreover, it is more lifelike and extremely real. This only proves one thing, that is, the creator of this game must have a far greater understanding of the rock pillar than ordinary people. Maybe he had even seen this mythical beast with his own eyes. Otherwise, how could such detailed and accurate visual content be produced? When she thought of this, Serna froze and also. If he knows so much about the legendary beast of the Hone region, the rock pillar, does he also have a good understanding of Rayquaza, the legendary beast of the Hone region, and other legendary beasts from other regions? Who is this person? A hint of determination flashed in Serna's eyes. No. I must get the first pass and contact the game maker. While Serna was thinking, a new situation appeared before her eyes suddenly. A pentagram magic circle appeared in the temple, and the ancient text symbols she had just pieced together also emerged from the magic circle, suspended in the air and neatly arranged in 2 rows. Then came an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice, as if it had spanned thousands of years and came from the distant past. Legend has it that the fertile land is guarded by a rock pillar. Its body is indestructible. Its power is boundless and vast. He bestows the blessings of the earth upon all living beings. As the ancient voice chanted, Serna realized that the ancient text that was being chanted was the one she had just pieced together. She immediately pressed the screenshot button and started the computer's recording function as quickly as possible. The reason is simply because this voice, combined with these ancient characters, will become the most valuable research material. With this video, the archaeological field can make breakthrough progress in the study of this ancient text. As Serna recorded, the voice continued to chant. Its content probably talks about the power of the rock god pillar and the help and protection it brings to the people around it. But as the ancient voice continued to chant, it suddenly became unclear. It seems that a section of content was skipped. The symbols suspended in the air suddenly began to tremble and crumble, eventually scattering to the ground and disappearing. Only a voice filled with unwillingness came faintly from the distant void. Offer sacrifice, the divine pillar awakens. The sound stopped abruptly here and was completely cut off. Above the temple, the pentagram formation suddenly became dazzling, and a circle of light appeared in every corner. When Serna saw this, she immediately understood, so. The situation now is, do I need to place sacrifices in these circles to awaken the rock god pillar? At the same time, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room also poured out like a tide. Just now everyone was shocked by Regirox's performance in the CG. And many people finally came to their senses at this time. Host, what kind of Pokémon is this? It's so huge, isn't it too big? Isn't it really a legendary Pokémon? So what the voice just said means that this Pokémon was very powerful in ancient times and even helped humans. What should I play to wake him up now? A series of questions were asked. And Serna glanced at the barrage and thought for a moment. The Alliance does not deliberately control the news about these legendary Pokémon, simply because their whereabouts are too mysterious. And many have not appeared in the past 1,000 years. For most legendary Pokémon, even the League doesn't have much detailed information about them. So ordinary people and trainers naturally don't know the information about the legendary beasts. No, this game seems to be able to give ordinary people a chance. The chance to learn about legendary Pokémon. No. It's not just simple understanding. Serna looked at the huge body of the rock pillar on the screen. This game gives everyone a chance to encounter legendary Pokémon. The popularity of this game is inevitable, then. Sooner or later, everyone will understand the situation and charm of various legendary Pokémon. For a mythologist like her, this is exactly what she wants to see with this thought. Serna's eyes sparkled and she spoke softly, yes. What you see now is Regirock, one of the legendary Pokémon of the Hone region, known as the 3 legendary regiments. It is said that this Pokémon is composed entirely of a special mineral, making it incredibly hard, unfortunately. I don't know much more information after all. I have never seen him in person at this moment. With Serna's affirmation and explanation, the barrage exploded again. Holy crap. Is it really a legendary Pokémon? This author 66,666 really dares to add anything. Why not? Did you see the quality of that CG just now? Is being a mythical beast that difficult for him? It really is. When the barrage went crazy, Serna spoke again. It seems that we need to put something precious into this magic circle in order to wake it up. I guess maybe it's a valuable rare ore, in fact. At this moment, looking at the sleeping rock god pillar in front of her, her heart was also filled with excitement and anticipation. Being able to get so close to these legendary Pokémon. It's even possible to communicate with them for her. Even if she can only do this in a game, she will feel great satisfaction and excitement. After all, there is no such opportunity in reality. At this moment, as soon as Serna finished speaking, the entire cave began to shake violently again. The temple, along with Regirock's huge body, began to sink into the ground again in just a few seconds. It completely disappeared as if nothing had happened. However, the flickering pentagram array that remained in place proved that those were not illusions. Looking at the scene in front of her, Serna took a step forward and selected a leaf stone from her backpack. She had accidentally found this in a piquet ball in the grass by the roadside when she was leaving Kanna's city and returning to Old Man Hatchai's cottage from the Orange Forest. And since it is a Pokémon like Awakening Geodude whose body is made of minerals, perhaps it would be a qualified sacrifice. Following Serna's choice, the leaf stone fell on a corner of the altar, instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The entire altar trembled slightly, and a blank circle suddenly appeared in the center. A brown light poured into the circle, filling less than 1/20th of the area. The aperture shook as if urging Serna to get more energy. Seeing this, Serna couldn't help but sigh slightly. Although the progress has increased a little, it is insignificant compared to the size of the entire magic circle. Obviously, she had just started the game and had no way to find enough sacrifices to awaken the rock pillar. But at least, the reaction of the magic circle this time made her certain that what was needed to awaken Regirock was various precious minerals. I'm afraid I'll have to come back later. She silently memorized the location of the magic circle, turned around and left the 4th floor through the passage on the side. However, she had just come out of the passage and returned to the 3rd floor when she was stunned again, because a familiar figure appeared in front of her. It was a tall man with short blue hair and wearing a suit. He was looking left and right on the walls of the cave, as if he was searching for something seriously and carefully. Serna was a little uncertain when she first saw him. But when she saw him take a round black stone from the wall with surprise, she immediately confirmed his identity. This man is none other than the son of President Zifuch, the boss of the renowned top company Devon Corporation, and also the champion trainer of the Hone region. Zifuch and Dego, as both of us are champions. There are naturally many intersections between us, and we also know clearly what the other's biggest hobby is. That's ore. He often goes to some strange places to collect ores, just like he does now even for the sake of ore. Dego's championship title in the league is almost just a name. He would only show up if the mission truly required a top trainer. At other times, you basically have no way to find Dego in the Alliance, because at the same time, he might be thousands of kilometers away, in a secret underground cave looking left and right. Just like now as Dego got closer, many people in the live broadcast room recognized his identity. Oh my god, that blue-haired guy over there is Dego, right? It seems so true. This game even has this kind of champion. It makes sense, right? He even dared to squeeze in the rockets. So what does a championship mean? Will Sister Nana have a chance to see me? It's hard to say. This is the Hone region after all. While the barrage of comments was in surprise, Dego had already arrived in front of Serna, and an exclamation mark suddenly appeared above his head. There's actually someone here. Hello, little girl, are you here looking for ore as well? An extremely familiar tone and voice rang in Serna's ears, and she couldn't help but feel a little surprised in her heart. Before whether it was Professor Odamaki, the owner of the Museum du Huaner, the protagonist's father. Kindly, she had only heard of them in the real world but had never seen them in person. In other words, she has no idea what these people are like in the real world. But Dego is completely different, as both are champions. The connection between them can naturally be said to be quite close. Moreover, Dego's hobbies are somewhat similar to Serna's in a sense. Dego also likes to explore various ancient ruins, but Serna does so to collect information about ancient myths, while Dego does so to look for various ancient minerals. Therefore, through such frequent interactions, Serna has a fairly good understanding of Dego. To Serna's surprise, Dego in front of her spoke again. By the way, I just heard a loud noise coming from the cave below. Do you know what happened? Serna thought about it, pressed the interact button, and told Dego roughly what had just happened. After hearing this, the latter was a little surprised. Reals, you encountered a legendary Pokémon. This is a serious matter. I have to go back and report it to the Alliance. He said, looking at Serna. Of course, don't worry. Since you discovered it, you are qualified to participate in everything that happens next. Provided you become stronger, you know. Legendary Pokémon, they're all powerful and dangerous. Aren't they? When Serna heard these words, her expression was a little complicated, because the person in front of me was almost identical to Dego in real life, polite, confident, and with a crazy love for minerals. Moreover, everything from his voice and tone to the content of his speech, even the pixelated character's gesture of tossing his hair, was exactly the same as Dego's. While Serna was thinking, Dego's voice sounded again. So, can you tell me in detail what that legendary Pokémon looks like? Serna was stunned for a moment. Well, probably several dozen meters tall, and its entire body is made of minerals. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Zifuchi, Dego's whole body froze, and his eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying beam of light. Little girl, I need to go check out what's going on down there. This is for you. I hope you become stronger soon. We'll see each other again later. I'm leaving now. He threw something to Serna, turned around and ran away. The speed of that run is faster than that of a train. He seemed obviously anxious, but Serna completely understood why Dego was so excited, as he almost swallowed the punctuation marks when he spoke just now, without even pausing. Because few people know that various rare and unique minerals can only rank second in Dego's preferences. And the first place is actually the various Pokémon whose bodies are made of stone. A legendary Pokémon like Regirock, whose body is covered with rocks and is dozens of meters tall, is to Dego like the nectar on the back of Bulbasaur to Heracross. It is simply a fatal temptation. Having said that, the various details about Dego are so restored. I'm afraid the author of this game has a very deep understanding of Dego. So is there any connection between him and the real Dego? While she was thinking, a line of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Serna. The item, Water Stone, has been placed in your backpack. Serna was stunned when she saw this, Water Stone. Isn't this exactly the prop that Lotus Leaf Boy needs to evolve into Lot Kappa? Everyone in the live broadcast room was also shocked when they saw this scene. Oh my god, he gives me whatever I need. Dego is such a nice guy. Give me an evolution stone right away when we meet. Turtle, poverty really does limit my imagination. Of course not, Dego is on the rich list, otherwise. Do you think the title of Young Master Zafuchi is a joke? I cried my heart out when he heard there was a rock pillar down there. He ran faster than a ghost. He really loves rocks. Evolve quickly, evolve quickly. I can't wait to see the big pineapple kappa. Serna thought about it and decided to leave the cave first and then let the Lotus Hat Boy evolve. After all, this place is not suitable as a suitable place for evolution. With this thought in mind, she took out the prop hole-piercing rope and chose to use it. The next moment, after a dizzying spin, Serna reappeared at the entrance of the rock cave. She released the Lotus Hat Kid from the Poké Ball, took out the water stone and smiled slightly. Are you ready, Lotus Hat Kid? You can evolve now, gotcha. Upon hearing this, the little boy in the Lotus Hat jumped up impatiently and took the initiative to meet the water stone. The next moment, the brilliant light of evolution suddenly burst out in this open space. End of this chapter in the colorful evolutionary light. The silhouette of the little boy in the Lotus Hat was constantly changing rapidly, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the light faded away, his appearance had undergone a complete transformation. He has a round body, a round straw hat with jagged protrusions on his head, and his whole body is covered with yellow and green striped waves, just like a hula dancer from Hawaii. This is the final form that Lotus Hat Kid will evolve into after using the water stone. Lot Kappa looking at the Lot Kappa in front of her. Serna also pressed the interaction button and spoke. Congratulations on your evolution, Lot Kappa. How are you feeling on the screens? The Lot Kappa beside her looked around at his body. An excited smile appeared on his face, and he gave Serna a positive response, obviously. Lot Kappa is quite satisfied and happy with his new body and the power that suddenly emerged in his body. He even trotted around Serna, waving his arms and dancing. Although his fat body swaying looks a bit silly, there is a certain dance charm in it that is quite unique. This scene also made the audience in the live broadcast room happy. Who mentioned the dancing pineapple just now? I laughed my ass off. They really do look a bit like it. Although I have become stronger, I have also become stupider. Has it evolved to its final stage so early? Interesting. Will it win the gym battle at the same time? Looking at Lot Kappa beside her, the corners of Serna's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After the hooded kid evolves into Lot Kappa, there is no doubt that his combat capabilities will be improved in all aspects. Moreover, in the early stages of this game, when most Pokémon can only evolve to the second form at most, Lot Kappa is a Pokémon that has evolved to the third form, has undoubtedly become another new and powerful force in the team. In fact, he can be said to be the strongest in the team now. This way, she felt more confident about challenging the next gym. Not only that, at this moment, a series of prompts have popped up in front of Serna's eyes. Congratulations! Lotus Hat Kid has successfully evolved into Rakuten Kappa. Lot Kappa wants to learn the following new skills: Bubble Ray, White Mist, Mind Hammer, Ultimate Drain, and Shake Dance. But his skill slots are full. Should he forget some skills to replace them with these new ones? This time, the evolution using the Water Stone actually allowed Lot Kappa to learn 5 new skills. Among these 5 skills, the power of the 3 output skills is quite good among the corresponding attributes. As for the remaining two, although White Mist and Shake Dance are not damage-type skills, the former can prevent the attributes of friendly Pokémon from decreasing, and the latter can cause the opponent to fall into a state of confusion. They can be regarded as two good functional skills. After a brief consideration, Serna finally locked Lot Kappa's skills on 4 moves. Super Absorb Intention Hammer Bubble Ray. Sway Dance. There is a reason for this configuration. Super Absorption and Bubble Ray are 2 attack moves of Lot Kappa's main attributes. They are very good choices and have additional effects. Super Absorption can restore half of the damage caused as physical strength, while Bubble Ray has a certain probability of reducing the opponent's speed. Although Mind Hammer is a physical attack skill, it is not a skill of the main type, so it does not seem to be a skill that Lot Kappa is good at. However, considering that the next gym they were going to challenge was a fighting-type gym, and that this psychic-type move was super effective against fighting-type Pokémon, Cynthia still chose this move, come to think of it. Ludicolo should also be able to learn advanced moves like Hydro Pump, Nature's Forcing Energy Ball. According to the setting of this game, perhaps he has to wait until he reaches a higher level before he can learn and comprehend independently. After configuring Lot Kappa's skills, Serna opened the Pokémon panel again and took a look at Lot Kappa's characteristics. Some Pokémon will undergo changes in their characteristics when they finally evolve. Fortunately, Lot Kappa is not like this. His characteristic is still leisurely and free. In this way, Serna can gradually prepare rainy day teammates for Lot Kappa. After sorting out Lot Kappa's status and communicating with it for a few more words, Serna put it back into the Pokéball and prepared to go to the Pokémon Center to restore the team's status so that they could go to the gym to prepare for the battle. However, the next moment, a person emerged from the cave behind her. The familiar blue hair and goggles, that person was none other than Fujiki, the owner of the martial arts gym. The moment he saw Serna, he seemed stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. "Huh, you used the hole punch rope to leave, right? Smart, but sorry to have kept you waiting here for so long. Just now when I went to the second floor, I did find some members of Team Rocket. They seemed to be looking for something on the second floor. Unfortunately, the moment those people saw me, they all ran away. I thought I could teach them a lesson." Fujiki shared what he had just seen and heard in the cave, scratching the back of his head. "Okay, now I have to go back to the gym. I look forward to seeing your wonderful performance in the battle later." He smiled, turned around, and walked away quickly, heading towards the gym. And Serna also let out a sigh, her thoughts in a tizzy. She has learned that the core goal of this game is to challenge 8 gyms, obtain all badges, and finally fight against the League King and Champion to become the strongest Pokémon trainer. So these gyms are like levels set up in the game. The previous Kana's gym had already proved one thing to her: none of these gym leaders were vegetarians. I wonder what kind of Pokémon Fujishu will use to bring him new challenges. She actually felt a little restless in her heart. This feeling of facing a strong enemy. This feeling of anticipation with blood boiling. I haven't experienced this in many years. Amidst emotion and excitement, Serna prepared to control her character and set off again. However, she had not taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped. Because in front of her, another figure appeared and blocked her way. It was a short, fat middle-aged man wearing a red peaked cap. He looked around, approached Serna's character mysteriously and spoke. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, excuse me. Do you like fishing, Serna?" Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened after the man stopped the man and asked questions. When Serna chose the option to answer, "I like fishing," he excitedly handed her a fishing rod and some bait, and also taught her how to use the fishing rod, of course. The fishing mentioned here is not in the traditional sense, but using some special bait to catch water-type Pokémon living in the water. After getting the fishing rod, Serna suddenly realized something. When I was trying to subdue the Lotus Leaf Boy, I had considered forming a team centered around rainy weather based on his ease and freedom characteristic. There is no doubt that most of the Pokémon in this team are water-type Pokémon. And fishing seems to be a way to obtain water-type Pokémon efficiently. Looking at the fishing rod in her backpack, she couldn't help but feel itchy and wanted to go to the beach nearby to try fishing. But in the end, Serna held back and put away the fishing rod. I'd better wait until I challenge the gym. After going to the Pokémon Center to restore her strength, Serna stepped into the fighting gym and started her second gym battle. At the same time, discussions about the fighting gym were also heated in the live broadcast room. We're going to hit the second gym so soon. You're worthy of being a streamer, speaking of which. The gym shouldn't be too difficult, right? Fighting-type Pokémon don't seem very strong, indeed. And now with Lot Kappa's, Sister Nu's fighting power is far superior to what it used to be. It's hard to say. Think about how difficult the first gym was. The second one should only be harder, not easier, right? My intuition tells me that the anchor is about to be defeated again. Unlike the Kanna's gym, the fighting gym is pitch black inside with very low visibility, and one can only barely grope their way forward in the darkness. However, with the experience of groping forward in the dark in the rock cave just now, Serna quickly defeated the previous NPCs guarding the gym and finally arrived at a huge arena. On the other side of the ring, Fujishu raised his head. Their eyes met. A huge exclamation mark appeared above Fujishu's head, and a hearty and sunny voice sounded. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. It seems you're quite capable, but that's not enough. Let me show you the charm of fighting-type Pokémon and teach you a lesson. Intense and high-pitched music sounds. Ripples sweep across the screen and the battle begins. Fujishu appeared and threw a Pokéball directly. An orange Pokémon with sharp eyes and strong arms suddenly appeared. Serna couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly as she looked at the Pokémon. Feeling a little surprised, it could actually be him. Her opponent is Mitabreeze, one of the 3 starter Pokémon of the Hone region, and the evolved form of Firishin, the Pokémon chosen by her rival unlike Fire Chicken. The evolved Strong Chicken has additional fighting attributes, which is why he appears here. According to the rules of the gym battle, Serna, as the challenger, can release Pokémon second. Facing the Strong Chicken, she chose Lot Kappa as the starting player without hesitation. Since fighting-type Pokémon do not conflict with each other, Rudricksha's a Pokémon with normal attributes will be restrained by Rumblebringer. The grass type of the Forest Lizard is inferior to the fire type of the Strong Chicken. Now the best choice in the team naturally becomes Lot Kappa, who has Water Element and can restrain Fire Element. When Lot Kappa appeared, it also announced the official start of the gym battle. After a brief thought, Serna directly chose the skill Mind Hammer. Although it seems that using the skill Bubble Ray that restrains Strong Chicken can cause higher damage to Strong Chicken. But with the experience of fighting Duan before, Serna understood that these NPCs had a very strong sense of combat. In the first round, when he sees his Rakuten Kappa appear, Fujiki is very likely to choose to switch Pokémon to avoid the disadvantage of the Strongbringer attribute. Therefore, Thunderbolt, which can deal double damage to all fighting-type Pokémon, undoubtedly became the best choice. This was Cynthia's prediction. She didn't even realize it herself, but she had unconsciously learned an important part of the Pokémon game battle. Guessing the back row, however, when a pink light appeared above Lot Kappa's head and his mental power gathered, she realized that something was wrong. Faced with the disadvantage in attributes, Fujishu actually did not switch Pokémon. The headbutt formed by the gathering of mental power accurately hit the body of the Strong Chicken, and under the restraining effect, it directly caused huge damage to it. The blood bar above the Strong Chicken's head dropped rapidly, leaving only a little over 1/3 of the yellow blood. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get excited. Holy crap, such high damage. Worthy of being a Pokémon in its final evolutionary stage. Pineapple God, Pineapple God, Pineapple God. Be respectful, he is the river god. I feel like this Ivy is so stupid. It's completely inferior to Azalea. It didn't even know how to switch when it encountered a countered Pokémon. The streamer's prediction was wasted. While the comments were going on, Serna frowned and thought rapidly in her mind. Judging from the intelligence of the NPCs in this game, there is no reason for Fujiki not to switch Pokémon, unless he has a way to deal with Lot Kappa. As a Grass-type Pokémon, Lot Kappa will be restrained by Flying-type Pokémon. It just so happens that Strong Chicken has the possibility of learning flying skills, such as Swallow Return, which has a very high probability of hitting in reality, and Air Slash, which has high power and a chance of causing fear effect. But logically speaking, these two are advanced flying skills. According to the setting of this game, the Strong Chicken in the second evolutionary stage may not be able to learn them. While Serna was thinking, the Strong Chicken who had obtained the right to attack also began to act. However, unexpectedly, he did not attack Lot Kappa, but raised his arms above his head and spun at high speed. A sharp wave of air rose from his body and a red light flashed. Strong Chicken uses Sword Dance. Mighty Chicken's physical attack level has been greatly increased. Seeing this situation, everyone in the barrage burst into laughter. Does this Vine know how to play? Boosting up against a counter Pokémon, is he going to die? Exactly, is strengthening useful? It's fine if he's faster than Lot Kappa, but he's slow. Lot Kappa will send him away in the next round, so he won't be able to use a single move. Isn't this a free Pokémon? It's a sure thing, it's a sure thing. In the eyes of the audience, Fujishu's behavior is undoubtedly unreasonable. What's the point of such enhancement? But unlike the audience in the live broadcast room, when looking at the Strong Chicken with red light rising from its body, Serna suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart for some reason. No, that's not right, has a problem, sure enough. The next moment, a strong wave of air suddenly burst out from the Strong Chicken. A silvery white light enveloped it. The game prompt also popped up. The opponent's Strong Chicken's speed up characteristic is triggered. Mighty Chicken's movement speed has increased. As the air waves representing the acceleration effect of the Strong Chicken rose up, the comments in the live broadcast room also fell into confusion. Speed up, what kind of trait is this? Does Strong Chicken have this trait? No, big brother, is this Pokémon legal? How can it automatically speed up? Shit. Then if that's the case, won't he be able to outspeed Lot Kappa in the next round? When the barrage was in chaos, Serna looked at the scene in front of her and naturally realized the seriousness of the problem. Sure enough, the gym leaders in this game would never do something as low-level as giving away a Pokémon for free. The reason why Lot Kappa dared to use Sword Dance despite the unfavorable attributes was because the opponent knew clearly that the acceleration effect of Strong Chicken after the end of the round would allow him to regain the initiative in the second round. But how can the Strong Chicken have the characteristic of acceleration? Isn't his only characteristic Fierce Fire? The current situation does not allow Serna to think too much, as the countdown for the player to issue the command is only 15 seconds left. Serna could only turn her thoughts back to the game. The current situation is obviously quite unfavorable to him. The Strong Chicken has increased its physical attack effect by 2 levels. According to the settings in this game, it is equivalent to doubling the power of all skills. And after the acceleration characteristic of Robo-Planet is triggered, he should be able to outspeed any Pokémon in his entire team. Not to mention, the acceleration feature will be triggered again every round, giving him an additional level of speed effect. Her eyes focused, and she immediately made a decision and directly selected the Mind Hammer skill again. It's okay. Lot Kappa is now in full condition and may be able to withstand the attack of Strong Chicken. Lot Kappa's physical defense and stamina attributes are undoubtedly quite advanced at this stage. As long as Strong Chicken does not have a flying attack skill, it will be taken away by Lot Kappa's counterattack. With Serna's choice, the round begins, fortunately. Strong Chicken did not use flying skills such as Wing Attack and Swallow Return. This made Serna breathe a sigh of relief, fortunately. The worst-case scenario she had imagined did not happen. However, the next scene was beyond her expectations again. The strong chicken who had completed the enhancement did not use any attack skills. A white light lit up on his body, and a baton appeared in the air and was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Strong Chicken used the baton and was substituted out. The brute instantly turned into a red light and disappeared from the spot. In its place was a burly Pokémon with a steel bar on its back. 2 meters talon muscles all over its body. The opponent sent out the Ironbone Earthman. The next moment, a dazzling red light accompanied by a strong airflow emerged and swirled above the body of the Ironbone Earthman. A flashing red game prompt also popped up. The Ironbone Earthman inherited the strong chicken's abilities. Looking at this scene, the barrage refreshed crazily. What skill was that just now? Why is there a stick? Taking over the baton. I think it can be transferred and strengthened. Wait, what the hell? Oh haha. During the discussion in the barrage, Serna's expression was quite solemn. The moment she saw the baton appear, she already knew what skill it was. Take over. You can transfer the enhanced attributes of the current Pokémon to another friendly Pokémon, and can achieve the effect of actively withdrawing from the battle. In real-world combats, this move is rarely used because it takes a long time to prepare, and the transfer effect is greatly reduced. Even if champion-level Pokémon are transferred to each other, the effect will be less than 1/3 of the original. So this skill is pretty useless in most cases, but in the game, this move seems to have more functions than just that. Now Ironforge has inherited the enhanced effect of Mighty Pick in its full state. And the physical attack ability of this Pokémon is quite terrifying. In her battling careers, she had only encountered one trainer who used the evolved form of this Pokémon. Old Builder. And that person really left a deep impression on her. Or rather, what left the deepest impression was actually the other party's old builder with terrifying strength. If these 2 layers of physical attack enhancement effect and 1 layer of speed enhancement effect are applied to Strong Chicken, it would be like adding an extremely sharp sword to him. Then, putting it on the Ironbone Earthman is like putting cannonballs in a machine gun as bullets. As if it weren't bad enough while she was thinking about it, an even worse scene appeared. Facing the Ironbone Earthman who appeared later, Lot Kappa's pink superpowers condensed and emerged above his head. And he charged towards his opponent, but this time he missed. Lot Kappa used his Mind Hammer but missed. Deadly short, a new round began. Serna didn't think any more and directly chose the Mind Hammer. Although she missed this move just now, it is her only choice now. Even though the situation was dangerous, she was still thinking calmly, looking for the possibility of winning. Speed is not the Ironbone Earthman's strong point. Even if he gets a layer of acceleration effect, he may not be able to surpass Lot Kappa like Strong Chicken. As for the Mind Hammer moves, according to the in-game description, although the hit rate is 95%, sometimes it will cause high blood pressure like the one just now. But it also has a 20% chance of being controlled by the opponent's fear. Lot Kappa might not be able to withstand a single blow from the Ironbone Man, but as long as he strikes first and uses his Mind Hammer to control his opponent, he can turn the tide. However, with the start of a new round, unexpected changes occur. In front of the Ironbone Earthman's chest, a deep red sphere suddenly burst out with dazzling flames. Enveloping his body, the system prompt also pops up. The flame orb carried by the Ironbone Earthman has been triggered. The Ironbone Earthman is in a burn state. This sudden change made Serna stunned. Flame orb. Burn yourself. The audience in the live broadcast room were also confused. Burning props to burn yourself, what's the point? This Ironbone Earthman is probably an M. Identification completed. He's doing a sword dance, then setting himself on fire. Isn't this Tang brother really that active? Haha. After playing Serna before, the audience has already understood the specific performances and effects of various abnormal states in this game. When in the burn state, the Pokémon's physical attack attribute will directly drop by 50%, and it will lose 1/16 of its maximum health in each round. For the iron-boned Earthlings who are good at physical attacks, this burn state is just like cutting off one's own arm. It is disadvantageous no matter how you look at it. Therefore, the audience naturally found it incomprehensible that he carried a prop like the flame orb and burned himself. However, the next moment in the games, a red light suddenly burst out from the body of the Ironbone Earthman. The Ironbone Earthman's perseverance characteristic is triggered. But the physical attack effect caused by abnormal status has been invalidated. His physical attack attribute has increased. The barrage went crazy. Ah, wait, buddy. How come your physical attack is increasing instead of decreasing? Quack, there's a quack. Serna stared at the Ironbone Earthman and bit her lips slightly. She just realized in a trance that it might be the characteristic of perseverance. I didn't expect it to be true in this way. There is no way that Lot Kappa can withstand the opponent's attack. In other words, the next Mind Hammer must have a fear effect. But at this moment, Ironbone Earthman's, whose body was covered in red light and carried a terrifying aura, moved before Leshen Kappa. The Ironbone Earthman used the Sonic Fist. A flash of brown light passed by. The health bar above Lot Kappa's head was instantly emptied. Lot Kappa has lost his ability to fight. With the sonic punch of Lot Kappa, Ironbone Earthman killing instantly, Serna chose to close the game window and restart the game without hesitation. She knew very well that since the Ironbone Earthman, who had obtained a 2-level physical attack enhancement, could kill the Lot Kappa in seconds, he could naturally kill the child doll bear and the forest lizard in seconds with ease. In addition, the sonic punch seems to have a preemptive effect in the game. There is no need to continue this battle at this moment. The comments in the live broadcast room seem to be still a little dazed by the battle that just happened. Brother Tang, no, Master Tang. Sorry, I shouldn't have said you were alive. There were a lot of people outside just now. I'm kneeling down for you now. How come he's such a sunny and cheerful guy? But he's so unbelievable in actual combat. It felt like the Ironbone Earthman was about to knock Lot Kappa's hat off with one punch. It was really worth counting. Sister Na, can you analyze what just happened? Why did the Ironbone Earthling suddenly become so powerful? I feel like I don't quite understand, after a brief thought. Serna began to explain to the barrage. This Fujishu's tactics are truly brilliant. First, there's the strong chicken. It possesses both fire and fighting attack modes. If it encounters a difficult opponent, its own acceleration, combined with sword dance, can leverage the increased speed of the second round to smoothly transfer its acquired attributes to the Ironbone Earthling. Also, if I'm guessing correctly, the item this strong chicken is carrying should be the breath belt that appeared earlier. Even if the opponent's counter skill in the first round can kill it instantly, it can still complete its mission of delivering the enhancement and retain its status to return to the back row. As for the Ironbone Earthling, after gaining a second level of physical attack, their already formidable physical attack capabilities will receive an exaggerated boost. Besides Thathai's Abolita Perseverance, it should be able to grant Pokémon in abnormal states a certain amount of physical attack bonus, while also making them immune to the physical attack reduction caused by burn effects. And coupled with the Sonic Punch, which is always the first move, it will be easy to achieve a decisive victory. Having said that, Serna paused, her eyes wandering a little at present. The scientific research community generally believes that in addition to the force, whose effect is already known, the Ironbone Earth people also have another characteristic called perseverance. But she had never seen anyone actively using this feature to increase a Pokémon's physical attack ability. This idea may seem a bit trickabut in Pokémon battles. This fighting style that takes advantage of all favorable factors is exactly what every trainer should do. Rather than saying that the Fujiki in this game has a powerful team configuration, it is better to say that the author of this game has reached a pinnacle of understanding of Pokémon. Otherwise, he would never be able to design such an NPC. But apart from a slight surprise, Serna's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. The more challenges like this, the more seriously she will take it. She restarted the game. Entered the fighting Jaiman stood in front of Fujiki. She has already thought of a solution to the current dilemma. Serna did not choose to challenge Fujishu directly, but opened the Pokémon team and entered the skill configuration interface of Lot Kappa. According to the settings in this Gamune-like in reality, each Pokémon can only carry up to 4 skills at the same time in a battle. When learning a new skill, you must also choose one from the existing skills to replace it. But correspondingly, they can also replace these 4 skill slots with skills they have learned at any time. Serna looked at it carefully, and her eyes finally stopped on a skill. And her eyes lit up instantly. Very good, this is it. This battle has just begun. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she murmured softly. 10 seconds later, the battle is about to begin. Lot Kappa and Strong Chicken are on the scene again. The barrage in the live broadcast room also began to refresh. Another starting lineup of Strong Chicken. This Fujishu is a bit too shady. I guess it's the same old routine, right? Yeah, isn't this unsolvable if he has the breath belt? Even if he gets a critical hit in the first round, he won't be able to kill him instantly after speeding up. And he'll be able to take over and escape, right? I think I can only rely on the control effect of the Mind Hammer. But what if I miss again, and even if I hit it? The control probability is only 1 in 5. It seems I have to take a gamble. However, in the discussion of the barrage, this time, Serna's Lot Kappa did not choose Mind Hammer or Bubble Ray, which could cause higher damage, but used a brand new skill. Lot Kappa leaned forward, and a palm made of dark energy quickly overlapped on the body of the Strong Chicken, slapping it hard. Lot Kappa uses a high-five surprise attack. The power of this move does not seem to be very high, and the health bar above the Strong Chicken's head only dropped by less than 1/5. However, the key to this attack does not seem to be the power of this skill, because Strong Chicken was about to use the sword dance, but suddenly froze in place, unable to move. The Strong Chicken cowered. The skill of high-five surprise attack is only effective when used in the first round when a friendly Pokémon appears, and the conditions are quite harsh. But while it has an ultra-high priority system, it also has the effect of definitely controlling the opponent. Looking at this scene, Serna smiled slightly, with a different kind of light in her eyes. The triggering condition of the breath belt is that when the Pokémon is hit by a fatal attack, it will retain a little energy. But if there is any loss of physical strength before this, even if it is a tiny bit, the effect of the breath belt will be directly invalidated. Just like now. She pressed the interact button and ordered proudly. Lot Kappa, use Bubble Beam, quack. The surging foam gushed out of Lot Kappa's mouth and went straight to kill the Strong Chicken. Have a happy weekend, everyone. And good luck to all the college entrance exam candidates. Even though Strong Chicken had completed an acceleration in the previous round by relying on its own characteristics, its current speed has surpassed Lot Kappa and it has the right to attack first. But one thing was clearly proved in the last battle, that he did not have any flying skills to restrain Lot Kappa. Serna guessed that in addition to the baton and sword dance, his remaining 2 skills should correspond to his 2 attributes, namely fighting and fire. At this moment, Strong Chicken, which had lost some of its health due to the high-five surprise attack, faced the aggressive foam in front of it, turned into a red light, and retreated directly into the Pokeball. Obviously, Fujishu has already judged one thing: if he lets Strong Chicken continue to stay on the field, he will be killed instantly by Lot Kappa in one move. So he chose to switch without hesitation. The one who appeared this time was that familiar figure again, the iron-boned Earthman from before. He exchanged the position where the Strong Chicken had just been, and the thick foam light immediately hit his huge body. But because there was no attribute restraint, it did not cause much damage to it, and only barely took away about 1/3 of its blood volume. A new round began, and Serna fell into deep thought as she faced the Ironbone Earthman. In the last battle, she had already figured out some of the configurations of the Ironbone Earthman. With the Perseverance characteristic combined with the enhancement of the Fire Orb, the physical attack attributes of the Ironbone Earthman will be greatly improved. However, this time, without the enhancement of Sword Dance Strong Chicken, The opponent's sonic punch would not be able to directly defeat Lot Kappa. So the best way now is to use the Mind Hammer directly. But she didn't know why she always felt unsure. As Serna input the command, a new round began. Lot Kappa's head shone with pink light representing telekinesis. And he crashed headfirst into the Ironbone Earthman opposite. Excellent results. The blood bar above the Ironbone Earthman's head began to drop rapidly. Leaving less than 1/5 hand flashed red light. But when she saw this scene, Serna's expression became a little ugly. It didn't die instantly. Since the Ironbone Earthman did not use the Sonic Fist to take the initiative, he must have used other attack skills in this round. According to the nature of this game, will the opponent configure a skill called Hold On that can cause double damage under abnormal conditions? Or is there any other moves to restrain Lot Kappa? There is no doubt that no matter which situation it is, Lot Kappa is completely unable to withstand it. But when she was thinking, a pink light flashed across the strong body of the iron-boned Earthman. The iron-boned Earthman wanted to use the endurance technique, but was afraid. This time the god of luck is on Serna's side. The Mind Hammer's hit triggered an additional control effect, interrupting the opponent's hard holds. Faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Serna did not hesitate to click the hammer again. A flash of pink light passed by, and the Ironbone Earthman's health bar was completely emptied. This also means that Fujitsu only has one Pokémon left besides Brachydios. The audience in the live broadcast room should have been cheering at this moment. After all, Serna successfully defeated Fujitsu's 2 Pokémon without damaging Lot Kappa's status in any way. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the time to open the champagne, however. At this moment, the barrage showed a completely different style. Although everything seems to be going well, I always feel a chill in my back. Yes, Anchor, you have to be careful. Speeding up to take over from Strong Chicken. Perseverance self-harming Ironbone Earthman. It's hard to imagine what the last Pokémon will be. Obviously, the performance of the NPCs in the previous gym battles in this game has scared the audience. If it were really that simple now, they would actually think it was not normal, however. The next moment as the 2 Pokémon fell, Fujitsu also sent out his last Pokémon. It was a creature that was all yellow and wearing boxing gloves. Like a boxer, this is a Makuhita wrestler. The moment viewers in the live stream saw this Pokémon, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The reason was simple: Makuheim was a Pokémon still in its first evolution stage, even if he has some incomparable equipment and tactics. Compared with the 2-stage evolved Strong Chicken and Iron-boned Earthman, he is like a high school student compared to a kindergarten kid. The difference in hard power is too great. Amidst the flying barrage of comments, facing this Makuhita wrestle after a brief hesitation, Serna still chose to let Rakuten Kappa use the Mind Hammer. This trick is definitely the right one to use against fighting-type Pokémon. The next moment, the dazzling pink light on Lot Kappa's head lit up again, and he slammed headfirst into the opponent's Makuhita wrestler. In theory, with the restraining damage power of this move, it can easily knock the health bar of the Makuhita warrior to the bottom, or even kill him instantly. But unfortunately, Lot Kappa's attack missed again. A 95% hit rate can sometimes cause people to have such high blood pressure. But the commentators didn't seem to care about the miss of the attack. As we all know, skills only have 2 hit rates, 100% and 0%. It's if it's empty, don't worry. The tolerance is very large this time. Indeed, it's just a Makuhita wrestler. Even if he's strengthened, he can't defeat the host's team. The little guy is quite cute. Did we go to the wrong place? However, at this moment, a deep blue light burst out from the fists of the strongman under the Makuhita, and he rushed straight towards Latian Kappa and hit his body directly with a punch full of cold air. The Makuhita wrestler used his power. The fine turban carried by the Makuhita wrestler increases the power of physical skills. A critical hit the next moment in the cold light. The blood bar above Latian Kappa's head was instantly cleared and disappeared. The barrage paused and refreshed frantically. Huh. I'm such a big lot kappa, not my friend. Why is that again? Okay, it seems the vines didn't release the water. After the Makuhita wrestler carrying the exquisite turban killed Lot Kappa with one blow. The forest lizard and the teddy bear took turns to fight. And Makuhita wrestler was finally drained of his last bit of strength by the forest lizard. However, the almost full-state strong chicken is obviously not something the forest lizard can handle. Thus, Serna's second challenge also ended in failure. But with this experience, she immediately started her third gym battle. After several attempts, she finally fought a perfect battle. Lot Kappa dealt with the Ironbone Earthman without any injury, and at the critical moment switched to the forest lizard, successfully blocking the attack of the Makuhita rider and maintaining Lot Kappa's condition. As the strong chicken fell in the shooting of foam ray, Serna finally successfully cleared the second gym. In front of the computer screen, Serna listened to the cheerful music that represented victory in the battle, and a different kind of light flashed in her pair of dark and beautiful eyes. She leaned back in her chair, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The satisfaction after an intense battle, it's really nostalgic at this moment. Serna couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At a certain moment just now, she even forgot that this was just a game at the same time. The comments in the live broadcast room were also discussing the battle in the martial arts gym. You know, when challenging the cuckoo in the first gym, Serna tried over and over again countless times before she was able to pass successfully. But this time, I passed the martial arts gym after just a few attempts. Therefore, many people feel that this time things are a bit too easy. Is it my imagination? Why does it feel like the fighting dojo is quite capable? But the host has it much easier than Du Huan. I also think the difficulty of this gym battle is a bit low. Think about it, if there's no Lot Kappa. How are we going to fight this? As soon as this barrage came out, everyone in the live broadcast room reacted. It seems to be true under normal circumstances. Serna's team should consist of Pokémon like Rakshasa and Grunt, which have not yet evolved into their final forms. With this level of combat power, one can imagine how difficult it would be to deal with either the strong chicken that accelerated to take over, or the self-destructive iron-boned earthman with the perseverance trait. Even the last cute-looking Makuhita wrestler can kill Lot Kappa with one punch. Not to mention that with Lot Kappa, there was also some luck involved in Serna's victory. Once the Mind Hammer in the third round fails to trigger the control effect, the one standing on the field at the end may not be Lot Kappa, but a determined Ironbone Earthman who still has some status and can use Sonic Punch. So this time it's not that the gym battle is too easy, but simply because Serna has surpassed the strength she should have at this stage. And she also has luck on her side. The audience came to their senses and immediately changed their tone. Thanks to Boss Dego for the Water Stone, it's the key. Indeed, without Lot Kappa to support the fight, I can't imagine how desperate the fight would be. Speaking of which, it seems like Kishu next door will be arriving at this gym soon. Won't she be in jail soon? Kishu, what are you mumbling about? Paralysis tactics activated. As the barrage of comments was discussing, with the end of the gym battles, Fujiki's figure appeared on the screen again. He spoke in a tone of satisfaction and emotion. I have to say, you've grown much faster than I imagined. I'm looking forward to the day we can meet again. When that time comes, I will definitely not lose again. As he spoke, he handed a badge shaped like a boxing glove and a CD to Serna. Take this is the battle badge. With this badge, your Pokémon's level cap will be raised to level 23. And this is bodybuilding skill learning machine, which allows the Pokémon that learns it to increase their physical attack and defense levels. And also, your Pokémon can now use Flash to explore dark places like the Rock Cave. When Serna heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Flash spell, what kind of skill is that? How come I've never heard of it? She simply pressed the interact button and told her problem to the vine tree in front of her. What she got was a somewhat unexpected answer from the latter. Huh, don't you know the secret technique? Didn't Duan tell you? Well, let me explain it to you. Every time you complete a gym battle and get a new badge, a new secret technique will be unlocked for you. For example, the battle badge allows your Pokémon to use flash in the wild, illuminating dark caves and tunnels, or lighting up the surroundings in the wild at night. Secret techniques can usually be learned around the dojo. If you want to learn flash, go to the entrance of the stone cave and find an old man wearing a miner's hat. He should be happy to help you. After saying that, Fujiki clapped his hands and stood up. Akino, I'm going to continue my training in the rock cave. See you later, kid, I'm rooting for you. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the gym. And Serna stood there lost in thought. The secret skill should be a setting unique to this game. From this point of view, there should be a secret skill that can be obtained and used near the Kana's gym. This secret skill will play a key role in promoting the content of the subsequent game. I might have to consider returning to Kana's city. It just so happens that I can also pick up some props near Kana's city. When she thought of this, Serna glanced at the time in the lower right corner and was slightly stunned. It's already 12:30. She started her livestream at 8 p.m. before she knew it. She had already been playing games for 4 hours straight. When did time pass so quickly, after a brief hesitation? Serna sighed, slightly looking a little regretful. Although I really want to keep playing, I'm afraid it's time to go to bed now. Although there is no task tomorrow, she is used to going to bed early and getting up early, which is a good habit she has developed. What's more, if I receive an emergency task tomorrow morning like last time, I can't stay up all night to get there. With this thought in mind, Serna prepared to say goodbye to the audience in the live broadcast room, close the game and go offline. But her eyes fell on the fishing rod in the backpack. Although it is indeed time to go to bed, but after I got this fishing rod, I have never used it. There's nothing wrong with fishing first and then going to sleep. Right, catch a Pokémon and go to sleep. She made a secret decision in her heart and went straight to the beach. The NPC who gave her the fishing rod also gave her 2 different kinds of bait. One is low-level bait, which is as much as 10 portions. The other type is special bait, which only comes in 1 portion. The game describes it like this. Special bait might catch an incredible Pokémon. So how incredible can the Pokémon caught be? Will it be rarer? Out of curiosity and adhering to the idea that practice makes perfect, Serna directly hung a special bait on the hook and threw it into the ocean. Everything seemed to be going well, but within a few seconds, the fishing rod began to vibrate violently. A Pokémon has taken the bait, so... She followed the game's tutorial without hesitation and pressed the E key to pull the lever and reel in the hook. The next moment, a huge figure was instantly pulled out of the sea by the fishing line. This Pokémon has a dark blue scaly body and sharp eyes, and a bloody mouth with his appearance. Extremely exciting battle music suddenly sounded. A wild Gyarados LV38 has appeared. Serna looked at the prompt and closed the game window without hesitation. Well, it seems that it is time to go to bed now, as we all know. If some people go to bed early, then naturally some people stay up late. At the same time, in Viridian City in the Kanto region, Ling Feng picked up the cup and took a big gulp of the Moo Moo fresh milk. The sweetness and fragrance entered his throat, and he sighed with satisfaction in his heart. This thing has no disadvantages except that it is expensive. Well, if I have to say, it's because the nutrition is too rich, and people tend to gain weight easily after drinking it. Thinking of this, he shook his head slightly. Never mind, just consider it as a reward for myself. After working so hard on games every day, it's reasonable to have a drink, right? Just as Ling Feng was thinking, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. You have received emotions such as surprise, excitement, and satisfaction from the special character Serna, which have been converted into 550 points. When Ling Feng saw this prompt for the first time, he didn't think there was anything strange about it. He thought that Serna was probably live streaming and playing games again. But when he saw the point value at the end, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why are the points given so much this time? You should know that for these special characters, as the number of times they generate emotional points increases, the points they provide each time will continue to decrease. Just when he was feeling a little lost, a series of hints suddenly emerged. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your emotional influence on the special character Serna has reached a certain threshold. The current threshold for this character has been upgraded to level 2. Next, the emotional points you gained from this special character will return to normal. At the same time, you have received the upgrade reward, 1500 emotion points, and a random intermediate game creation module X1. Please note that when the emotional threshold of this special character reaches the target again and is upgraded, you will gain a special character ability related to it. Looking at the series of information prompts in front of him that caught him off guard, Ling Feng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What is the character's emotional threshold? It can actually be upgraded again. But why did Serna suddenly reach her emotional threshold? Was she stimulated by something? After a brief thought, he immediately reacted, by the way. It should be the temple and CG of the rock pillar in the rock cave. For a mythologist like Serna, everything about legendary Pokémon must arouse her strong interest. Being able to see a legendary Pokémon in person in that way must be what Serna has always dreamed of. After Alan this world, most of the legendary Pokémon have disappeared, therefore. During the tour today, Serna will naturally be greatly shocked. This caused her emotions to break through the threshold and successfully escalate. After organizing his thoughts, Ling Feng's gaze fell on the breakthrough rewards, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, including the points provided by Serna this time and the mission rewards. The total is directly 2,000 points. In addition, there is a random intermediate module. This time I really made a lot of money, moreover. According to the system, if Serna's emotional threshold breaks through again, he will directly gain an ability related to Serna herself. Ling Feng really didn't know what this ability would be, but I think it should be useful right while pondering. Ling Feng opened his system inventory and chose to use the intermediate module exchange voucher. With a flash of light, a brand new module appeared directly before his eyes after being drawn. High-speed networking interactive module intermediate. Introduction. After obtaining this module, all the games you develop can be connected to the network and automatically and quickly capture the player data in the game. You can quickly add functions such as leaderboard/friends/battles/world bosses, and can also connect to other modules for use. Example, automatically obtain the weather status of the player's area based on the player's IP address and change the current weather conditions in the game. At the same time, this module can ensure that the game server is absolutely unobstructed and will not cause negative situations such as disconnection and server crashes. Seeing this new module, Ling Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Traditional Pokémon games are actually single-player games most of the time, which is due to the platform they are on. With this high-speed networking module, you can quickly and easily add various online functions to all your subsequent game productions. As a professional game maker, Ling Feng knows very well that the development of network functions requires a lot of energy and time, and is also the place where bugs and problems are most likely to occur. However, with this module, you can skip these problems directly. Now let's use this module in the game, but before that, Ling Feng thought about it and took a look at his character interface. After the recent gains, plus the points provided by various game players during this period, the balance of his emotion points has reached a total of 2,400 points. These points are enough to purchase another intermediate module. So Ling Feng opened his favorites list and quickly selected a module to buy. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the Pressure Manifestation module, Intermediate. Introduction. Completely recreate the intimidating feeling brought by powerful Pokémon and important characters. transmitting it to the player's heart through electronic frequencies, making them feel immersive and catalyzing the acquisition of emotion points. Your current point balance is 421 points. After purchasing this module is one of the modules that Ling Feng originally collected, and it is also a relatively important module in his plan. When players develop emotions about the game, they naturally feel a certain sense of immersion. The module that increases the sense of immersion is actually a disguised way of increasing the income of emotional points. Take today's situation as an example just by seeing the CG of the rock pillar. Serna's emotions successfully broke through the threshold. So what if we add the effect of materializing the pressure into that CG? Come to think of it, the effect that can be produced is absolutely worlds apart. After all, this module can completely restore the pressure of a legendary Pokémon, making people feel as if they are there. As soon as he thought of this, Ling Fang immediately opened the CG of the rock god pillar that he had made before, applied the effect of this module to it, and then opened it to watch it himself. The result was that he froze in his chair, unable to move for dozens of seconds. When he finally recovered, Ling Feng was breathing heavily, but the expression on his face was extremely excited. That aura and that pressure were truly too powerful. This is the effect we want. After using the coercion module to change the CG, Ling Feng also modified the Regirock temple in the game. After the task was completed, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now we just have to wait for the next lucky person to come. At this moment, a series of new information prompts appeared in front of him. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the new S-rank side quest, Wild Sales. Task requirements within this week. The total sales volume of the game must reach 50,000 copies. Mission reward, random intermediate module X1. 1,000 emotion points special item, magic candy gift box X5. He immediately raised his eyebrows. The side quest appears again, and this time the requirement is that the total sales of the game reach 50,000 copies this week. There is no doubt that this should be easily achieved. Just last night, Ling Feng opened the game backend and took a look, and found that the sales of the game were about to exceed 4 copies. Obviously, the reputation of this game has spread quickly because of those videos on the internet. And once the CG of the Geo God Pillar is exposed, the sales volume will probably reach 100,000 copies this weeklet alone. 50,000, after a brief thought. Ling Feng's eyes fell on the last reward item. Wait. Magic candy, is this the magical candy I was thinking of? The one that instantly levels up your Pokémon after you use it. As he watched, a series of prop information emerged. Special item, magic candy gift box. Introduction, each set contains 10 magic candies. After Pokémon consumes them, their strength and level will be directly improved. Of these, the host can freely feed 5 to their own Pokémon or give them to others, and the remaining 5 can only be given as gifts. Note, when the host chooses to give the gift box to someone else, the gift box will appear directly at the target person's doorstep. Ling Feng, this was exactly what he thought. A mysterious little prop in the game that was like cheating. Those who like to use mods should understand the sense of redemption of 999 candies in the backpack. Friends who don't open it should also know to save it for the pleasure of the moment when the 99th level Pokémon is used. I didn't expect that the system's reward would actually bring this thing directly into reality. He touched his chin. Although I don't know how much this magical candy will improve Pokémon in reality, I think it shouldn't be too bad, right? In other words, if you get this thing, you can directly increase the strength of a Pokémon to a very strong level. Well, for me who doesn't plan to be a trainer, this is secondary. But if I could give it directly to someone else. He looked at the game networking module he had just obtained and suddenly had a bold idea. He sat down in front of the computer again, opened the game folder and started to operate quickly. At the same time, it was obvious that Ling Feng was not the only one who was staying up late. In the patio areas, Kishu sat in front of the computer screen with a slightly distorted expression. In short, is currently imprisoned in the Cave of the Rock. Odd now really doubts that the creator of this game has a strong malice towards electric Pokémon. This cave is called the Rock Cave. So why are there so many ground-type Pokémon? Sandshrew, Diglett, Onix, Geodude. All gathered together. They are all the fathers of the electric system. In this situation, she was forced to rely on Pikachu's iron tail to keep clearing the way. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. The problem is that the cave is dark and the roads are complicated. There are actually several Team Rocket NPCs lurking in the dark, ready to rush in at any time. Plus, Kishu had just given all her money to the middle-aged man who was looking for his daughter in Kana City. So she couldn't afford any supplies now. So Kishu could only cycle between the second floor of the cave and the Pokémon Center in Wudu Town. It is so tragic that anyone who hears it cries, and anyone who sees it feels sad. Of course, this excludes some gloating and laughing comments. LHH, the streamer, seems to have a really tough life. Is this the charm of electric specialization? Interesting, haha host. Why don't you go pick up some trash and make some money before you go? I can't help but feel sorry for you when I see you're so poor. When Kishu re-entered the rock cave for the 5th time, she couldn't help but sigh with mixed feelings. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so generous when I gave the money. I should have at least left myself 1,000 or 2. Now I can't even afford the lowest level medicine. I don't know what the broken stone that NPC gave me is for. It better come in handy later. Kishu muttered something angrily in his heart and headed towards the depths of the cave again. The first few times she entered the 2nd level of the cave, she successfully cleared out most of Team Rocket's NPCs. This time, she finally succeeded in finding the vine tree deep in the 2nd floor and triggered the plot that allowed her to return to the gym. Done, Kishu smiled and controlled the character, ready to leave the rock cave impatiently. This dark and winding place full of ground-type Pokémon. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. But at this moment, a golden paid message barrage attracted her attention. Onion of Onion Duck, don't rush to leave, host. The 3rd floor is very safe and has surprises. You'll regret it if you don't go, really. Kishu glanced at the comments and was a little hesitant to believe it for a moment. Are you trying to trick yourself into continuing to stay in jail? However, she soon discovered that there were many comments in the live broadcast room telling her not to leave in a hurry and to go down and take a look. Host, go check it out, there's some good stuff down there. I'm not lying, what's going on down there? Why are you all so excited? Non-disclosure agreement signed. Spoilers are a bad behavior. I will not reveal any related content. Please watch it at your own discretion. This situation made Kishu a little curious. What is on this 3rd floor? She made a decision quickly, took a deep breath, and controlled her character to walk towards the passage on the 3rd floor. Well, since everyone wants to see it, I'll go for it. After entering the 3rd floor, Kishu was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was not dark here instead. A ray of light shone down from the crack at the top of the cave, illuminating the surrounding empty area, making it look quite safe. But she first carefully observed the situation around her before she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, not bad, it seems very quiet here, no Pokémon, no NPCs. But the next moment, she suddenly noticed something. Why is there a stone tablet here? As Kishu walked forward, the moment the character touched the stone tablet, her screen suddenly went black. The previous CG was played again, causing people in the live broadcast room who had not been to Serna to exclaim in amazement. What a high level of technical prowess. Even more impressive than the previous scene at sea. I really feel it, Turtle, what is atmosphere? So what are these things, why do they look so much like words? As everyone was discussing as the CG ended, Kishu saw the selection symbol and the game interface that was filled with text. Although Kishu did not recognize these ancient symbols and characters like Serna. But she was not stupid and quickly realized what was going on. Want to do a crossword puzzle? I'm good at that. A smile appeared on Kishu's face, and he patted his chest confidently. After looking carefully, He selected a symbol and placed it in a blank space, however. The next moment the symbol burst out with a red light. Suddenly trembled quickly, lost its color, and returned to its original position. The three balls of golden light above the game interface suddenly dimmed. Accidents, they are all accidents. There will definitely be no problem this time. Kishu cleared his throat a few times, looked carefully at the pile of symbols again, picked up another one, put it into the blank, and muttered to himself, this symbol looks like a bird. I think it should be connected to this cloud-like symbol. However, before he could finish his words, the red light burst out, awakens symbol flew out trembling, and the second ball of golden light also dimmed, hiss. Seeing this, Kishu finally realized the seriousness of the problem. It seemed that the puzzle before him could not be solved simply by the appearance of the symbol. So the only thing left is to keep trying. But every time he failed, the golden light ball above the panel would dissipate. According to the nature of this game, no matter how you look at it, nothing good will happen when the three golden halos disappear. Kishu curled his lips, monologically speaking. The design of this puzzle level shouldn't be so unreasonable. She seemed to have thought of something, and searched the interface in front of her, and actually found a page of a book in the lower right corner. After clicking on that page of the book, some content about symbols also appeared in Kishu's eyes. This seems to be a part of the symbol content that has not been damaged, as well as some tips for selecting symbols. For example, a triangle will not be adjacent to a square, and a circle will not be adjacent to a rectangle. Following the instructions on the page, Kishu thought carefully, then picked up the symbol he had chosen the first time and placed it in a blank space. And this time she finally succeeded. The symbol fell into the blank space and quickly merged into the content, coated with a layer of brown-yellow glows, as if it had regained its vitality. See, it's pretty simple, Kishu smiled complacently. Picked up another symbol and placed it into another blank space, however. The next moment accompanied by an intense red light. The symbol roared out again. Kishu was stunned for a moment, then opened the prompt interface again, only to find that he seemed to have taken the wrong thing. Above the interface, the last ball of golden light disappeared. The entire cave began to tremble violently, and the ground under the strange tree suddenly collapsed, revealing a large hole, and she fell into it. After the screen flashed quickly, when the picture was restored, surrounding the strange tree were 5 or 6 Longlongian creatures with unfriendly faces and fierce eyes. She froze for a moment. Hi, have you had lunch yet, everyone? The air was silent for a moment. Rumble. The rodents roared and curled up into a ball, transforming into dump trucks and charging straight towards her. The next moment, Kishu's wails echoed throughout the live broadcast room. Don't come over here. After 3 minutes and great effort, Kishu successfully returned to the 3rd floor from the pit full of rhodonite. At this moment, the commentators were all delighted. Is this game a tribute to Rolling Stone? I'm dying of laughter. I still like the way you just said it was very simply hahaha. If it really doesn't work, why don't you go to the next room to record and copy the homework? It's so chill. Faced with the barrage of laughter, Kishu curled his lips in anger. Oops. It really was just a small mistake just now. Try it again, I'm sure I can do it this time. After saying that, she controlled the character and walked to the stone tablet again. The puzzle-solving interface also reappears. This time, Kishu was completely serious and focused. He repeatedly checked the instructions on the page and placed the symbols into the blank spaces one by one. This time, she solved the puzzle very slowly. But after grasping the key, she never failed. Finally, when the last symbol was correctly filled in the blank position, Kishu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. So, I told you I could do it. However, when she glanced at the live broadcast room, she found that no one in the audience praised her. Instead, many people were posting the same comments. The big one is coming, high energy ahead. What? It's just a puzzle game. Could it trigger something incredible? Kishu curled his lips in dissatisfaction. appearing to be indifferent, however, the next moment. Booms, booms, boom. The ground around them suddenly began to shake violently. The game screen went black again and directly entered the CG scene. Amidst the violent drumbeats, the ground in front of the stone tablet began to collapse and fall madly, and a huge black shadow suddenly rose from the ground. It was a massive figure as huge as a mountain, constructed entirely of brown ore, and stood dozens of meters tall. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kishu couldn't help but stand there in a daze. What is this? Is this a Pokémon? Just when she was extremely surprised. Boom! A terrifying gust of air, accompanied by an extremely powerful sense of oppression, came towards him. She found herself frozen in place, completely unable to move, and almost losing the ability to think. A primitive and savage aura surrounded her, as if a 1,000-pound rock was pressing down on her head. And all this, it was from the screen. A giant Pokémon that was dozens of meters tall. That's his aura. Kishu's heart was beating wildly. And with the last bit of consciousness left, an idea emerged with difficulty. But isn't this a game? How could a game give people such a realistic experience through a screen? At this moment, not only Kishu was immersed in shock and hadn't recovered, but every audience member in the live broadcast room was in the same situation as her. Even through the live broadcast, Regirock's powerful pressure was still clearly and accurately transmitted into their minds. You have to know that the system has completely restored the powerful aura of Regirock as a legendary Pokémon. And these ordinary people have probably never come into contact with a legendary Pokémon, let alone a gym leader level Pokémon, in this way. The impact of this aura on them is undoubtedly more exaggerated. For a moment, the live broadcast room, which was originally full of barrages of comments, became silent. The screen was blank, and there was not even a single person speaking. Several tens of seconds passed before some people gradually recovered and began to send new comments. Is this what you call big? This is really big, oh my god. I felt like I couldn't breathe just now. Actually, that wasn't the case just now. I swear it was just a video. Fuck, my back is soaked. There's definitely something fishy going on in this game. But apart from anything else, this Pokémon looks really cool. The barrage of comments was madly discussing the shock that the Regirock CG had just brought them. And Kishu's heart also came back to his senses slightly. As a gym leader trainer, she naturally has a lot of experience. She had personally come into contact with the Pokémon of those champions and witnessed their powerful auras during battle. But even a champion-level Pokémon couldn't bring even a fraction of the pressure he felt in the computer he was in just now. So, is this huge sleeping Pokémon in front of us a legendary Pokémon? After a moment, she shook her head slightly. No, what is more important now is, what do I need to do next? Just as she was thinking, a pentagram altar suddenly emerged from the ground. Next, through the sound prompts coming from the altar, Kishu also understood what event he had triggered. So now I need to put some sacrifices in here to wake this big guy up. Kishu pondered for a moment, then opened his game backpack and searched around. She had sold all the valuables when she was in Canas. In order to explore this rock cave, he had already used up all the fruits and consumables he could use. In the entire backpack, apart from the few Piquet balls given by the professor at the beginning, there was only one thing. That is the item called Electric Dragon Mega Stone. Kishu hovered his mouse over the Electric Dragon Mega Stone and thought for a moment. This thing looks pretty high-end. It should be okay to use it as a sacrifice, right? She took out the Electric Dragon Mega Stone, approached the altar, and was about to place it into the magic circle. But after a brief consideration, Kishu put it back. Forget it, let's keep it for now. It doesn't look like this magic circle can be activated all at once anyway. We can come back later, she murmured. What Kishu didn't know was that at that moment, by some strange coincidence, she had successfully avoided the biggest cyber loss of her life. After triggering Regirock's plot, Kishu returned the same way, left the rock cave, and prepared to challenge the fighting gym. However, Just as she walked out of the cave, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the screen. Ding. The game has been updated, current version 0.05. The updated content is as follows. 1. Slightly optimized the performance of some legendary Pokémon in the CG. Now players can feel the power of these Pokémon more realistically. Looking at this first update, Kishu couldn't help but have a complicated expression. You call this a slightly optimized performance effect? Just now, everyone in the live broadcast room was so scared that they couldn't even post comments. Even I almost couldn't breathe while thinking. The second update content also caught Kishu's eyes, too. Added some networking features. Some of them are currently open. And the weather conditions in certain areas of the game will be changed in real time based on the weather conditions in the player's current area. Other networking features may be launched later. So stay tuned. This content made Kishu stunned for a moment. Networking capabilities. Isn't this a single-player game with over 100 MB of storage? How can it be played online? She closed the update notification window, opened the main menus, and found that there were actually 3 more options. The 3 options are Friends, World Channel, and Leaderboard. Kishu had played some other games before, so he naturally knew what these 3 functions were used for. She first opened the World Channel and took a look, and found that there were actually quite a few online players speaking at this moment. Pokémon Eatings, hello, is anyone there? Obo, yes, brothers, yes, Zoryu is big tail, holy shit. This game actually has a World Channel chat. Black Vortex, where are you guys at? I'm still stuck at Duan's gym. Her Pokémon are so abnormal. Apike Ball Wholesale, brother Lee, upstairs +1. Even though it is already past midnight, it can be seen that there are still many players like Kishu who are staying up late to play. After checking the situation on the World Channel, Kishu thought about it and turned on the ranking function again. A line of prompts pops up. The leaderboard will be ranked according to the player's game progress, and the progress evaluation will be based on the player's Pokémon level. Explored area, stephiated gyms, and NPCs. The rankings will be settled every weekend, and players will receive reward packages corresponding to their rankings. Players with higher rankings can receive additional special physical rewards. There are actually physical rewards for ranking high. Kishu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the rewards a game company can offer are mostly small items such as dolls and commemorative cards, but the commemorative significance of this kind of physical reward is still quite great. As a player who started playing this game on the day it was released, she was a little curious about where her current game progress ranked. While opening the ranking interface, Kishu spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. The host is about to challenge the second gym. Although I can't beat Sister Serna, I should be able to rank second. The next moment the list was displayed. The name of the player ranked first is naturally 5 big golden characters. Progress No. 1 Strawberry Ice Cream. Current game progress 2 badges. About to depart for Kina City. Current number of NPCs defeated, 28. Current team, Lot Kappa LV21, Forest Lizard LV20. Child Doll Bear LV20. Kishu looked at the information carefully, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He smiled and made a face at the audience. Look, she just finished beating the gym. I might have a chance to catch up with her. Okay, the second spot is mine. As she spoke, she looked down at the leaderboard again. However, the player who appeared in the second place did not represent her power increase. But it's a player called Longxi Segao Kishu. Who is this? Wait, this name. Why do I feel like I've seen this somewhere before?